Hi, everybody. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hold up, y'all. Welcome. Oh my God. Good morning. Listen. So, I decided we did the prosecutor transcripts last night. Now, I didn't read them. A girl by the name of Erica, her name is Erica. Erica read them for us. And I thought she did a pretty good job. She actually read it very clearly. Some of y'all guys are waking up to that. Yeah, we played it through. And let me just say that I fell asleep when she was reading them. So I was like, let me go back and see what I had to go back and see what I missed. And I have to go back and see what I missed because apparently I missed a lot from that sleep. But some of you guys were in the chat. You like Erica? All right, guys, we're about to get started. Welcome, everybody. So I am rested up. I actually did get some. I fell asleep. I told you I was not lying when I said I'm going to bed. I'm not. We're not doing that. I'm not going to stay up all late reading. But it wasn't Snoop Dogg. It was Erica, and I think Erica did a pretty good job. I might say myself. So if you haven't checked it out, now mind you, that video is like 4 hours. It was a 4-hour read, which I thought was interesting. I mean, just overall, it was easier. So let me just say this, okay? Hold up while we get everything going and ready, because I'm totally not ready. Okay. And we're going to go to Inner City Press here. So I had to, this is what helped. I had to get a bunch of applications, and I'm not done, but I think that's what I'm going to do as far as the remainder of the transcripts is have the reader read them, because I think that the spacing was good, the inflection of the voice was good. I mean, even when they were reading text messages was pretty good. I was a little surprised by that. I was so anyways, I did invest in a couple of applications to make it happen. So 3 specifically. So I'm gonna have to, I have to, pay out of pocket for those. If anybody wants to help out, I'm gonna put the links there. But I did have to. That helped me out so much, and I wish I would have known this before. But the problem is that I actually have to edit the document because I can't have the document say the what is it? The reader say, so much explicit language that it triggers a YouTube bot, which is what the issue was. So if you guys want to help out in any way, my pay links are right there. I put them up there and they're in the description box. But yeah, and then shout out to the person. Hold up. I need to shout out somebody who sent me a Cash App last night. And let me just say this because we're going to get to thank you, Rachel. Rachel said, I have to read the message. It says, YT donation, Jane Doe, apologies if I pissed you off the other day with that Anabot. Oh, are you that Anabot? Well, I didn't know that was you. My computer was mute if you were talking to me, love your channel. So I guess the Anabot did upset me because they mentioned my child. And I think that kind of got to me because I wasn't really sure, like, we have a lot of, and by the way, I'm not upset anymore. I was when I heard that because it was kind of like, felt like it was directed towards, hope if you have a daughter, I hope it doesn't happen to you or anything like that. We have a lot of like triggering comments that way. And I want people to really think about the things that they're saying in the comments. We tend to trigger each other. I mean, we've had to put people on timeout and block people. That's not what I want to do. But I'm also not going to have my mods have a debate with you or other people have a debate with you. We can agree to disagree, but let's come together and talk about this because I don't want to be mediating in the chat. I really don't. We don't have time for that. And I don't expect that from my mods. My mods know what they're going to do. I'm not going to stop the show to, did you do this? I can't. There's no way. We don't have time for that. So, Anna, thank you so much for this. You've been unblocked, just so you're aware. But we just got to be careful. That's all. Let's keep it cute, okay? And at the same time, if somebody is triggering you, there's this thing by their name. It's the 3 dots. Just block the person. Don't engage. Don't go back and forth. For what? If it becomes too much, you might get blocked if you're going back and forth, if we can't get it together. Because I'm not stopping this to go back and forth. But yes, it is. Thank you so much, Didi. It is very triggering content. It really is. And I think it brings different sides of us But I want to be able to have a conversation with the people that believe that this man is innocent and with the people that believe that this man is guilty. I actually like that. I like fostering those kinds of conversations because I'm telling you, people land in different ends of this, and you're entitled to that. I'm not here to convince you otherwise. And a chat conversation is not going to do that for you. So why be agitating? Why agitate people about it? And if you have your own trauma that you're experiencing, I suggest that this might not be the conversation for you. Maybe you do need to step out and say, you know what? I can listen, or maybe I'm not going to listen to this. Okay. Because we can't do this counter transference either. We have to be mindful of that. All right. Y'all ready? Let's get it together. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. And if you have not checked out the prosecutor arguments, you guys should. It's a 4-hour video, and it's I'm still trying to catch up because I fell asleep during it. But did I deliver? I sure as hell did. I think I did. I delivered, even though it took me a while, but I delivered. Okay, let's get it together.
City Press here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse today, Thursday, June 27th. It's day 32 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial. Today, the defense closings. We're on our way in. Yesterday, the prosecution's closing by AUSA Slavic brought together a lot of threads. I will say, it's not so much the law when actually described in that context, not just on the dry piece of paper of a jury charge, but actually described orally to a jury, made it seem pretty easy to convict him because it said, and I'm saying this just like it changed my view in the sense that there's a lot of things they don't have to find. On the transportation for prostitution or commercial sex work charge, they don't really have to show intent or anything. It seems very tricky. And on the RICO, they just have to find 2 incidents, and they can even be the same predicate. Those who thought that the U.S. letter dropping theories of liability concerning arson and kidnapping and aiding and abetting sex trafficking would result in a substantially different closing. We're incorrect because it was all there. There was multiple references to Kid Cudi. There were multiple references to Capricorn Clark. So I think it would have been better to have, got a lot of noise pollution here, but so be it. I think it would have been better for the defense. Okay, we got a garbage truck. We've got some we've got some trees being cut down. So apologies all around. In fact, okay, well, sorry for the noise pollution. This courthouse area is incredible. And I don't know, actually the city council here micromanages so many things. I'm kind of surprised they haven't gotten into the whole noise situation. In any event, we're heading in for the defense conference. Now there's big news everywhere. There's the big, beautiful bill. Will it get done by July 4th? What about this Senate parliamentarian Elizabeth McDonough having so much power? Will Trump nominate a new Fed chief?
All right.
While Jerome Powell who testified at the trial that we alone, I would say, covered. Ashanti Washington has been indicted for perjury. And they even put out a press release about it. So it's really something. We're covering that. The UN, we have a new scoop. UNODC, the chief of it, left because she's doing real estate. UN, they haven't answered. Let's see if we have a midday vlog. If not, have a good day. Have a good weekend because Diddy is on trial.
Okay. So shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Let's get it together. Here we go. So today, my friends, and Tony, thank you so much for that Cash App. I appreciate it. We have one more day of transcripts, I believe. I don't think there's transcripts for jury deliberations. So if you guys, again, want to help with the transcripts or any of the applications that we use, to help support for the read, I appreciate it. The donation links are up there. Okay, in the chat. Today is, what is it? June 27th. It is Friday. Thank God it's Friday. It's very early in New York City. I believe it is 7, 8, 9 in the morning now, 9, 10. And we have started. Okay, U.S. versus Sean Diddy Combs, day 32. The defense is expected to be closing today. All right. And then maybe deliberations. Sounds like the defense is going to be taking all day. Now, the judge enters and speaks. Before the defense closing, what about the laptop of exhibits? AUSA response. We're both still working on it. There are a lot of exhibits. Judge says, Why don't we not give the laptops to the jury until Monday? Today, we have the defense, the rebuttal, and my charge. So today, not only is it the defense day, but AUSA is also having to do the rebuttal. Okay, and then the kind of how they go back and forth. So it's going to be one of those long days. The judge continues to speak. So deliberations will start Monday. I sent the parties my charge and verdict form. Okay. Neither of them are in the docket yet, says Inner City Press. Garagos speaks for the defense. May I confirm with Mr. Agnifilo? Judge says, of course. Okay. So here we go. All right. So people are getting ready. Do we have another update? I think we do. Let's do this. Ooh. Garagos says, about Mia, Mr. Agnifilo would like to show exhibit 1727 on an easel. We redacted her name so that no one in the gallery can see her face. The government wants to put a post-it note over her face. The judge says, how are you to place it? Test it? He starts laughing. He wants to put a post-it note over her face? I think he's going to try to prove her point. Is Agnifilo going to do the closing? Is that what Agnifilo's going to do? Wow, okay. Agnifilo has mainly been, he tried to do Regina Ventura, and all he did was get up and go, okay, thank you, and maybe two others, the assistant and another person. I think it was with the government, but not so much. Like, is he going to do the closings? Okay. CNN lets us know that the judge is on the bench. Sean Diddy Combs' mother and sister are in attendance. Okay. So the defense teams appears to have giant charts that it will display today. They said giant charts. Ahead of today's proceeding, Sean Diddy Combs' family is in the family section. Okay. Now, the legal analyst for CNN by the name of Joey Jackson discusses the case with CNN. Trial by jury, Diddy podcast, as federal prosecutors delivered their closing arguments yesterday in the Sean Diddy Combs. They boiled down 7 weeks of testimony, 34 witnesses, and thousands of pages of evidence into a sharp, simplified case for a conviction. Let me know in the chat how you guys feel. Do you guys feel like they have done a pretty damn good job so far? And like I said, I would suggest that you guys go listen to that video that we did last night because it was very insightful. The closing, I can't even describe to you what those closing arguments were like for the prosecution. It did paint a different, it tied everything else. Now, if you're new to this case and you're barely coming in, I'm going to tell you this. It's very hard to follow the prosecutor's statement because they're literally throwing timelines. You're going to have to go to the very, I would say, first day, if not second, 32 days of trial. It's very hard to kind of follow those timelines if you're not all the way there. And Veronica, thank you for becoming a member. Shout out to you, my love. I think I was looking at the chat replay and I saw your name up there. Maramello just gifted 1 membership. Thank you, Maramello. Appreciate it. If you've been blessed by Maramello or anybody in the last week, put some hearts and rabbits in the chat, or hearts. Thank you. Confettis. Thank you. And shout out to my beautiful, wonderful mods in the chat. Do you think today's going to get brutal? What? Let's see. Can the defense bring it? That's the question. Maramello, did you just gift again? Thank you, love. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Guys, put some confettis in the chat. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh my God. Miss Sheila, thank you. Aw. Thank you, Miss Sheila. I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys. You guys, man, that was really sweet of you guys. Thank you. And James Steele. Listen, yes, shout out to James Steele who just sent a PayPal. James Steele says, Bert and Ernie wigs and Tootsie Roll ice creams. Ew. Ew. Not Tootsie Roll ice cream. No, James. No. That's not cute. That's not cute. I was gonna tell you guys something. Man, oh man. Let's see. There was something I was supposed to tell you. Oh, Sylvia sent Baby Bunny a makeup kit. So I had like glitter all over my face yesterday. Like I was exhausted and I had all this good. It was gross. The glitter was everywhere. The glitter was everywhere, but her face. It was on my face. Yeah, it was cute. Good morning, EHC Bunny. How are you? Oh, hold up. I gotta share this with the people of the Twitter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Diddytrial. Today, guys, it's the long stretch live. It is the long stretch today. What is the defense going to do? Who? And wait until you get those transcripts. Let's see how that's going to go. I definitely like the Erica read. If I get those transcripts tonight, we going to do the Erica read tonight. Now, I might be half asleep, but just stay tuned. If I get those, Erica might help me out. Yes, she will. Okay. Let's get it together. I think we have an update here. Garrico says, about Mia, Mr. Agnifilo would like to show, okay, we read this part, placing a post-it on her face. I wonder what that's all about. Is it for show? Put a post-it on her face? Or just not to show? Somebody said, this is it. If Mark Agnifilo performs Diddy, we'll be going home very soon. If he fumbles and stutters, it looks like 15 years minimum. Guys, I'm pretty sure Agnifilo is a great lawyer. I've heard very good things about Agnifilo. But please know, this is a RICO case too, right? He might do very well. It might work out. We don't know, right? But don't forget that Agnifilo also represented Keith Rainier in the Nexium case. I don't think that that's a case that he won. Okay. In this specific case, if you go listen to how the prosecutor laid out the foundation and tied all these loose ends that a lot of us were having, they have a fight. They definitely do. I mean, they have a fight. They have an uphill battle for sure. Especially now, given that things have been simplified and things have been maybe further explained to figure out what do we make of this? How do we perceive this? That type of situation as it pertains to arguments and stuff like that in court. They have a fight. They do. I mean, but that's why he hired who he hired. And that makes sense. They're good attorneys. So we'll see how this goes down. Now, shout out to everybody coming through. Yes, I got my coffee. Did he do it? Did he do it or did he do it? Did he do it? I kept hearing Armand saying, did he do it? But the way he said it, it was like so well. Thank you, Miss Sheila. I appreciate it. Yes. Mm-hmm. You said 120 years is what Keith got. And personally, Mark came off a little bit flat at closing. I didn't follow it. I didn't follow it at all. You said he damn sure did it. You guys are funny. It's Friday, guys. My God, Joy Miller, how did I miss this? Thank you for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Appreciate it. Hold up. There was something I was supposed to do. Okay. Washington Post. The judge indicated that he expects to give jurors their instructions Friday, which would be today. And they may even begin deliberations after the defense finishes its closing arguments and the prosecution delivers a rebuttal. That means Friday could run a bit longer as the defense will likely take around 4 hours to give its summation, and the rebuttal could take another hour. 4 hours? Well, how many hours was yesterday with it was a full, 6 hours, I would say, right? Maramello, did you just gift another membership? Thank you, love. Thank you. Sure you guys are dropping some hearts or confettis if you've been blessed by Maramello. Thank you, love. Nicole, how you been? Nicole has been a member for 26 months. Thank you, love. Shout out to you. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. Did I hear the what? That Christian Combs, K. West dropped 7 songs calling out all the witnesses yesterday? No. I heard that there was another lawsuit or something. There's just so much ish happening. And the thing is, it's like, I have not. Christian Combs did that. That's crazy that he did. If he did that, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's not good. Calling anybody out at this point. I would leave it alone. I mean, at least right now. Okay. Hey, Waynes. Shout out to you. All right. I think we have an update, guys. Let's get it together. Okay. So, Garagos had asked about the posted, right? Garagos speaks. The public can't see it, so it should be fine, the judge says. That's fine. Let's bring in the jury. After a time, the courtroom deputy, there is a juror with transit issues. We're inquiring. What? Judge says, okay, we'll wait. There's a break. There's a juror with transit issues. Okay, we'll wait. You know what? That's okay for us. Because guess what? Is it Macy's Peace? Thank you, Rabbit, for doing an excellent job covering this trial. Macy's Peace, thank you so much for this $9.99 and supporting the channel. I really appreciate you guys watching. You're here. You don't have to be. So I really appreciate everybody, and thank you for supporting. Thank you. It means a lot to me. Thank you. Yes, there's transit issues. Yes, they did. They did die. Diddy's team is giving the jury half a day off. It's interesting. Do you guys feel like there's an imbalance in terms of like the time frame and days? Some people have said that. Oh man. Have you heard any discussions about the Rule 29? No, I have not. And I might even do a Erica read on that, because that's been helpful. Yesterday's Erica read was helpful, by the way. Let me say this, okay? Now hold up. Let me fix something real quick. While we gonna wait for them to fix what they need to fix, or for the transit issue. Like right now, there's a transit issue out of all days, guys. Out of all days. Okay. Hold up. Okay, thank you. Let me say this. Let me see if I can pull the transcripts for yesterday. What was yesterday? Yesterday was the 26th, right? Okay, yeah, these are the transcripts for yesterday. I want to go. Let's go to, is it 175? I learned something yesterday while I was listening to Erica. And I thought this was interesting. Hold up. There was things that clearly got lost in translation, or things that were made aware to us as we are now kind of narrowing into things. Okay. I think we could read maybe to here, see how far we can get while the transit issue is happening. If somebody in the chat wants to keep an eye out on Inner City Press, unless Inner City Press posts something, let me see. Oh, wait. No, that's not new. They're still on a break. Transit issues are ridiculous. Why don't they go and pick them up? You know? Why don't they do that? You said, Morning Rabbit, is it true that there are MTA transit? Yes, there's transit issues right now, but I guess that's a thing. Hey, pinche Becky. Yes, Age of Aquarius. That's true. This is what they just said, that there's transit issues. Who hijacked the transit? Who hijacked the juror? Who hijacked the transit? Failed pessimist. Thank you so much for this super sticker, my love. Thank you again. You were here supporting me yesterday. Thank you so much. Appreciate you very much. So, You said transit issues are ridiculous. Why don't they all have drivers and security for a RICO? And our taxes are going to all sorts of random things. Yeah. If you can't like, that's a good point, Chris Blessings. I mean, at the very least, secure that they're able to get to and from court. Get a little Uber or something, you know? Secure them to be able to get to and from court. That would make sense. I mean, they have a whole little, like, what is it, a Sprinter? Is that what that's called? That van with, you know, with all the seats in there, and it's pretty big. You could put all 12 jurors and do like a, you know how when the bus used to drop you off at school? Have them all go together. Who are we dropping off first? And go that way. I think that would call a lot of attention, though, to the jurors, honestly, and it would probably get followed. So, yeah. You said it's New York. It's a crowded drivers. It's a crowded place. Yeah. They should pick them up and have them arrange. Yeah, I agree. It's a Sprinter van, right? You said another reason they should have been sequestered. I did say a jury bus. Could you imagine? No, they would be followed. TMZ would be, knowing TMZ, they would have bugged that bus. They would have. Oh my God. A lot of party vans with poles in NYC. Give them a van with a pole. Do that. It just seems, it makes sense to me. Then you wouldn't have the transit issues, or they would have to get up early. I mean, yeah, that's what we're gonna say. Anyways, shout out to everybody. You said, yeah, Belen says get the jurors a Segway to the courthouse. Something. Wouldn't that make sense? Jury bus like a Scientology bus. No, James, not like that. I don't know. You said I hate to be the first pickup and the last drop off, right, Cassie? You'd be like, damn, always got to be the last one. It's the longest, and it's New York City, so keep that in mind. You know, the first time I ever went to the East Coast was I went to Pennsylvania, and I had never been, and I was so confused. Um, like you could tell that I have never been. Because I'm a you know, I'm a West Side and Midwest. Now I definitely want to go again, like definitely want to go, but I've never been. So I was confused how the setup of the airport was. How is it that I'm in like this side, and then somehow you drive up, and then I'm in a different state, and then literally as I'm driving through Pennsylvania, it's like the scene of Silence of the Lambs. I said, Lord have mercy, and traffic is butt to gut. I don't know how you guys are doing it if you're in that area. I don't know. See, and I've been to Hawaii. That's also butt to gut because it's such a tiny little island, right? And I got family in Hawaii, but I had never been to that area. Never been to that area. I was in I remember gotcha. Okay, we're gonna go to the update now. Shout out to everybody. Okay, let's get into it. Let me stop. So it is 9:26 a.m. The judge says, so you have all of our jurors. Well, good. I'm glad I didn't start reading this because then I would have had to stop. We'll start in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Combs has been taken back into the holding cell by the USA Marshals. He will be brought back in before the jurors are brought in. Okay. Damn. Were you? Yes, I got family in Hawaii. I do. Shout out to everybody from Hawaii. You said that would bring privacy issues. That is true. They would bring privacy issues. I just think it would be funny to have a bus go pick everybody up. It would suck to be the first and suck to be the last. You said Ohio's not the spot unless you want to see farms surrounding. I've been to Ohio too. So I guess, yeah, because Ohio, yeah. I actually flew into Canton, Ohio and stayed in Canton for, was it a week or something? So yeah, I'm familiar with Ohio. That what I remember from Ohio. So the jurors are back. We're waiting for people to start. for those that are coming through. For what I remember from Ohio, there's a lot of Amish. It's an Amish community. Back when I went, it's been a couple of years actually. So I've never seen so many, and they were staring at me. They were like, "Who the hell is this? Who's this? You look different." Yeah, that was my experience. Okay, here we go, guys. We're getting started. Proceedings are delayed as court waits for a juror. Well, the court is back. Okay, it is 9:28 a.m. and judge says, "All rise." Jurors enter. Mr. Agnifilo. Judge says, "Mr. Agnifilo, are you prepared to proceed with the defense's closings?" Agnifilo speaks. "There is a trial set forth by the text messages. Then there is a trial out of the prosecutor's mouth. They are different." Okay, so Agnifilo is giving us the closings. Okay, here we go. He starts. "There's a trial set forth by the text messages. Then there is the trial out of the prosecutor's mouth. They are different." Okay. All right. No update yet. Just see how this argument goes down. And I'm going to also check Jules Mancy because she's been pretty good about the updates. Okay. Agnifilo continues. It's a new tweet. "The trial from the evidence? What is it? It is personal use rugs. That's all it is. That and swingers. A lifestyle. But the prosecutors have charged one of the most serious statutes on the books. They called threesomes and rugs as RICO." Ooh, wee. Okay, Agnifilo. Okay, Agnifilo. Okay. Damn. Way to start. Well, that's my okay. Kim's like, "I'm going to minimize everything about this trial." Guys, y'all are saying, "and the gaslighting begins." Or will you say the defense begins? Oh, man. You think they're confident of an acquittal? I mean, anything is possible, guys. I do wonder what the jury is thinking. We're literally at the last branch of this. We're done. Like, we're almost done here. Okay. I want to thank you. Oh, hold up, guys. I want to thank you for your service. Hold up. All right. Sorry about that. I want to thank you for your service to our country. I would love to speak to you for days, but it's Friday. I'm trying to be efficient. I have to cover a lot of ground, but I'll focus on most important parts. Sean Combs. Okay. He said he wants to speak to them for days. He said, "I want to thank you for your service to our country. I would love to speak to you for days, but it's Friday and I'm trying to be efficient. I have to cover a lot of ground, but I'll focus on the most important part." Sean Combs. Sean Combs is a self-made Black entrepreneur. He has built real businesses that are so outstanding that others create partnerships with them. We heard from Derek Ferguson. It is hard to be Sean Combs. How many witnesses say they were moved? He's definitely. Hold up. What? Yeah, they all loved him. They did. They said that they were moved. They were inspired. You know, the only person who didn't say that they were moved or inspired? Brandon Paul, the young 20-plus-year-old. It's just like, oh, where are we going with this, sir? Oh, okay. Um, all right then. Maybe Teeny Garagos or Nicole Westmoreland should have done the closing. I don't know. They said he's self-made. They said he's self-made. Okay, we have an update, guys. Here we go. The assistants were moved by Sean Combs. It was like Harvard Business School. He pushed me hard. Did they always liked him? No way. Let's not even go there. Did they like him? No. But they loved him. Even the ones who are suing him. They loved him so much they sued him, because that's what you do when you love somebody. You sue them. Yeah. Oh man. Thank you so much for this $1.99. Thank you. Now listen, the name calling is just ridiculous. I don't know why you do that, but hey, that's okay. Shout out to you. You're lucky the coffee hit. Thank you. Diddy coming home, you pig. See, now you have to kind of wonder if you're calling me a pig. I kind of wonder you'd be calling your mama a pig too, probably. Does she look like one? Probably. Thank you so much. By the way, thank you. I still keep the money. All right, let's move on. That just tells you. Shout out to everybody in the chat. That was so cute. That was so cute. Here we go. Ready? Agnifilo says, Mia. I'm not going to call her Mia because that's not her name. I'm going to call her the witness who testified as Mia. Remember Derek Ferguson from the Bronx? He said there were not many hiring people like me from the Bronx. Okay, we're going to have to reread that a little bit again. Mia. I'm not going to call her Mia because that's not her name. I'm going to call her the witness who testified as Mia. Remember Derek Ferguson from the Bronx? He said there were not many hiring people like me from the Bronx. Okay. Don't worry. It's okay. I'm telling you, it's so crazy. You said the chat GPT wrote the arguments? Damn. Hold up, y'all. Marmello, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you, man, Marmello. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. We have an update. If you've been gifted, make sure you guys drop some hearts in the chat if you've been gifted. Okay. Agnifilo says, there's something more to these businesses. Sometimes the real things in life are hard. No one remembers the easy days. These people grew. It was real. It was diversity. These days, DEI. Combs was doing it at 24. Oh, this can't be the closing argument. There's something more to these businesses. Sometimes the real things in life are hard. No one remembers the easy days. These people grew. It was real. It was diversity. These days, DEI. Combs was doing it at 24. Okay, I get it. He gave opportunities to people. I think that's what they're trying to say, right? That's not what he's. This is not what this is about. We're not here to dispute that. Um. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, Frank Black. Thank you. So I'm glad that you have many accounts, but you don't have to spend a lot of money. Thank you. Yo, yo, yo. Thank you. Thank you. Um. Hey, I'm down as long as they're paying. I don't give a shit. Let them say what they have to say. Um, thank you, thank you. Okay, here we go. The prosecutors called his businesses racketeering. That's the fake trial. What happens? He gets arrested. They destroyed his property. They have an ASTR, a special response team. They're clandestine. Can't follow with the camera. Rampant. They run. Okay. Now hold up. Let me do something real quick. The prosecutors call his businesses racketeering. This is what they're saying. Okay. The prosecutors call his business racketeering. What happens? He gets arrested. They destroyed his property. They have a SRT, a special response team. They are clandestine. Can't follow with the camera. Rampant. They run. He's describing, I think, what maybe we would say is some of these people that did the raids. Okay. And by the way, like I said, don't pay attention to these trolls. Let them be. This is what they want. They want to cause a distraction. So that's fine. Let them be. Let them spend their money. I don't give a shit. They'll just get blocked. It's not a big deal. So let's move on, guys. I wouldn't even engage with them. That's not going to stop us from reading the case. Thank you. Let's keep going. We knew this was going to happen. Agnifilo says his kids were there. And here, 7 of 6 in the second row. The 7th is an infant. This is who he is. The man takes care of people. Jane came here and testified against him. Today's, she's in a house he's paying for. She's still there? I mean, because it's still being paid for? She's still in that house? Girl, don't be in that house anymore. What are you doing? Why are you in that house? Literally. Yes, it's the astroturfing. This is what happens. You said John Wayne Gacy had his own business too. He gave jobs, right, Hudson? Tell him, Hudson. Tell him. Oh my God. Yeah. And they found it. Boxes of Astroglide. Hold up. Wait. I missed it. The man takes care of people. Jane came here and testified against him. Today, she's in his house. Today, she's in a house he's paying for. And they found it. Boxes of Astroglide taken off the streets. And they got the baby oil and the personal use rugs. America's safer. 5 Valium pills. When you're doing work like that, we can't photograph you. That's the evidence. Did they say they founded the Astroglide box? Not the Astroglide box. Kayla, I'm covering the trial right now, love. I just saw this comment like twice. We're not talking about that. Maybe afterwards we'll see, okay? She doesn't want to give up the lifestyle. She's waiting on the next one. Like, girl, move out of the house. Why are you there? I'm sorry. I just have to say that. All right. Like, why are you there? They are literally talking about the glide. What do? They wrap yellow crime scene tape figuratively around his bedroom, around the hotel rooms he goes to with his girlfriends. That's a lot of crime scene tape. The crime scene is your private S life. I'm laughing because I'm just wondering. They said figuratively. They got this crime scene tape there, you know? Yeah, she needs to downsize and budget, like literally. I wouldn't have stayed there. Even if the rent was paid, why would I stay there? That's crazy. Yes, but I think it has to do with commerce when it comes to this. He said this is so goofy. I'm sure it's probably different in the transcripts. Pretty sure, guys. We'll order those today, I promise. I think this is gonna be our last order. I highly doubt we're gonna get transcripts for deliberations, but you never know. Okay, hold up. I have an update. And I'm gonna go to CNN updates because they have a lot of updates too. No one called 911. They called civil plaintiff lawyers. This case is about money. Cassie Ventura sues Sean Combs for $30 million because he has $30 million. If he doesn't have it, no civil lawsuit and no criminal case. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. This is hilarious. Okay. Oh my God, how cute. So now I can determine. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Now I know who's Astro. Thank you again for the $1.99. Appreciate it. This is beautiful. Now I can determine. I've appointed 4 accounts. We have AstroTurf accounts, guys. Okay. Agnevlo says this case is about 5 minutes. It's about love. Love has been said more than 800 times in this trial. The domestic violence, we own it. We did not ask Miss Ventura about being hit, kicked, or dragged. This case is about 5 minutes. He said it's about 5 minutes. It's about love. Love has been said more than 800 times in this trial. The domestic violence, we own it. We did not ask Miss Ventura about being hit, kicked, or dragged. That's what they said. They're counting how many times they said love? Dang. That's cute. It's crazy, huh? That's what they said. It's about love. All right, here we go. We have an update. We did not cross Jane about it either. But domestic violence is not changed. Excuse me. But domestic violence is not charged. If he was charged with that, he would have pled guilty. He did that, but he did not do racketeering, conspiracy, and trafficking. He did not kidnap or bribe anyone. I will say, though, personal opinion, it does seem to me that, right, a lot of the evidence that the prosecution have is circumstantial. Okay. You would have to draw an inference from that, right? So, and that's what the judge explained. Like, a lot of this is circumstantial. So clearly, let's see. Thank you. I'm telling you, man. Thank you. Okay. We do not cross Jane about it either. But DV is not charged. If he was charged with that, he would have pled guilty. He did not. He did that. He did that. He did not do racketeering, conspiracy, and trafficking. He did not kidnap or bribe anyone. I don't understand what the DEI piece was. Maybe because it's like he was given opportunity. Let me know. I know, right? Isn't it cute? Some of these Diddy bots are funny. I'm telling you. Shout out to my sniper mods. Okay. I think that's Pika. Shout out to Pika. Agnifilo. The first person to say this was about domestic violence was Cassie Ventura. She made an Instagram post. She said, "Thank you for your love and support. The DV is the issue." She could have said anything on her phone or tablet. Okay, let me reread that again. Here we go. The first person to say this was about DV was Cassie Ventura. She made an Instagram post. She said, "Thank you for your love and support. The DV is the issue." She could have said anything on her phone or her tablet. I'm confused by this. So he's saying that Cassie was the one that brought it up as DV? Huh. It's interesting. Welcome, everybody. Guys, do me a favor, hit the like button. Thank you. Yeah, Pika is a sniper mod. He's losing you? Agnifilo. She could have said this was about trafficking. She didn't say that. She said it was about DV. Believe her. Believe Cassie when she says DV is the issue. In that moment, watching that video, imagine that. So Agnifilo's using Cassie's words. So he didn't call it as trafficking. Interesting. I think, yeah, isn't DV like a catalyst of trafficking? If you're exerting control, this is how you would do it, right? Yes, Moni, I think he's saying her issue with was not the schmecks. It was him putting his hands on her. So there's no trafficking. That's right. That's what it sounds like too, at least how he's breaking down the argument. No update, guys. Right. Thank you. If Diddy had not put his hands on her, she would have not left or sued. It sounds like that's the thing that kind of led her, and then these FOs, right? So it's a lot of questions that I have. Oh my God. Hey, as long as you're paying me, I don't give a shit. Thank you. You'll just get blocked. Just pay me. If you want to troll, just pay me. That's all you got to do. Thank you. I love it. I love it. I love that we're getting this attention. Thank you. She said it was about DV. Believe Cassie when she says DV is the issue in that moment, watching the video. Imagine that. To see their relationship is to see everything that racketeer is not. I'm not going to go through a lot of text messages or charts or screen time. It's a terrible thing. Screen time. I'm told I'm going to tell you the story of this case. Oh, you're going to tell us the story. Once upon a time. Let's see. Like, bitch, pay me. If you're going to troll me, pay me. I don't care. Bring in 520 more accounts. Listen, 199 built up. I'm down. You can call me whatever you want, as long as you pay. Thank you. Let's see. You said this case is crazy overall. Oh my gosh, you're back. Thank you. This is the guy that was let's see. Thank you. I like unblocked a bunch of people. I don't know why I unblocked you. Thank you. I'm going to tell you the story of this case. All right, here we go. They fell in love. Cassie had a boyfriend of 3 years, 10 years older than her. But she meets Combs, and then they are off to the races, or off the races. Mr. Combs rents a boat, and they make love for the first time. They are in an intense relationship, 11 years. Whew. Wow. They fell in love. Cassie had a boyfriend of 3 years, 10 years older than her. I think is an important, if I'm in the defense, this is something that I would point out about what's his name, Mr. Ryan, 10 years older than her. She meets Combs, and then they were off the races. Mr. Combs rents a boat, and they make love for the first time. They're in an intense relationship, 11 years. That's how it is. Shout out to Pika. Good morning, Chico. Oh, we are getting AstroTurf right now, just so you know. It's pretty intense. It's kind of funny though. Cassie is smart. She flat won. She got 30 million, and he's in jail. You probably know that. The nice looking men behind him, they are U.S. Marshals. They keep him safe. Cassie won 100-0. They tell you she's a victim. Yeah. Cassie is smart. She flat won. She got 30 million. And he's in jail. You probably know that. The nice looking men behind you, they are U.S. Marshals. They keep him safe. Cassie has won 100-0. They tell you she's a victim. Damn. This is a great modern love story. They didn't write these in the past because they didn't have these problems. He had 6 kids at the time. It's a relationship based on love. Cassie says she was young and insanely jealous. I'm telling you, I bet the transcript looks a little bit better than this, you know? I don't know. I'm be honest with you. I don't think it's a good idea for her to be living in that house after everything that has happened. She should have been gone. Like, even if the house was paid for, she should have been gone. Like, that's just weird. Um okay. I'm going to go to CNN now. Let's see. Okay. All right. Just trying to make sure I don't miss an update here. The man takes care of people, defense attorney says. Defense attorney Mark Nifolo told the jury that 6 of Sean Diddy Combs' 7 kids are in the courtroom along with Combs' mother. The jury should know that Combs' character, he said, the man takes care of people. He said this is evidence through his relationship with Jane. Combs paid for her home where she takes care of of her children. I hope she's having a nice day. But yeah, know where she's doing it. He's in his house. He's paid for, Agnifilo said. Okay. I don't know why she's still in that house. She should be gone. It's weird to have her in that house, but that's just my thought. Okay, Agnifilo says, if you're in the jury room and you don't want to go home, read their text messages at the time of the breakup. You will cry. They were selfless with each other. When it wasn't going to work for the original sin of their relationship, that Gina, if you're in the jury room and you don't want to go home, read their text messages at the time of the breakup. You will cry. They were selfless with each other. When it wasn't going to work for the original sin of their relationship, that Gina, I think that he's referencing Cassie here. Hold up, we have an update. Gina wouldn't come here, but she's out there. Then Kim Porter passes away. And Mr. Combs said what he did. For Cassie, it was the last straw. She made an adult choice and left, like she always could leave. What happened? Nothing. Okay. You said breakup texts. Breakup texts are the least reliable. That's funny. Let's see. Everybody says everything when it comes to breakup texts. Okay. Oh, hold up. Man, Inner City Press is on it. We have a lot of updates to read on CNN, but Inner City Press is on it. Agnifilo says, pick a message from 2018 and read it. These two people loved each other. If racketeering conspiracy had an opposite, it would be their relationship. They were their best selves when it came to S. There were times that Sean Combs was proud. Damn. I know it's a lot of trolls. This is what you call a targeted campaign when there's like if people aren't reporting how you want to report or what they feel like you need to do, there's a lot of trolls that happen. But shout out to everybody. So there were times that Sean Combs was proud. Smiley, am I your first super sticker? Thank you for the $20 super sticker. I just got a message and YouTube told me let's celebrate the first super chat. Smiley, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. It sounds like I'm your first. I love that I'm your first. Thank you. It feels special. Oh, she's not in the house. She's out of the country. Okay. You said she's not in the house, she's out of the country. Also, there are penalties to breaking a lease agreement. I doubt she plans to continue living there after the lease is up. Gotcha. Well, maybe I don't know, man. Listen. Maybe yes and no. I think under this circumstances, I probably would have taken it to a lawyer at this point, if you know what I mean. But I hear what you're saying. Okay, hold up. We have an update, guys. We have an update. But that's a good point. Good point. Maybe there is a term on the lease agreement. You're right. Shout out to you. Thank you. Agnifilo says on S, they found each other. It's a beautiful thing. You won't find a single text where she says, I didn't like that S. It was an 11-year relationship. The issues were jealousy and other women, but they match up when it comes to S. Swingers. Girl, I feel like I know too much. Ay. Lord have mercy. It'd be like, when does the lease end? Okay. Agnifilo says, she's a woman who loves S, and it's beautiful. She is unafraid. Let's talk about Kid Cudi. He came in here. I'm not meaning to be judgy. Cudi comes here and says, Cassie played me. She did. She played them both. Not everyone can do that. Oh my God, Agnifilo. Oh my God, Smiley, thank you for gifting. If you guys have been blessed by Smiley, put some hearts or confettis in the chat for memberships. Thank you, Smiley. Thank you. Good morning, Byron. How are you? Oh, the lease is up in July, so she got to move out next month, Measured Man. Okay, guys. I know, what's love got to do with it? There you go. Agnifilo says she goes for it. She liked to Sean Combs as she had a relationship with another singer, songwriter under his nose. She's not afraid of him. Was she going to tell him either? No. Cassie is keeping it gangsta. She's like, I'm going to lie to both. Said Cassie's keeping it gangsta. Good morning, Life Lessons. You think so? You got to watch my video from yesterday. I thought the prosecution did a pretty good job. Agnifilo really said, hold up, let me read that again so I understand. She's going for it. She liked Sean Combs as she had a relationship with another singer, songwriter under his nose. She's not afraid of him. Was she going to tell him either? No. Cassie is keeping it gangsta. She's like, I'm going to lie to both. He said he's keeping it gangsta. Listen, okay. Shout out to you. Thank you, Life Lessons. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Good morning. Okay. You guys, we're just, listen, I'm reading it, okay? Don't come at me. I already got trolled. Somebody paid to troll me. It was kind of cute, though. Shout out to them. Cassie gets a burner phone. Finally, that's what you expect in a racketeering case. She's the one who got the burner phone. The morning of December 22nd, 2021, the whole thing with Cudi and all that, she had 2 hotel rooms. Whoa, a room for the burner. Dang. Wait. She's the one who got the burner phone. The morning of December 22nd, 2021, the whole thing with Cudi and all that, she had 2 hotel rooms. Whoa, a room for the burner? What burner? What was burning in the burner? Hold up. Smiley, did you gift again? Oh my God. I think Smiley just gifted again. No. I'm sorry. I misread that. I don't know if I did or if I didn't. If you did, thank you again. Shout out to you, Smiley. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, you did. Thank you, Smiley. If you guys got a gift membership from Smiley, make sure you put some hearts and some confettis in the chat. Thank you, Smiley. He said gangsta. You said Irish cream. You put Irish cream in your coffee and keep it gangsta. That's rough. I do cold brew. Is that pretty gangsta? Yeah, I think so. He must have had a cold brew Starbucks coffee and he's like, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it right now. All right. Anyways, moving on. Agnifilo says, she's not going to tell nobody nothing. Let's talk about racketeering. The judge is going to give a legal charge later today, assuming the first one is the 2004 kidnapping of Capricorn Clark. Let's talk about her. She said, I wanted my life back. Okay. That's what she said. Hey, Miss James, how are you? Good morning. Yeah, you only have a burner phone if you're hiding things. That's for sure. But she did get a burner phone because I think Capricorn Clark testified to that she didn't want her talking to Cuddy on a regular phones that he was paying. So they went to the Best Buy and they got a burner phone. So yes. If that makes sense. He had some cold brew and he's feeling it. We need to know what the jury thinks of this, and we'll never know. You guys are funny. Hold on. Okay. Capricorn Clark's parents passed away when she was young. I don't mean any disrespect. She told you. I'm happy she did. Others didn't tell you about their parents. She moved to the Bronx and meets Sean Combs. She goes super platonic. What? Okay. Somebody refresh my memory. Was there something going on with Capricorn and Diddy? If I remember correctly, they had like a super platonic type of relationship, if that makes sense. Do you guys remember that? She had a crush on him. This is what the defense brought. You know what I mean? Gotcha. Life Lesson says they did yesterday. The trial was super sus though. Ooh. Hey, thank you so much for that 199, my love. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, Vanessa, she told me she had a crush on him, right? If I remember correctly, that's how it went down. Huh. She did have a crush on him. And I think that there was like a message or something like that. And like she had messaged him. Yeah, remember that? Yep. See, you said she had a crush on him years prior before she was employed by him. That's right. Thank you. No introduction needed. I was like, yeah, remind me of this. I'm sorry, you guys. It's like not that long ago, but there's been so much information that it's kind of hard to keep track, if you know what I mean. No, Miss Jams, you're talking about Carrie Morgan. Carrie Morgan was the one. Miss Jam said, that's the one that got clocked in the head from the hanger. No. Carrie Morgan was the one that got hit with the wooden hanger and she got a concussion. Yeah, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. But shout out to you. That was funny you said that. Okay. Yeah, she had a whole concussion. Like she talked about that. Mm-hmm. Said I think she proved it when she threw Cassie under the bus in her own testimony, says Miss Sheila. I think so. Okay, hold up, guys. We have an update. We have so much CNN to review too. I think she means she didn't want to be. Okay, hold up. I think she means she didn't want it to be platonic. She's out there. You could see it. She says, I had the biggest crush on you. I think we misused our dope chemistry. That's what she said. Somebody said I had the biggest crush on you. On Diddy. Diddy, that's a lie. They didn't have a crush on you. No, they didn't. That's a lie. No, they didn't. What did Mike Jones say? What was his saying on that one hit wonder song? Back then they didn't want me. Now I'm hot. All the girls are on me. Yeah, something like that. Thank you, failed pessimist. Having a crush on someone isn't a predicate for a later crime that your crush does. That's right, Chris Blessings. That's right. You guys are like having a blast with his lingo. That's right. Remember Miss Courtney? That's what Mike Jones said. He had like 2-hit wonder songs. Whatever happened to Mike Jones? Okay, I think we have an update. If she kidnaps, why doesn't she want to go? Whoa, hold up. If she kidnaps, why does she want to go back and work for him? She's getting her nails done with Mike B. He's going to be mad at me. She says she called 1440 and said, lock everyone in. She got the lie detector, and Mike B did too. Okay. I think you were here earlier, and I might have blocked your account. Are we going to keep it cute? I just want to know if you're going to be trolling me. That's all. You are allowed to have a difference of opinion, but the issue is when I have people trolling me, calling me names for no reason, you're going to get blocked. So I just want to make sure. I think you were here earlier. I could be mistaken, but you said Capricorn Clark wanted to work for Diddy again. Your other account might have gotten blocked. I just want to make sure. I don't want to block this one. You're welcome to stay here as long as you're good. We're all good and we're all having a conversation. I don't have a problem with whatever you guys believe as long as we keep it cute. I hope I'm not mistaking you with another account, but I'm pretty sure that's the same account I just blocked earlier. P. Tang, and that's the question. And then she asked for a job back. She did ask for that job back. So, well, wait, was that Mia or was that her? A lot of the labor victims did do that. If that makes sense. You said, I have almost 1,500 subscribers, so you cannot call me a bot. I'm not sensitive with my subscribers. Sounds good. I appreciate that. Thank you. I had to block a lot of people, and you had something to say about my blocking. If you're calling me a pig, I'm going to block you because you have not you, but the person. So yeah, I was blocking people that were calling me names for no reason. Like, I'm getting trolled heavily in this chat, if you know what I mean. So you can stay here. You're more than welcome to your opinion. I'm not here to change it. I'm just here to talk about what's being said. But I'm not going to be disrespected, if that makes sense. Thank you. Said, I'm trying to get where you at, Rabbit. What is the net case? We're going to do commentary on. I only have 6 subs, but I'm getting better at it. Thank you. Thank you for the $4.99. What is the question that you're asking me? Life lessons learned. What is the next case? The next case. Oh, the next case. I haven't decided yet. I have not decided yet. Capricorn had the most legitimate testimony. She told the truth and she was honest. Yes, she wanted to go back. She wanted her life back, and that's genuine truth. Got you. No introductions. Do you think? Let me ask you something. No introductions. Do you think that potentially hurts her victim situation? The fact that she wanted to go back? Because this is what people are saying. I do want to know what you think about that, because you're the first person who said that she's the most genuine. A lot of people did not feel like Capricorn Clark was genuine in the things that she was saying. She had the most genuine testimony. She did ask for a job back. She said it's just her and her son, and she had to take care of her son financially. That's the reason why she wanted her job back. But it's funny because a lot of people don't agree with that statement. So I have to kind of wonder. See, like Moni said, yeah, go back to your kidnapper. What would you guys make of that? I'm kind of like in between when it comes to Capricorn, because I don't know how I feel about that. But let me know what you guys think. Agnifilo says, how was she kidnapped if she went home every day? Is the government alleging 5 separate kidnappings? Polly drove her home, door-to-door kidnapping. The SDNY is charging this as kidnapping. He laughs. It's not kidnapping. Okay, so Agnifilo is saying, how Was she kidnapped if she went home every day? Is the government alleging 5 separate kidnappings? Polly drove her home, door-to-door kidnapping. The SDNY is charging this as kidnapping. Laughs. It's not a kidnapping. Okay. Good morning. Do we have a courtroom drama? Fist pounding theatrics? I don't know. I think I think we're getting AstroTurf, but that's okay. You said it's some new things on the Liam case. We'll have to take it. I have Liam Payne is on my list, y'all. Liam Payne is on my list. I just haven't had the time, but hopefully we'll get on track as soon as we wrap this case up. Star Trek Ambassador says, is the verdict next week or today? It should be next week on Monday. That's what it sounds like. And thank you for this $1.99, my love. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hold up. I thought I saw Terrell's comment. Terrell had a pretty good comment here. Sorry. Shout out to Terrell. Why didn't anyone turn him in for these alleged crimes after they happened? Instead, they keep working for a monster artist. Make it make sense. They were trauma bonding. Shake my head. And this could very well be the case. Maybe they were trauma bonding. Because that's the question that I have about that. Like, I think a lot of us do, you know? HR was like non-existent. We know this, right? Okay. Agnifo says, you guys come here after long days, and you come back the next. Have you been kidnapped? No. At the time, Sean Combs is in Raisin in the Sun. He is running vote or die. He couldn't care less about this. The lie detector was former FBI. Are they denying the lie detector or are they not? You guys have the right to say, that sounds like a stretch. Why charge it as a kidnapping? Come to whatever answer you think is the right answer. Capricorn leaves for a year. She makes more money. Then she comes back. Okay. Thank you. Corrine says, thank you for the 199. Consider the Idaho 4 case. Thank you for that. I will think about the Idaho 4 case. I know it's isn't it, Corey, isn't it like in August? I want to say. Corrine, what do you think of Brian Koberger on the Idaho 4? Is he guilty as they come or not? Because that one has the YouTube streets divided too. I covered Idaho 4 before, but I've been a little bit tuned out. Let's see. Next, Sean and Cassie are having a freak off. Okay. It's December 22nd, 2011. Cassie has 2 hotel rooms. Combs look at her non-burner phones. Sees messages with CC about Cuddy. Maybe called Scott in the text. Something about hiking. Okay. No update. It's not like a job in the post office or public school. The entertainment industry is a strange place. The blacklist is unmatched. Ooh, I kind of agree with you, Hudson, on this one. Thank you. Awareness of or lack doesn't make the criminal activity valid or less. That's why they're charging Diddy right now, because he was the one most aware. The unaware participation doesn't make it okay. It's interesting. Freak off with Cuddy? Is that what it says? Hold up. Next, Sean and Cassie are having a freak off. It's December 22nd, 2011. Cassie has 2 hotel rooms. Combs look at her non-burner phones. Sees messages with CC about Cuddy. Capricorn Clark about Cuddy. Maybe called Scott in the text. Something about hiking. Okay. Agnifilo says, why would he have a gun? He goes to Capricorn. Why? She would do anything with him. Go to the moon. He didn't need a bang bang. He didn't have a bang bang. Cuddy said Cassie told Cuddy that Cassie already told Combs. Are you following me? Okay, I'm confused by this. Why did he have a bang bang? He goes to get Capricorn. Why? She would do anything with him. Go to the moon. He didn't need a bang bang. He didn't have a bang bang. Okay, so what Agnifalo's saying here is like, why would Diddy need a gun to force Capricorn to be with him if she was willing to, because she had this crush, she was willing to go to the moon for him, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like alluding to different things here, okay? Cuddy said Cassie told Cuddy that Cassie already told Combs. Okay, are you following me? It's not gangster enough, Agnifalo. Sorry. That shit kind of that took me out, that gangster part. You said this attorney needs to take a break. Come on, I think Agnifalo's okay. He's doing okay. He's all right. He's funny. Okay. Sean Combs has nothing to gain by having a bang bang and everything to lose. He is already Sean Combs. Capricorn would love have stayed employed if he pulled a bang on her. No way. Didn't happen. No bang. Okay. We don't even have circumstantial evidence on this bang bang from Capricorn. We literally have just her testimony. And who else? That he came out with the bang bang. I don't even think we have Mia. Do we have Cassie? I have to go back to Cassie. Who else saw him with the bang bang besides Capricorn? That's the question. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Said you have a bang bang because you're forcing somebody. But did anybody else see the bang bang? That's the question. Kid Cudi, I don't think Kid Cudi saw the bang bang because they never even ran into each other. And the security that was with him didn't even take the stand. Lord have mercy. It was just CC's testimony. Am I the only one who sees? Let me know what you guys think. I have a lot of questions. It was not J-Lo. J-Lo. Y'all, we're not going to go back to the Molotov cocktail thing. Bodyguard. Oh, that's right. Government didn't subpoena them. They not chitty chitty bang bang. No. Y'all are funny. But it is just circumstantial. Like at this point, it's just the testimony, right? We don't have anything. It's just, I don't even see if that's circumstantial per se. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. You said Agnifalo's doing his job. He will register with the older jurors. You think? I think that this jury is a pretty smart jury. I mean, we got to give them credit, and they're doing their service. Jury duty is interesting. I'll say that much. Okay, we have an update, I think. I have to check. CNN has so many updates for us. Let's see. Agnifalo mocks 2024 searches. So he talked about that of Combs' homes. So he was mocking the searches. He says, boxes of Astroglides taken off the streets. Woo, I feel all better already. Artificial looby lube. Not for me, he said. This is why. So Agnifalo was mocking the searches, the homeland raids, and he talked about Astroglide, and that's crazy. Okay. Cuddy didn't say that Capricorn said Combs had a bang bang. Look at that. Cuddy didn't say that Capricorn said Combs had a bang bang. because there was no bang bang. Working backwards, Cuddy didn't tell the police about a bang bang. It was written up as a trespass. That's all. There was no bang bang. Capricorn stories falls apart. This is what Agnifilo says. We only have Capricorn on this bang bang, guys. We don't have anybody else. Let me know what you guys think. It doesn't mean it didn't happen, but let me know what you guys think. In the comments. I'm trying to catch up to CNN. Agnifilo says this isn't about a crime. This is about money. Okay, and this is citing these civil lawsuits. They do not call somebody though. They call civil plaintiff lawyers. That's who they call. They said this isn't about a crime. It's about money. Cassie Ventura sued for $30 million because Sean Combs has $30 million. Agnifilo says this very investigation came out of that civil case. No 30 million, no lawsuit, no 30 million, no lawsuit, no criminal case. That's why we're here. We're here because of money. Okay. It further say, we own the DV, but Combs' relationship with Ventura was about love. We own the DV, Mark Agnifilo says repeatedly. Okay. He said that they didn't run away from it or challenge the two ex-girlfriends who testified against Sean Diddy Combs. I don't think we asked her a single question to challenge anything she said about being hit, being kicked, or dragged, Agnifilo says. The issue is DV, Agnifilo says. He referenced a social media statement Ventura made after CNN in 2024. Okay. She was very precise and very clear about what the issue was for her. The issue for her, who was there, DV is the issue. Okay. See if we have an update. When she says DV is the issue, I'm asking you to believe her. Okay. If you had to pick a winner in this whole situation, it's hard not to pick Cassie. Combs and Ventura were not part of a racketeering conspiracy, according to Agnifilo. It's a real relationship that they were in love. Cassie's no joke, and that's why he loved her. She matched him. She was like him. She was like him? Okay. We have an update. Agnifilo says, there was the car chase, or was there? Cuddy pulled up next to the Escalade. The witness said there was no car chase. The judge is going to say you can disregard any witness if you find something not credible. If you see it fit, it's all you need. Wait a minute. Didn't they say, hold up. Let me ask you guys in the chat. If I remember, they interviewed an officer that responded to Kid Cudi's house, right? About the vehicle. But I thought they said that there was a car that sped up or something and they pulled the plates and it registered to Combs Enterprise. Now, I don't know if that was part of he just sped up. There was no car chase, if I remember correctly. Kristen says, I think they should have made a bigger deal about the missing evidence in the car fire. Yes. Maybe the defense is going to do that because that's what I would do. I don't know how the prosecutors will do that, because if you guys listened to the reading yesterday on their closing, they honestly didn't really know what to go off of. I don't think they had a lot to go off of, if you know what I mean. So there was that whole thing with the car, right? He said they saw a black truck. Capricorn said it was a chase with Cuddy. So where is that chase? I think it was said, if I remember correctly, there was an officer that testified. That might be coming, maybe. But Agnifilo saying it, there was nobody. With the bad boy plates, remember? Because it registered to the Enterprise. I swear to God, I'm not making this up. I remember that. Y'all, I mean, and we've been reviewing a lot of information. Yeah, but Cuddy never said it was a chase. It never said that. Yes. That's right. Prosecutors only have to prove 2 things to make RICO charges stick, and they did. That's all they have to do. But you guys let me know. Did they? That's the question, Kim. That's the question. Does everybody feel that they did? Let me know. Hold up. I think we might have an update. Agnifilo. Seems like everything is possible with Capricorn Clark. I asked her, she said, I came here with Puff. I want to run away. I'm afraid of mountain lions. Mountain lions? I'm not saying they are not scary, but if you were kidnapped with a bang, no? Okay. I have another question before I lose it, but let me read this. Seems like everything is possible with Capricorn Clark. I asked her. She said, I came here with Puff. I want to run away. I'm afraid of mountain lions. Mountain lions? I'm not saying they're not scary, but if you were kidnapped with a bang, no? Okay. This is my question. Didn't they say that hold up, y'all. Didn't they say that Capricorn Clark called Regina Ventura and told Regina Ventura, hey, you need to call the police because they're on her. I can't be on the phone for too long. This is what's going down. And I have to go back to Regina's statement, but I'm pretty sure she said that she called somebody and Cassie did absolutely nothing. Now, I don't want to hold up. I might be making that up because my mind is all over the place at this point. But I remember Capricorn saying that she got in contact with Regina because she got on foot after she also was like basically with the GUN, the bang bang. She basically left the scene and told Regina Ventura, hey, call somebody. They're hitting Cassie Ventura. She didn't even have to say a whole lot. This is what Capricorn said. Now, I can't remember if on the stand Regina confirmed that call. Let me know if you guys remember. Let me know. Angel Diaz, thank you so much for the $10. Okay. She says, Angel Diaz says, Cassie and her husband with 2 kids and one on the way, living in her parents' basement, and 2 options: get a regular job or sue Diddy and never work again. What would you choose? Here's the deal with that. Now hold up. I do thank you for the super chat, but let me understand what you're asking me or what you're asking everybody. You're asking people, Cassie and her husband, 2 kids and one on the way, living in her parents' basement, had 2 options: get a regular job or sue Diddy and never work again. What would you choose? I mean, where do you guys land with Angel Diaz's statement? The way I see it, if I've been doing, I'll be honest with you, I'm going to answer how I see it, okay? If I'm in a relationship with a man for 10 years and he did all this to me and he's out there living his best life, but he took 10 years of my life and he promised me X, Y, and Z, and all I was a cooker for him. And sure, I might have consented to some of it. Yeah, I would sue too. I would definitely sue. Doesn't matter if I live in my parents' basement or on my own. I would sue. And I would also sue the Continental which she did. I think she got 10 from that. Yeah, I would sue. And I think that's what Agnifilo is saying. But here's the deal. If it wasn't for Cassie's lawsuit, and I've said it before, if it wasn't for Cassie's lawsuit, had Diddy settled this quietly, Diddy wouldn't be facing a RICO right now, guys. That initiated everything. Okay? Okay. Let's keep going. Agnifilo. She doesn't want to say, I went there by my own volition. I'm not saying Sean Combs didn't go there. He wanted to fight him. Fine. Mother effer. Combs is not a coward. He's ready to fight at the risk of being sexist. They are men. They fight. Oh, did he really say mother effer in court? Agnifilo continues. We're going to have a good old-fashioned 8 in the morning Hollywood Hills John Wayne fight. Y'all leave John Wayne alone. Hold up. Did he just say He's just saying, we're going to have a regular schmegular John Wayne fight. The Porsche, not his style. There's no evidence. Who else would do it? No, not evidence. Burning a car is cowardice. Be a man and fight him. I'm being honest. It's true. I would sue. I would sue. It's so true. And you know what? That's what I would do. Are you kidding me? This man took 10 years of my life, and I'm giving you the perspective. I can't speak for Cassie, but I'm speaking for myself. I would sue. They're having a John Wayne Gacy fight, guys. They really are. Mm-hmm. They really are. You guys are funny. Yeah, the officer said the officer saw Diddy's Escalade pull off from out front on the day of the break-in. The arson was a different day, so no evidence of Diddy being there. That's right, Terrell. Thank you. Because I was like a little bit off. You said that's so false. Cassie's still working as a model. I think she's still working as a model. Her husband has been transitioning as well as a trainer in Hollywood. They're not living in Cassie's mom. That's what they said. But whether she's living in Cassie's mom or an apartment, it's neither here nor there. The reality is that I would still sue regardless. I'm glad you're being honest because most women would do the same thing. They moved on, had kids with another man. That doesn't mean you're not owed compensation for anything. He might have been with her, but he was still her boss at the end of the day. That's just how I see it. And he made her promises that he did not fulfill. A lot of people that are in Diddy's team, or at least agree with or feel like this man is innocent, can honestly see the fact that, man, he promised her all this ish. He promised her this, and she stayed around. He never delivered. So outside of being the girlfriend, there's a business aspect. She was actually an employee. If she was not an employee, this would be different. This is why I don't see Jane Doe and Cassie as the same. And not to minimize one or the other, but to me, there was a transactional. It was a bit of a different situation with Jane Doe. That's just how I feel. But let me know what you guys think in the comments, okay? And you're entitled to your opinion as long as you're not trolling me. I don't give a shit. Okay. Agnifilo says, "What's in the car? Molotov cocktail. Why not show you the glove?" I'm suggesting something. Yes, that the investigation stunk. It's terrible. 2 fingerprints. What happened? Well, I don't know. You're going to determine his faith on arson on this. I don't think they have it on arson. I'll say it again. I think that the prosecution fumbled on the arson part here. They could have done a better job with this one. I don't think arson should even be on the table. That's just my thought on that. Because my ex was my boss. That's why. Horse Murray. That's why. Because my ex was my boss for 10 years. In addition, that's what makes this complicated. Because my ex was my boss. That's why. Even if you're in a whole relationship, my ex isn't my boss. I could be living in a basement. I could be living in an apartment. I don't think it's neither here nor there. My ex is my boss. So yeah, like I feel like I'm owed something. That makes sense. Yeah, I agree with you on this one, Night Charm. And still, I'm sorry. This is how I feel about. I have my thoughts on Jane Doe, and I told you guys. Exactly. You don't shit where you eat, right? Don't shit where you eat. If you know what I mean, let me know in the chat. Okay. The DNA was consistent with the female contributor. Oh, we're back to this. That witness was not helpful. If it comes back to consistent with Combs, hold up. That witness was not helpful. If it had come back consistent with Combs, they would have bragged about it. Investigator Jimenez never followed up. He tried to find Cassie. Okay. The DNA was consistent with the female contributor. That witness was not helpful. If it had come back consistent with Combs, they would have bragged about it. I agree with this statement. Investigator Jimenez never followed up. He tried to find Cassie. The fact that the LAPD threw out the fingerprints has nothing to do with Diddy. You can't, like, as much as I don't like the LAPD, as much as I feel like they are trash and there's a huge conspiracy theory, there's a lot of not theory, but conspiracy, and they conspire against people. The LAPD is a horrible, horrible organization. Okay. My opinion. I don't think that the prosecution did well by somehow aligning and saying Diddy had something to do with these fingerprints going missing. We can't say that. We can't say that. And they didn't do a good job. And in their closing statements on the prosecution side, when we read, Erica read those statements yesterday, guess what? She said, oh, we're not saying that Diddy had something to do with it. We're not, but it's something that we've put out there. It's just, it was trash. It wasn't a good thing. Okay. Jimenez said Capricorn's brother obstructed him. They fought. I'm not saying Capricorn did or Cassie did it. We're not here to solve the world's problems. Cassie's father didn't call him back. The witness was mad. Draw your own conclusions. I got to read this again, y'all. They should have left the arson out. They really should have. And in my opinion, they should have left some portions of Jane Doe out too. But okay. Jimenez said Capricorn's brother obstructed him. They fought. I'm not saying Capricorn did it or Cassie did it. We're not here to solve the world's problems. Cassie's father didn't call him back. The witness was mad. Draw your own conclusions. Okay. Damn. So what's that one song? Who took the cookie from the cookie jar? That's that kind of situation here. Or who ate the cookie or whatever. Listen. What do we have here? What do we have here? I don't think we're trying to solve the world's problems. Gotcha. Rabbit, I felt the same way about the arson, but when you add the part that they played a voice note they did, or a message of him saying he's going to blow up the car and then the car magically blows up, that's interesting too, because they did point out that coincidence. I didn't know there was a voice note. I think, was it Moni who said, what voice note? We were all like, there's a voice note? He said he's going to blow up the car in a voice note, and then the car is blown up. Are we still back to Janice did it? Janice did it. Janice did it. Lord have mercy. Yeah, we did hear that, we didn't hear that, nor did Inner City Press say it once. We didn't even hear it in the transcripts at all. Absolutely. Hold up. Federated States of GM says, thank you for the 5. Why sue the hotel if the security officer offered to call the police and she declined? Shake my head, LOL, because she can. Guys, I think I get what you're going with that, because I think you're trying to speak to her character as to why she sued, because she can. You can sue people. She could have sued. Hell, I mean, Diddy could have probably sued the Intercontinental Hotel too. Jules, the entertainer, could have sued Intercontinental because they can. And she did. She felt, for whatever reason, it happened in their property. That's why they should have reported to the police. The guy should have called. And that's why he was asked on the stand. We didn't even know that there was a lawsuit that Cassie filed up until this trial, guys. That was her choice. I don't think it takes away from her story. I don't think it does anything. Anybody can sue anybody. But I think that when you say this, you're trying to speak to her character. She can sue. Diddy could even sue the hotel if he wanted to. I don't know why, but I mean, he could. Premise liability. No, Corinne, because we never heard about it until yesterday. There was no voice note until yesterday. I don't think it says anything other than she just sued. I mean, you guys can insert your judgment to that, but that's what she did. Premise liability. They should have called the police. That's what they should have done, but they didn't. Hackniffle says, here's an email. Why is she calling him Sean Combs? Sean Puffy Combs. Hold up. Here's an email. Why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs? For some later proof? She doesn't mention any car. Forget it. Let's turn to the London hotel. If you want to go to someone's house, it's not kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. Okay. Did they... Here's an email. Why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs? For some proof later? She doesn't mention any car. Forget it. Let's turn to the London hotel. If you want to go to someone's house, it's not kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. Okay, I see where he's going with this. Talking about the email, I'm assuming it's to Regina, right? In the email to Regina, she doesn't say anything about blowing Kid Cudi's car, right? He doesn't, or anything like that. And so then Agnifilo is asking, why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs in the email? For some later proof? Like the intent for her to go after Diddy later on. She doesn't mention any car in the message. Forget it. Let's turn to the London hotel. If you want to go somewhere, if you want to go to someone's house, it's not kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie's public too. Okay. Some of the stuff we have to decipher on our own. If that makes sense. No update. No, I think it's okay to say that. Cassie had a one song. I mean, I only know her by one song. I told you guys that was like my ringtone back when it came out on my T-Mobile phone, Samsung flip phone. I don't think that, I think, but that's the crux of it. I mean, did he make her promises and he didn't keep them? I don't think it's anything else. I don't think, and I still think she's a wonderful dancer and she's a beautiful, gorgeous woman. She's a wonderful model, but I would agree. I don't think music other than that one song was really her thing. She wasn't gonna come back and like be a Rihanna or be a Beyonce or anything like that. It didn't seem like that was the case. And shout out to everybody in the chat for keeping it cute. You guys are amazing. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I think the troll went to sleep, so that's good. Let me stop. He was using every account he had to pay for a comment. Okay, do we have an update? I don't think we do. Oh, hold up. Remember, Cassie also didn't want the tape out. She had a movie coming out. Let's go back to what was said about the hotel staff maybe leaking the footage. They were worried about publicity, not a misdemeanor. Guess what happened? It was sold. Okay. Let me ask you guys a question. It's something that was unclear. Did LAPD officer, he was back then a security for Securitas for Intercontinental, right? What was his name? Flores. Israel Flores, who's now a law enforcement officer in LAPD. Did he sell that CNN tape to CNN? The shorter version of it that he took his phone from, because he had his phone, right? And he took a video of the video. Did he sell that to CNN? I don't think that was clear when he was testifying. I don't think he said it. How did CNN get a hold of this? Are we finally going to know the truth about this? Because I want to know. So did he make money off of this? Because remember he said, "Oh, I took a video of it because my wife wasn't gonna believe it." So it stayed in his device for since 2016, and it was released what in 2023 or 24. That's how long it stayed. That's interesting. Agnifilo says the police were nowhere near the situation. Is Combs acting like a fool, calling Cassie and saying the police are about to arrest him? He is freezing him out, as she should. He's just trying to get her attention. He leaves, goes to her apartment. Okay. The police were nowhere near this situation. Is Combs acting like a fool, calling Cassie and saying the police are about to arrest him? She is freezing him out, as she should. He's just trying to get her attention. He leaves, goes to her apartment. Roy, Cassie never had a copy of that video. What was determined is that there was only the thumb drive from Eddie, my angel, and the other person. They got money. They split that money. Eddie, my angel, and then Israel Flores, who took a copy of the video. That's what we know. That CNN footage is not original. The original is 15 minutes long. And it didn't come from Cassie. Cassie didn't leak it. The question that I have is, how much did Israel give it to CNN, and did he get paid for it? But yes. He's banging on the door, maybe with the hammer. Carrie, Morgan said. That's why the police came. A neighbor called. The Intercontinental has no police. Period. So he cannot be guilty of bribery under California law, as the judge will tell you. Okay. Yeah, Smiley, I like to know. Yeah, you're right, Roy. We don't know anything. We don't know anything. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Let me shout out somebody. Cecilia, thank you so much for the Cash App. Appreciate it. Thank you, Cecilia. I got it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Shout out to you. Let's see. No update yet. Or maybe there is. Hold up. Man, CNN, we are behind. We're going to catch up to CNN soon. Because Inner City Press has been on it. He must have had like the black cold brew at Starbucks or something, because his tweets are coming quick. Very quickly. Defense attorney calls Ventura a gangster, pointing a burner phone she used to stay in touch with Kid Cudi. So, a defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, reminds the jury that Kid Cudi confirmed that Cassie Ventura played him. She played him good, too. She played them both. He referenced the prosecution's argument that Ventura was scared of Combs. She lied to him for a long time, over and over, as she had another relationship with another singer-songwriter under his nose. She was not afraid of him. Agnifilo called gangsta, pointing to the burner phone, as she used to stay in touch with Kid Cudi, and saying that she was trying to pull off lying to both men. So a burner phone makes you a gangsta? Okay. I guess, y'all. I guess. Hold up. Annette, thank you. You said, let's be honest. If someone threatened to blow up anybody's car in this chat, who are we going to think did if it had happened? Annette, I don't think we're arguing that. We're just saying, some of us are saying, I'll speak for myself, okay? Some of us are saying that they didn't lay that foundation very well, because they try to bring somebody up. There was a voice note, right? What a coincidence. I don't think it's a coincidence, clearly, but as far as evidence goes to lay that foundation, I don't think they did a good job with that one, to like lay it out to say, here, this is how it happened. And the DNA belonged to a woman, or the fingerprints belonged to a woman. Who did it? A woman? Or could it have been a old English bottle with a female fingerprint in there? We don't know. So that's what I'm saying. It's like, it just confused people. Now, it's very likely, especially with that voicemail about him, I'll blow up his car, and then his car blows up with the Molotov cocktail. Yeah. At the same time, I have a lot of doubts of how they did it. I don't know. But thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for this. We could speculate all day, and I think that that's what it showed us, a lot of speculation. Circumstantial, for sure, if that makes sense. You said, I feel like defense didn't do all that they could, says Loki. Really? Shout out to Loki. What do you feel like needs to be done? Let me know what you think. I still refuse to believe that Janice blew up the car. Yes, I do. Because you guys are too funny in this chat, man. You guys want me to believe that Janice blew up the car. Shout out to everybody. Yeah, let's not do that, guys. I don't like that at all. Thank you, Cheeks. Let's keep it cute. I mean, you don't, like I said, you don't have to believe or agree, but nobody's karma is their situation. Can we not do that? Keep it cute, okay? Thank you. Yeah, so if they can't build under California law, why is this even an issue on the Kid Cudi stuff? That's right. Janice did it. She went in there, and it was either Janice, KK, Capricorn. I mean, I don't know why Cassie would. That don't make any sense. I don't know. No update. Oh my God, y'all are crazy. Thank you. And even when Mia, the witness who testified as Mia, said that she was out of Skrillo money, they should have told you that. Sean was concerned about Cassie suing him. He was not aware of any federal investigation, if there was one, so it's not obstruction. Okay, so I think we're on Mia now. And when Mia, the witness who testified as Mia, said she was out of Skrillo money. What is Skrillo money? They should have told you that. Like, out of money? She was concerned about Cassie suing him. He was not aware of any federal investigation, if there was one. So it's not obstruction. Okay. That's what happened. Oh my gosh. Coco's mom, thank you so much for this $10. Everyone has an opinion on the trial. That's why we have a justice system. Absolutely. Okay. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, most of this case involves a speculation. There's a lot of, I think that there's parts where we could say it's Skrilla. Okay. It's like Skrilla? Okay. I mean, my goodness. Agnifalo's really bringing it on. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Agnifilo says he's trying to starve off a lawsuit. And when it comes to Jane, he still might. Judge says, shall we break here? This would be fine. Okay, so they're going to go on a break. I don't even feel like the prosecution got a break yesterday. Shall we break here? He says this should be fine. Break here for what? Donna says everyday people have been convicted of murder with circumstantial evidence. Yes, very true. Very true. I don't know how circumstantial evidence that's its value depending on the case. I struggle with it sometimes, and I'm just being honest. I do. So I kind of wonder, and I haven't looked at the evidence or the what's the word? What they have. And Donna Smith, thank you so much for the super chat. I wonder, like on the Brian Koberger case, right? Circumstantial evidence, what that looks like, or even the Luigi Mangione case. What does that look like? What value do people put into that? So, and that's why I'm always I don't know. I think we have to kind of be mindful of what we have and what we draw logical inferences from. Okay, so it's on a break, but Comey speaks and says, I did not want to object, says Comey, but he asked the jury to ask why the prosecutors charged as they did. We need a curative instruction after the break. He told the jury that the Intercontinental was a misdemeanor. Curative instructions. Oh. The prosecution is not happy. They're like, we didn't want to interrupt. We didn't want to say nothing. Well, they didn't interrupt yesterday. Let me know. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. Now, hold up. Let me go into CNN. CNN says, hold up, y'all. Give me one sec, guys. Sorry about that. Needed to get something. Okay. So CNN, where are we at with CNN? CNN says, scenes from the courtroom. Agnifilo is pacing back and forth in front of the jury while Combs is very fidgety. Okay, why is Combs very fidgety? I don't know. Maybe he's nervous. Agnifilo is pacing back and forth in front of the jury box as he makes his presentation. He strays from the microphones as he speaks, making him difficult to hear at times. At the same time, Sean Diddy Combs is very fidgety, tapping his foot on the floor under the table, shaking his leg, fidgeting with his hands. He appears to have nervous energy. His face also looks stoic today. He had passed a note to his attorney. Maureen Comey has rolled her eyes more than once and had a smirk throughout Agnifilo's closing. Donaldson defense had his head in his hands at one point. Oh my God. Not the lady. Okay, Maureen Comey, look, lady, you can't be rolling your eyes. Just like Diddy can't be looking at the jury, you cannot be rolling your eyes, Comey. You got to get it together. Even if you're irritated, you cannot be doing that because that's like not courtroom etiquette. Okay? It just isn't. You're not supposed to do that. That gives High School Musical behavior. No. She got to do better, okay? Okay. Hold up. She can't have a reaction. She's not objecting. She has to sit down. That's what she has to do. And Agnifilo, can you get to the mic? Anyways, so we have an update here. Hold up, y'all. He told the jury, Comey says, he told the jury Mr. Combs is charged with arson. That is not the case. It is a RICO predicate. Okay. Agnifilo says, judge says, Mr. Agnifilo, Agnifilo responds, I was going to get to RICO on the rest. It's a fair comment, judge. It's a fair comment. Judge says, you said, why charge a kidnapping? You can ask that. Okay. Agnifilo speaks. I think I'm allowed to be sarcastic. That's what I was doing there. He's been very sarcastic, especially with the whole Astroglide comment, talking about, ooh, then they busted down the door and found some Astroglide. Woohoo. He said something like that. It's in the what is it? Media. And the intercontinental video, Agnifilo says it's a state matter, not federal. It's a fair comment. Can the government propose? Yes, after the break. Okay. And now they're on break. He said, Rabbit, can we take a moment not to appreciate this closing argument? Kim, are you going to roll your eyes? Oh my God. Oh, were you? Okay. So Slavic, so Westmoreland was also, are people just rolling their eyes? I didn't think you were allowed to do that as an attorney. Do people like roll their eyes? I mean, I've been in court a gazillion times, and anytime a lawyer cut out a line in any of the courtrooms that I've been, you rolling your eyes or you're like giving attitude, you're allowed to have a reaction, but like the rolling of the eyes is such a aggressive nonverbal when somebody's speaking. Like you can get called out for that, you know? Sorry, my sitter's in my room. He said, passive aggressive. I think you're looking for Rabbit to see it. They know that. Well, I'm just saying you don't roll your eyes. I'm not expecting that from lawyers. They got to do better. The jury's on a 15-minute break. I know. I mean, I'm wondering if he's got like a good view of the lawyers to see if they're rolling their eyes, because this is a thing. People are saying that. I guess they're all rolling their eyes. It's such a passive aggressive thing to do, though. Honestly. Let me know what you guys think. Sarcasm is the last thing Diddy lawyer needs to use. So there you go. Coming unglued in that courtroom. I think people are losing it. I mean, I'm here for it, but still. Yeah, my mom would slap. I'm here with you. If I were to roll my eyes at my mom, she would slap the ish out of me. She would. Either or. You just don't do it. She stole my bracelet. Okay. Maybe she's doing a EMDR therapy, rolling her eyes to process the trauma. I don't know, but that's a lot. No, Franny Law, the lawyers are rolling their eyes at each other while the arguments are going. Franny Law, you're a lawyer. Tell me, is that a thing? Apparently, it's so noticeable that the media is talking about Comey rolling her eyes, but somebody said in the chat that they were in the courtroom and they saw Westmoreland rolling their eyes when the prosecution was making its closing arguments. I want to know, what do you guys think in the comments about that? Like, is that like unprofessional or what? I don't know. especially if the media notices that you're rolling your eyes. I think it says something. It's very passive aggressive. That's my thought on that. Okay, hold up. So the courtroom is at a short break. Now, let's see. Let's see. He just did a break. I wonder if he's going to do a video. I know people are kind of like wondering what's going on. Jules Mancy says, let's talk about the video. So Jules Mancy's is also giving updates. Let's talk about the video. Yes, it's horrible. No one's denying it. You saw it. It's hard to watch. But the question is, why was it paid for? Why was it purchased? The CNN video. It wasn't to hide a crime. It wasn't to cover up wrongdoing. It was to avoid bad publicity. They're getting on that. Okay. Nothing else from here. I might run and get something, y'all, so I can munch on because I'm starving. Very disrespectful. What did Franny Law say? What did my lawyers say in the chat? Disrespectful. No can do, not cute. There you go. I didn't think so. I remember. So when I worked in government, I was in court a lot, and I worked with a lot of lawyers. Okay, and let me just say this: the courtrooms that I went to, if the lawyer cut up, attitude, rolled their eyes, or did something to cause attention to whatever was happening, no matter how heated it was, the judge would call them out. That's why I'm a little surprised. I'm like, you shouldn't be doing that, especially if you're going to complain about Diddy looking at the jury. Don't be, it's the same with both of them. Don't do it. Westmoreland and Comey, don't do it. Don't hold your professionalism. You may not like it. Leave it to when you go back to arguing or rebuttals and all that other stuff. It's a thing, y'all. I've seen people get in trouble for it. That's why I'm a little surprised that he's allowing this to happen, so much so that the media is noticing. But hey, that's my thought on that. It's like, exactly. Dear Dina says this is a weak argument from the defense. You think so? Well, how do you guys think the defense is doing? Maybe we should do a poll, okay? Maybe we should do a poll. Let's do a poll. How is the defense? Now I gotta run to the get something from the fridge doing so far. I need to know what you guys think. Winning, like Charlie Sheen used to say, winning. Nope. Let's see. Unsure. We'll do an unsure for those that I know some of you guys are in the chat and you don't like to swing one way, so maybe the unsure. Let's see. Let's see. You think the defense has no defense? Look at this. Look at this poll. Oh my God. What? Go vote. And double hit the like button, please. And thank you. I really would appreciate it. Let me run and go get something from the fridge. Okay. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Let me know. Hold up. I'll be back. You said the judge will call you out. Only one says charge. Whew. Okay. You need to see the transcripts. Me too. I think the transcripts are going to be fire on this one. BS on the video payoff for bad publicity. Bad publicity because it is a crime. Okay. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. I would appreciate it. All right. Where are we at? Shout out to everybody. And again, thank you guys for keeping it cute in the chat. We don't have to agree with each other. We don't have to be best friends. That's not what this is about. We're really just reporting on a case, and you guys are entitled to your opinion, as to am I. So are you. And I'm not here to convince you otherwise. Some of you guys have already made your opinions about this. That's okay. I guess we'll see. At the end of the day, it's really the judges, or excuse me, the jury's voting at this point. It really is, Annie. I would say so, that it is it's like a bit different. I mean, it's helpful to get some idea about what's going on, but I will say that there's definitely a difference. But yes, you feel like the defense is going through everyone's statement and debunking everybody's statement. Yeah, I mean, that's what they have to do. It's kind of like what the prosecution did. They have to kind of cement, like they've laid the foundation. Now they're going to put some cement on it. However you feel about it. Hopefully defense will be done before I have to go to my son's high school graduation later. Well, don't worry, Mel, because we'll get those transcripts, and then if I get them tonight, which I hope I do, it's gonna be a long one. If I don't get them tonight, then I don't get them tonight. But if I get them tomorrow, I'm gonna do the same thing that I did last night. It was very helpful to have Erica, the AI person, read it, because she actually did very well in the text and the inflection. If you have not watched the prosecutor one that we did last night in the middle of the night, it was 4 hours. I let the thing play. And I sat there and I listened with you guys because I had not heard them. And it was, let me just say, it was hard to get the settings right where they needed to be so that the transcript read can be a little bit more natural. It was a lot more natural, and a lot of people said that it was great. And yes, congratulations on the graduation. Shout out to your son. Really, it's you graduating. Just so you know, even though it's your son's graduation, you've done a wonderful job raising your son. Shout out to you. Thank you. I agree. You said, Rabbit, I was up all night with you into the morning, fell asleep in the chair, and woke up to watch you. I was impressed by Erica, honestly. So yeah, we're gonna do Erica maybe again, depending on the voice. But literally it took me hours to figure out the settings, and I had to download a couple other apps to tweak it, and I had to take out the bad words or the cursey words, because there's some words that it just YouTube won't let you say, so without getting censored. But yes, yep. Let's see, what else are you guys saying? Ignifilo as Erica would be funny, or we can find a male one. The master's degree. I couldn't get all the words out. So now, hold up. Let me write this down, because there were more words I needed to take out and I didn't. I definitely took out the word D, for you know what I mean. For the, oh my God, my pens. Where are my pens at? I need to write a list of words. Hold up, y'all. Let me go get my pen while I'm here, okay? Okay. You said the closing of the prosecution was extremely good. The closing of the prosecution, I thought, was interesting. I didn't get to finish it, all of it, but they kind of did. And this is why I tell you guys, and we might play it during the lunch break, that video. I honestly think that they did a really good job in tying the loose ends all together. If you have not heard it, I suggest that you do, because I think that it summarized all of it. And then they also kind of explain the law in terms of like the the trafficking part. And I mean, they let us know what the defense was going to do in their arguments. I mean, it just went back and forth. It was very interesting. So some of you guys caught on that I had to put master's degree program. I literally had to code this document and like edit out certain parts just for the reading. The word D, big D, the word F. I'm writing this down just so I know what words. The one word I needed to take out was emancipate. Well, I needed to replace ejat with emancipation. Ostitution was another one. We took the word S, okay, and replaced it with S. Ostitution. I'm surprised it even read ostitution the way it did. So we did pretty good. We did pretty good actually with the little words that we took, but there's more words. And then some of the rugs. Oh yes, rugs was replaced. I might have to go through all the rugs again. And then GUM, we're going to put bang bang. So I'm going to create it, and I already got a list of words that I need to block and replace. So Erica reads it, and Erica reads it like very cute, natural, professional. But yes, that's what she does. Very cute, natural. Paris Hilton is also a reader on the documents, by the way, but we're not using Paris Hilton. Okay. Here we go. So let's do a little, while we wait for them to start, let me remove this. Let me stop this right here. We'll look at some videos here if we have time, but let's look at CNN's little summary. I actually, P-Tang, I got a community warning for saying the word master degree program. It's for both. You know, if I'm spending hours upon hours here talking about this case and breaking things down and reviewing it and giving commentary, you better believe that I want to be compensated for my money and not be limited by it. But also, they did send me a community warning to let me know that I couldn't say the master word, which is an educational word. So yes, so both. And I'm unapologetic about it. I have to do what I have to do, you know? Okay. Let's get it together. Thank you, Coco's mom. Thank you for that Cash App. Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. The jury is taking a break. This is what CNN is reporting. Here's what the defense has said so far this morning during their closing arguments. Okay. Sean Diddy Combs' defense team has taken the floor today to present their closing arguments, with the Combs defense attorney, Mark Agnifilo, delivering the remarks following the prosecution's nearly 5-hour presentation yesterday. Here's what they've said so far. Agnifilo, tale of two trials. Agnifilo characterized this trial as two different trials. The trial as told by the witnesses, text messages, and videos at the trial as told by the mouth of the prosecutors, which Agnifilo describes as the exaggerated trial and not the real trial. Agnifilo added that the evidence instead shows a swinger's lifestyle, and then went on praise Combs' achievement in his business and highlighted his character, domestic violence. The main issue for Cassie Ventura, one of Combs' former girlfriends and accuser who testified at trial, was that DV in their relationship. We own the DV, Agnifilo said. Despite the violence, Agnifilo calls Combs and Ventura's relationship a great modern love story and said that this case isn't about a crime, it's about money. Cassie Ventura sued Sean Combs for $30 million because Sean Combs has $30 million. Agnifilo said, remember, Ventura has testified the suit was settled for $20 million. Okay. Let's see. Kidnapping. Agnifilo recalls Capricorn Clark testimony about the lie detector testing, which prosecutors characterize as an alleged kidnapping and charge as an underlining act for the racketeering conspiracy charge. Clark he said wasn't kidnapping. To take a lie detector test, and said Combs had nothing to do with, due to being busy working at the time. Here's my question. Why didn't they testify? Why didn't they bring the guy that put the lie detector on the stand? Like, there's lie detectors for work. People do lie detectors all the time for work purposes. But I do have a question about that. Okay. Arson dispute. Agnifilo said there's no evidence that Combs had anything to do with setting fire to Kid Cudi's Porsche. He also said that the investigation into the arson was a terrible investigation and underscored the investigator's testimony that a partial DNA profile from the scene was consistent with the female. Remember, Kid Cudi testified his Porsche was set on fire with a Molotov cocktail in January of 2012. Okay. Combs learned in late 2011 that Kid Cudi and Casa Ventura were dating. Bad publicity. Okay. Combs paying the security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel following the 2016 incident involving Ventura was about preventing bad publicity and not a law enforcement investigation. Agnifilo said it's not a bribe under California law. Agnifilo said because Combs wasn't trying to hinder a police investigation, the police, he added, were nowhere near the situation at the hotel, and Ventura didn't want police involvement. Now, Combs blew kisses at his family when he entered this morning. He was going like this, like this. I mean, I don't know. We pay a lot of attention to that. I mean, he's greeting his family. I listen, I would be be greeting my family too. You know, I think people are looking into that. He is making the hearts. I think that's interesting because now that has become the meme. He's blowing his family, blowing kisses to his family. I think that's pretty normal. I don't know. What do you guys think in the comments? I think that that's just a normal thing. He's greeting his family. But that's my opinion. Okay. When Sean Diddy Combs entered the courtroom this morning, he blew kisses in his family's directions. All 6 adult children are in attendance. The 3 sons and 3 daughters are seated in the second row behind him. Also, there are his mother and his sister. Fahim, Combs' security chief, who prosecutors said is part of the alleged conspiracy, is seated with the Combs family. Hold up. Wait a minute, my friends. Fahim is in the courtroom too? The head of security? Oh, shit. Okay. Fahim, who's been mentioned so many times. Oh, hold up now. Hold up now. Yes. He's in the courtroom. Fahim is sitting on the side of the family. And he's been mentioned in the prosecutor's closing statement. Yes, I didn't even catch that. I wonder if Diddy Docket saw this. Oh, let me copy and paste this and tag Diddy Docket. Hold up. Did you see this at Diddy Docket? From CNN. Ooh. Is he gonna get charged? Well, they did mention him. That's why. Yes, I just tagged you, girl. I just tagged you. Moni, they did mention him, and they're considering him a co-conspirator too. So that's why I'm like, oh, I would be nowhere near. I mean, so KK could have gone to court, I guess. I don't know. KK could have gone. I don't know why she didn't go. I have a lot of questions about that. But hey, okay. Hold up. Where did oh, let's watch this. I was tagged to this.
Keep the charges of 18 U.S.C. 1591 under count 2 and count 4.
I'm going to look for other videos of people outside.
Casa Ventura and trafficking Jane, and try and go after Diddy for those charges, while at the same time implicitly saying we don't have enough to convict Diddy for sex trafficking as part of the predicates, as one of the pieces of the cake that would form a RICO charge? Why would you leave it in for one part and this as a standalone, but not say it's part of the underlying RICO? And as I thought about it more, I actually think I came up with the best answer. And that is, okay, fine. We want to look at these women as being victims. If you're the state, you want the jury to conclude these women are victims, purely victims. And even though they helped facilitate, and even though they were forced into it, and even though they had no choice because they had to do it because they were under compulsion and forced by Diddy to do that, that's what the state is trying to sell to this jury. Whether you want to accept it or not is irrelevant. They're hoping the jury is going to accept that. Now, you can't, it's a difficult tale for them to tell that, yes, they're victims here. And now also we're going to use these very same crimes with these very same victims and say there's a whole criminal enterprise that was putting these freak-offs together. And the reason there's a problem with that is because there's been much testimony from both Cassie and from Jane that they helped facilitate these freak-offs more than anyone else, perhaps even more than Diddy. They're the ones who are contacting the entertainers. They're going out and they're buying lube. They're the ones who are doing it. You can't have them be part of a criminal enterprise while at the same time being the victim of that criminal enterprise. That doesn't make any sense. So I think that likely what happened here is they said, this is a difficult thing for us to try to sell. We're already struggling with the fact that we have to have the jury believe they're victims, even though they're participating in it. But then we're going to say that Diddy should be held liable for it. And it's true, other people were involved. There were other assistants who helped provide drugs or money or lube or clean up afterwards, that you could theoretically do that. But the most important factors as far as making sure these things happen was these two women who are the alleged victims. So I think that's why they left them alone as standalone charges and said, let's look at these women as victims, and whatever they did here to help facilitate, that's part of the whole, they had to do that, they're forced and compelled. But we're not at the same time going to say that there was a whole conspiracy to get this thing done, to get this sex trafficking activity done, because the prime contributors there would be Cassie and Jane. That's my updated thought. I think that's a better way of looking at this, a more likely answer as to why it is that the state has done what they've done over the last 24 hours.
Thoughts. Let me know what you guys think about what Good Logic said. Shout out to Good Logic. You guys are allowed to follow whoever you want. I mean, some of you guys, I like the breakdown that he's been doing. Now, does that mean that I completely agree with all of his opinions? No, but I think he does a pretty good breakdown on certain legal stuff, at least that I can understand. Okay. Let's see what else is going on. We're waiting to see if we have an update. I didn't see Inner City Press doing any kind of video yet, or anybody for that matter. Is this supposed to be like a short break? I think that's what it looks like. So this was 2 hours ago, the video. We've already seen this. This is not midday. So I don't want to repeat the video that we've already saw 18 hours ago. People are saying different things, guys. What do you guys think? Aubrey O'Day shares that she... Oh, okay, let's watch this. What do you guys think about what Aubrey's saying?
That's all I ever talk about anymore if you've listened to the podcast.
Yes, you have been covering this week after week.
Yeah.
Closing arguments are unfolding as we are sitting here right now. What is your prediction of where this is going to end up once the jury deliberates?
Oh, I need to watch closing arguments. It's super important how they tie everything together. But prior to seeing that, because we're working today, I would say they definitely have them on possessing people on 2 of the charges. I believe one of the sex trafficking charges, yes. The other one, no. I think Rico's going to come back hung.
Okay.
Whoa. She said what? I believe one of the S trafficking, but I don't believe the other one. What did she say? Hold up. She said what?
I believe one of the sex trafficking charges, yes. The other one, no.
Who's the other one? Who's she talking about? Let me know. Put a name on it, Aubrey. Put a name on it. Who's she talking about? I didn't hear this. Venus Blue, thank you so much for the $2. You said absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence. Thank you for the $2, my friend. That's interesting. That's coming from her. That's the question that I would have is why? Why? Yes, Bert and Ernie, James. Bert and Ernie. That's what she's talking about. She doesn't believe Bert and Ernie? Yep, that's right, Juanita. That's right, Dreamy Smalls. So it kind of makes, I want to know why. Does she go into it? I don't know if she does. Hold up. Now, we do have an update from the court. Let's see. Okay, hold up. Let's get back into this. I will tell them it would be improper for you to consider that. You are to disregard those comments. Shapiro speaks. We will not object yesterday since you called out Mr. Agnifilo. Okay, judge says, I didn't call out anything. There was an objection. Oh, God, what is going on? Are they okay? Oh, don't tell me the link is broken. Oh, hold up, guys. Okay. The link is broken. Oh, no. Okay. Show this thread. Yeah, the link is broken. I will tell them it would be improper for you to consider that. You are to disregard those comments. Shapiro says, we did not object yesterday since you called out Mr. Agnifilo. I didn't call out anything. There was an objection. Hold up. Then we have another update. Miss Slavic. Oh, yeah, the link is broken. I'm about to tell him. Miss Slavic told the jury there might have been bang bangs at freak-offs. There's no evidence of that, says Shapiro. It was outrageous. No one is doing anything improper. The judge says, you made no record yesterday. Here, I'm not giving them multiple instructions, just one. Shapiro is arguing. Ms. Slavic told the jury that there have been bang bangs at freak-offs. I've never heard that there was bang bangs at freak-offs. There's no evidence of that. It was outrageous. No one is doing anything improper. The judge says, you made record yesterday. Here, I'm not giving them multiple instructions, just one. Okay, let me see if it breaks again. Yeah, I'm going to have to tell. Hi, Matthew. The link, the thread is acting as the thread is acting up again, kicking us out. Just heads up. He might need to start another one or just one for less comments, because sometimes I think everybody's looking at the thread and it triggers that. But yes. That's what I heard, Miss Toby, that King Combs has a new record. Somebody came into my chat talking about it. I wasn't really into it because I haven't looked. There's so many layers to the Diddy stuff, and that's the thing. Hold up. Hopefully he fixes it, or at least starts a new one. Yeah, let me check. So in her closing statements, and I have it, did she say that there was GUNs at freak-offs? Let me see. Well, let's look at it, my friends, since we have it, okay? When she said guns, it's searching it. Okay. Guns was mentioned 16 times. Okay. Gun on 1, 2. Capricorn didn't have an option. The defendant had a GUN. Okay. Who had the GUN, the black Cadillac gun in his lap? GUN. It's bang bang is mentioned 16 times. Cassie also knew the defendant had ready access to bang bangs. She saw him at his home. One time, he made her carry his bang bang in a purse into a club. She described the defendant using the bang bang as a scare tactic. Okay, that's the 6th time it's mentioned. I don't see anything about bang bangs in freak-offs. Okay, now let me spell guns with an S. Now that's 10 times. We're looking to see if we can find it. And then D-Rock and the defendant changed their clothes and armed themselves with a bang bang. They jumped into the car with David James. Oh, that was pertaining to Suge Knight. During the searches, law enforcement recovered multiple bang bangs, and other bang bangs had no explanation. Okay, even at the early point in their relationship in 2009, she experienced violence at firsthand. She had seen him with a bang bang. She heard and believed the threats he made. She didn't feel like she would be able to get out of the hotel safely. Oh, there it is. Yes, they did. Hold up. The prosecution did do this. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about. So when Shapiro's saying here, or excuse me, yeah, Shapiro said Ms. Slavic told the jury there might have been bang bangs at freak-offs. There's no evidence of that. It's outrageous. No one was doing anything proper. She's right. Because I'll show you in the transcript, it says right here, and Cassie knew what happened when people said no to defendant. Even at the early point in their relationship in 2009, she had experienced violence firsthand. She had seen him with bang bangs. She heard and believed the threats he made. She didn't feel like she would be able to get out of the hotel safely, insinuating that there was a bang bang in the hotel. She understood his capabilities, his access to bang bangs and threats. The defendant had instilled reasonable fear. Cassie was trapped against her will in that hotel for days. This is kidnapping. So this is what they're calling kidnapping. The time that Diddy had put hands on her and they had put her in a hotel and the bodyguards had bang bangs. This is, now it's not saying FOs for this specific experience, but they are saying that there was a bang bang in a hotel to keep her in there. I don't know if they threatened her with it, but there it is. Okay? There it is. We kind of figured that out right then and there. All right, now hold up. Let me share this. I tell you, man, it works when you have the transcripts readily available so we could see right away what is up. Okay. See, oh, shout out to everybody that liked the comment. Thank you, guys. Okay. All right. Okay, it's not good. It's not breaking anymore. Good, good, good. Okay. It further goes, Slavic told the jury there might have been GUNs or bang bangs and freak-offs. There's no evidence of that. It was outrageous. No one is doing anything improper. Okay, I think they're referencing that piece that I just told. Shapiro further goes, we ask you do at the end. Do that at the end, not now. It will suggest Mr. Agnifilo did something improper. Shapiro says, we ask you do that at the end, not now. It will suggest Mr. Agnifilo did something improper. Comey speaks. It needed now. It's needed now. Judge says, let's get our jury. Okay, Sean Combs leans over and whispers to Agnifilo, who takes notes. All rise, jury enters. Okay, so I guess they're going back and forth on these logistics of who said what to fix, when to fix it, that situation. Okay. Hold up, my friends. Let's keep going. Before the break, it was suggested you should consider why this was charged. That it not proper. That's it not proper. That it's not proper. I will be instructing you on the law, Mr. Agnifilo. Agnifilo says, now we'll talk about Mia. She loved working for Mr. Combs. This was not forced labor. Okay, we're back together, guys. There's something that they have to fix, but I guess we'll figure it out. Okay. Saying that wasn't forced labor. 25 seconds. Here it is. Remember the birthday video we showed up? The one that everybody has seen on YouTube? She was bubbly, popping. Remember, she was, I don't have any chapstick. I got Baby Bunny's lipstick. She was going like this. Something like that. She was doing this, okay? We all saw it, okay? That's just letting you know. That's the video that they're talking about. She was bubbly and popping. That's the real her. You are free to conclude she put on an act here. If Mr. Combs felt it was improper, He would not threaten to tell Cassie it was consensual. Oh man, are they saying that? Because they had alleged that the prosecution had alleged that Mia had been essayed and assaulted by Combs. Agnifilo saying that was consensual. Okay. That's interesting. All right. What do you guys think? Let me know. You said he probably had a room bugged? Okay. Agnifilo says, when Mia says it was not consensual, she's not telling the truth. There was no unwanted sexual conduct. Mia's feelings were not platonic. Mr. Steele questioned her about her wonderful pictures and slogans. Effusive, not just a job. Damn. What do you guys think? Sandra, thank you for being a member for 12 months. Thank you, love. They said it was consensual. Thank you, love, for supporting my channel for a whole year. Thank you. Hey, you guys, she says. That's what they're saying. They're saying that that it was consensual. And I guess here's my question is nothing was ever filed, right? Like police reports or anything like that. What do you guys think? You said you think it was consensual? Diddy's text made it look consensual. Okay. Marmello, thank you for gifting a membership. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you again. I mean, I guess it comes down to who said, she said. I mean, what else other than messages? What else do we have, guys? Honestly. So defense resumes closing arguments. Following the break, the judge instruction to the jury that it should disregard a suggestion in the defense closing that it should consider prosecutor's charging decision. When they return, judge tells jurors they should not consider a prosecutor's charging decision. Okay, what does that mean? Before the break, Attorney Comey asked the judge to give curative instructions to the jury regarding 3 issues in Mark Agnifilo's closing argument. She said Agnifilo improperly asked the jury to consider why the prosecutors charge a particular racketeering predicate and stated that the Intercontinental video shows a misdemeanor assault. She also said he improperly suggested that Combs was charged with crimes like arson and kidnapping when they're actually included as predicates of the Racketeering Act. This is what was mentioned yesterday. The judge said those issues were grossly improper, particularly the ones questioning the charging decisions. The judge said he would give a jury a curative instructions on addressing that issue. When the jury returned, the judge told them that there was a suggestion in the defense's closing that they should consider prosecutors' charging decisions. It would be improper for you to consider such a matter in your deliberations, and you should disregard those comments, he said. The judge also told the jury that he would be one instructing them on the law in this case. Oh my God. Okay. All right then. Let's get it together because we have an update from Inner City Press, my friends. Thank you. Half the witness stands were all dope fiends. Oh my God. Well, I mean, they did dabble in it, so there's that. I don't think it takes away from anything, but I mean, they kind of admitted, and some of them went to get some help. This is demonstrative. Agnifilo says this is a demonstrative. You can't take it into the jury room. Consider the scrapbook she made. I'm going to read it to you. Happy 45th birthday, Puff. This is from 1991 to 1999. I hope it stirs up nostalgic feelings. How great you've become. Oh, yeah. Now, sorry, you guys. It's been a minute since we talked about Mia, but Mia made a whole scrapbook to Diddy, right? Mia made a whole scrapbook gift to Diddy. I think that was like her job or something, to like make gifts, right? She talked a little bit about that. So she went around collecting clips, articles of when he was first kind of like there, if you know what I mean. You said, yeah, the judge is not feeling Agnifilo in his closing statements either. 3 different things that they had to correct. That's what it sounds like, is no bueno. At all. You said could have been a way to record and boast ego at the same time. So this is a demonstrative. You can't take it into the jury room. Consider the scrapbook she made. I'm going to read it to you. Happy 45th birthday, Puff. Remember, Brian Steele drove this point home. He said he assaulted you on his birthday. And then you kept writing messages on his birthday over and over. Happy birthday, Puff. This is from 1991 to 1999. Hope it stirs up nostalgic feelings. How great you've become. Remember, that's what Steele was the one who did the direct, right? On Mia? Yes. And Don Richard was Westmoreland. Agnifilo says, she loved you. You can't fake that. That's real. Don't lose sight of that. It's not just business. He gives people a home. Look at this picture. Think of a word that comes to mind. Joy. There's KK, D-Rock, Fakeem. Photos of staff. Yeah, I'm just letting you know. Hey, Marta. The plane is crashing? Really? How are you guys? I mean, there's a poll. How do you guys feel like Agnifilo is doing? You think the plane is crashing? The scrapbook was a gift. It was a birthday gift that she put time together and everything to do. That's right. You said it was an example of trauma bonding. Yeah, I mean, and that's why they brought the expert that a lot of us are not fans of. At least I'll speak for myself. You said it was Mia's job to post on social media and to make gifts. That's right. It was. She thought of the scrapbook on her own, demonstrative. That's right. It's absolutely correct. It's because we're going back to Mia, and I have to kind of wonder, well, where does everybody land when it comes to Mia? You dislike the expert, the unexpert. I think a lot of us were not fans of the expert, as people say. You guys are so funny. Shout out to you guys. You guys are funny. I'm trying to see. That prosecutor's closing broke everything down and explained all the charges. I thought so too, but people are allowed to think what they want to think. Let me know what you guys think in the comments though. CNN does not have an update. Washington says that the jury is back in the room. The judge gave what's known as a curative instructions to the jury before Mark Agnifilo resumed his closing arguments, telling them to disregard the defense lawyer earlier suggestions and that the prosecutors improperly decided what charges to bring. The U.S. Attorney's Office at the break objected to Agnifilo's remarks as out of bounds. The judge agreed and warned Agnifilo to refrain from further comments along those lines. So I don't know, was it Soltero who said that the judge is not feeling Agnifilo? I kind of think you're right on this one because he's kind of being told, like, stop with the comments along those lines. The jury cannot consider the flag comments during deliberations. And in more than one occasion, I feel like Agnifilo is giving commentary that's not necessarily, well, it's not necessary. Like, it's one thing to make your argument, then it's another thing to kind of give a little commentary to the argument. Make the argument and let that be what it is. He does this a lot. I've noticed this too, even in reading the transcripts. And I don't know if he tries to like, if he does it to appeal to the audience. So like, I'm funny, you know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna do it because it's sarcastic. And he said so. He said, I'm sarcastic. I'm doing it because of that. I don't think it's working in his favor. Okay. Agnifilo says he created a remarkably special place. He moved people in their hearts and souls. When Mia is told she's being fired, that she is going to leave the special place, Mia, my life is over. KK, OMG, WTF, Mia, that's not funny. Remember Mia, when she was fired, she got very, she had, what is it? Unaliving thoughts. And she had a conversation via text with KK about it. Agnifilo says, racketeering co-conspirator KK writes, Mia, answer your phone or I'm going to call your parents. That last thing she wanted to do was leave. And it's forced labor? Let's turn to rug distribution. The U.S. said personal use is a distraction. Okay. The argument that Agnifilo is making here is, how could it be forced labor if you're being fired and you don't want to leave, right? That is what his argument is, okay? And this is Mia. Yeah, Soul, you caught that. You totally caught that. Totally confirm what you said. Yep. Yeah. Thank you. I think this is why we're seeing an influx of Diddy trolls suddenly. Like there was one that was talking shit. I mean, they were paying me. Like they were dropping 199 super chats just to call me a pig. I mean, okay. I've been called worse. I don't know what to say. They don't really do anything to me. That's just so childish. You said the defense is draining the swamp. Say more, Absolute 72. What makes you think that? Say more. A lot of people have differences of opinions here. I told you guys are welcome to that. Just drop my piece of my sandwich. Okay. Let me know. Yeah, you can pay me $1.99 and call me a pig. Literally, I think they had, let me count. It was so funny. That shit don't hurt my feelings. I'm telling you. Like, I've been called worse. I'm not going to keep you on my channel, but it's giving trollish. I'll show you guys. Look. This idiot right here. Diddy coming home, you pig. I have many accounts. You will block all day, pig. This guy, why, pig? Christina Corum account. Why do you keep blocking me? Just curious. Bradley Hill, your snipers won't get payback enough to keep up. And then they kind of gave up after that account. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the thing is that I still get that money. So I was hoping that they were still going to keep it up. I was not joking. That was earlier this morning. I said, oh my God. They said, we're not going to give up. Okay, keep paying then. You could say, you can call me a pig all you want as long as you keep paying. Like, sure, I will oink, oink, oink this whole fucking live. Just keep paying me, okay? Because I don't work for free. And I don't work for you. All right, let's keep it going. Let's turn to the rug distribution. The U.S. said personal use is a distraction. Agnifilo says Brendan Paul said these were personal use rugs. He said he forgot to take the Coca-Cola out of my bag. He said I got the best lawyer in the world and my charges were dismissed. That's what he said. Sean Combs was not selling rugs. There you go. Yeah, let me know. I said, we're not going to give up. But he did. He said, we're not going to give up. But he must have ran out of those 199 super chats. Damn it. I really wish he wouldn't give up because, damn, I mean, that's money. Don't give up. Don't give up. I'm here for it. I think it's funny. You think that the closing arguments are a drag? Dang. He said, free Diddy. Oh, look at Chico says, free Diddy, psych. Come on, Chico. Chico, you're on the other side. You said you didn't know if the arguments were solid, but you still said free Diddy, psych. I haven't heard anybody say psych since the 5th grade. Shout out to you, Chico. Shout out to my mom. Hey, thank you. At least yours was $2 and not $1.99. I appreciate that. All right, let's keep going. I haven't heard anybody say psych in years. Okay, hold up. Hold up, guys. Sorry, I'm laughing. Agnifilo says, Cassie said he was a rug. He was a rug addict. How is he supposed to get them? Grow his own eggs? Did he have rugs? Yes. They found it in his house. Was he using his enterprise to distribute rugs? No. You're going to have to think through this. Okay. That's what it says. Cassie said he was a rug addict. How is he supposed to get them? Grow his own eggs? How do you grow your own eggs? Did he have rugs? Yes. They found it in his house. Was he using his enterprise to distribute the rugs? No. You're going to have to think through this. That's what he's saying. Okay. Oh my God. Sylvia says, Rabbit, at least you laugh about the BS. I do. I've been called worse, guys. Come on, I'm online and I do commentary about things. I'm so used to people calling me names or saying something stupid. I'm telling you. But I love it when they pay me for it. Like, I'm here for it. Because then, that totally makes it worth it. But hey, thank you for being a member for 14 months. Sylvia, thank you. And thanks to Sylvia, Baby Bunny gave me a makeover yesterday. She did. How do you grow X? Is that what they're saying? Zanny? Maybe that's a typo. I cannot wait to see the transcripts on this. Defense attorney says sexual conduct or contact between Mia and Combs was consensual. We'll go to that, but we got to talk about this. Is interesting because Agnifilo saying that was consensual. Agnifilo says, didn't Mia go to work for Madonna? That's how people used personal assistants. I don't expect we're going to see Beyonce in CVS. Okay. The assistants buy Astroglide. It's not what the company is doing. This is not racketeering act. I'm going to RICO. Okay, there's a typo there. Didn't Mia go to work for Madonna? That's how people use personal assistants. I don't expect we're going to see Beyonce leave Beyonce alone right now. I mean, that's a whole different dinosaur, that situation. I don't expect we're going to see Beyonce at a CVS. The assistants buy Astroglide. It's not what the company is doing. This is not a racketeering act. Okay, that's what the argument is for Inner City Press. Thank you. Yeah, they said grow Zanny. So defense attorney said that sexual contact between Combs and Mia was consensual, right? Mia testified with a false persona in court, Agnifilo said. He said that the bubbly persona or person in the birthday video that the jury watched is Mia's true personality. And Mia falsely testified that Combs actually essayed her. I'm going to put it like that. This was not unwanted contact. Mia testified that Combs essayed her on multiple occasions. She testified that Combs arred her and on another occasion forced her to perform OS on him. Oh, that's a word I got to block too. OS. Because that was used a lot. Okay. Agnifilo told the jury that Combs and Mia had consensual contact, and the jury should believe that because they saw a text from Combs to Mia when he threatened to tell Cassie Ventura about it. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So there was a text message from Diddy to Mia talking about, I'm gonna tell Cassie what you and I did, and then Mia was on the stand saying it's like he flipped it on me, like somehow I'm at fault and he essayed me, type of situation. Yeah, that makes sense. Cassie doesn't know about it, and Mia doesn't want Cassie to know about it. Cassie knew nothing about this, apparently. She was going to go to the grave with the secret that she had, okay? Keep that in mind. Agnifilo questioned why Combs would threaten to tell Ventura about something he wrongfully did to Mia. Agnifilo referenced positive social media posts that Mia posted about Combs, asserting that's how she really felt. He showed the jury the scrapbook Mia created for Combs' 45th birthday and called it the act of love. He then showed the jury a photo of Mia posted of a group of people, including several of Combs' employees, like the chief of staff, Christina Courtroom, and members of the security team. Think of a word or phrase that comes to mind. Joy, happy, family, belonging. Agnifilo asked. Racketeering enterprise? This is your racketeering enterprise, folks? Okay. That's interesting. Okay. All right, Agnifilo. Are we gonna land the plane or are we gonna crash it? What are we doing? Okay, we have an update. Hold up. Further says Agnifilo, there's no evidence of possession with intent to distribute rugs. David James says he's in Santro Pez. He's asked to get an 8-ball of Coca-Cola. I asked him, anything to do with Sean Combs? He said no, he kept it from him. Why would he hide it? To protect him? I don't know. I brought my legal pad on this case. Let me know. Defense arguments are whack. Diddy screwed. I think they're working up on an appeal. I think that's what it is. But hey, man, you never know. Yeah, Mia did claim that she was close to Cassie. That would have been the betrayal. That's right. You're right. You said he's making the point that I had made, says Ashley B. Shout out to Ashley B. Yeah, but some juror members are biased, like a lot of us here. I think we all have our own biases about things. You could say that you're not, but that's on everybody. I mean, I have my own biases about a lot of stuff. I'll own that. Agnifilo says it's people in creative fields doing what people in creative fields do. It's not racketeering. I'm going to talk about Cassie. Can you traffic your girlfriend? Maybe if you push them into prostitution, but he's not making money from it. Oh. Prosecution. Now I got to go back and listen to that part of the video that I did yesterday, but that's not something that you really touched on that one. Now they did lay the foundation, but now here is look at what Agnifilo just did. Can you traffic your girlfriend? Maybe if you push them into prostitution. Did Diddy push Cassie into prostitution? Cassie said in her own words, I've been your cooker for 10 years. I've been your cooker for 10 years. Not necessarily an prostitute, right? Because there's arrangements, there's, like that's more of a formality, right? It's a specific word. But maybe if you push them into prostitution, but he's not making money from it. Oh, okay. And then Agnifilo says Jane has some texts that are very anti-hotel night. Cassie, she doesn't. People are in love. People are having S. Let's say your partner wants to do something and you don't. Where does that land? Cassie wanted this, including to be close. I think that's a stretch. I don't think she wanted it, Agnifilo. I think if you're wearing suspenders, you definitely stretching them on this one, because I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. They did say that. You're right, my love. They did say that. And that's the question, Lady K. That's the question that people have to ask. That's the argument that they're making. I think the prosecution, if you read or at least hear the audio that we did last night, I think they did a good job in figuring this out right here and laying it out. You know, I agree with you on this one, Lady Scorpio. You could definitely essay your girlfriend. Doesn't matter if you're married, any man, you can essay your wife. That thought and idea is very, what's the word? I don't want to throw this out here if I'm not sure, but there is this thought or word, and it stems from misogyny, that somehow you can't essay somebody that you're married to. That's not true. Or your girlfriend. So not true. So not true. But yeah, I can't remember. There's like even a community for things like that. That people have a very strong belief on that. But anyways, Agnifilo says, it's like my wife is from Los Angeles. I hate LA. Now I love Los Angeles. Sorry, that's how it happens. Cassie is a beautiful, sexy person. She was with Michael B. Jordan, like the most handsome man in the world. She is not messing around. Okay, where are you going with this? Where is he going with this? Where are we going with this? That's what I want to know. All right, let me see what it says. Do we have an update? Inner City Press is doing a good job in their updates. Nothing from CNN. Now we know, okay, this is Washington Post. Now we know what the poster board under the defense attorney Tini Garrigo's arms was. An enlarged social media photo showing Sean Combs and his staff gather for a big group picture, everyone smiling broadly for the cameras. Okay. Agnifilo just showed it to the jurors during his closing arguments, emphasizing the love and family-like atmosphere among the defendant employees. Okay. Cassie is not clutching her pearls. This is how I'm intimate with the man I love. You could come to love that. You want to be close. Yesterday, they said she might have wanted. Oh, they said cans. Daniel Phillips and Intercontinental. Okay, this is killing me. Cassie is not clutching her pearls. This is how I am intimate with the man I love. You could come to love that. You want to be close. Yesterday, they said she might have wanted. Okay, like consenting. Sometimes she might have consented. Oh, they said Daniel Phillips and Intercontinental. So she consented to all of this, but sometimes she didn't. He's making the argument of consent. Okay. Ahmad, thank you so much for the $19.99. I really appreciate this. Thank you. Aw, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you, Ahmad. Oh, taking the chat some time to update on my end. Guys, can we get to how many people we have? Like 700? Can we get to 700 likes, please? I think we're close. Hopefully. Thank you, Ahmad. Oh, Federated States of GM. Sorry, I missed your. This was a couple minutes ago. Name a woman in history who sued their mate FS for S. Is that what you mean? Name a woman in history who sued their mate for S. Name a woman in the US who sued for S. I don't know why is that even can you help me understand where you're going with this? I guess I don't understand what you mean. Name a woman who sued for S. I could tell you a woman who cut a man's ping. Her name is Lorena Bobbitt, because she was being arred by her husband. Because I mean, he was of that mindset that she needed to give it up when she didn't want to give it up. He had been arring her. Her name is Lorena Bobbitt. She went in there and she sliced and diced that thing like that. She what did she do? She fruit ninja the situation. Yeah, she did. That was Lorena Bobbitt. That wasn't a lawsuit. That was a criminal case. You should check out the outcome of that one. Remember that one? Yeah, she fruit ninja that thing. Yes, she did. Yes, she did. This did. Shout out to the Avengers. Okay. Moving on. I don't know. I guess I don't understand, Ahmad. If you can explain where you're going with this or what your thought process is on that, I would appreciate the conversation. I just don't know what you mean by that. Oh, not only did she fruit ninja it, she threw it on the road. They had to go back out there and pick it up and sew it back on. But then I think he got a new one because it wasn't working. I really don't know the whole story. Yes, that's right. See, now I mentioned Lorena Bobbitt, and now the chat is waking up. Now the chat is waking up that I mentioned Lorena Bobbitt. Okay, let's get it together. Oh my God. Cassie is not clutching her pearls. Okay, we read this part. Agnifilo says, if she likes 75, can number 76 be S trafficking? Talk about going 0 to 60. Nothing said to him. She doesn't want to even do these again. Mr. Donaldson cross-examined Daniel Phillip. Let's look at the text. Sean asks, are you corny? Okay. Oh my God. Y'all are crazy. She sliced and diced. She said, psh, psh, she fruit ninja that thing. You remember the Bobbitt case, right? That's right. She did, Corey. She threw that thing outside the. Oh my God, y'all. Remember that? Anyways, let me stop. Why are we even talking about that? Anyways, but everybody woke up. Okay. And yeah, and Mr. Bobby became a corn star afterwards. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But that was a thing. She did do that. Okay. And she's still around. She still gives conversations and discussions about her situation. And yeah. Agnifilo says, she says yes. Talk about fantasies. That is their lifestyle. She writes, I'm not going to do too many of these. My mother would. She writes, my cat is so hot. Hold up. Just hold up. I'm not going to do too many of these. My mother would. She writes, my kitty is so hot. They're doing through this together. They're going through this together. This is a typo. They're going through this together. I'm going to play part of the video. Oh my God. Okay, that's what she said. These are messages that they wrote. You said he needed to do it to prove that it worked still. That's fine. I'm a 40. I'm 40 going on 21. Thank you. Wim is in the chat. Oh my God, Wim just gifted 10 memberships. Guys, if you have been gifted or blessed by any of the gifters today, put some hearts and confettis in the chat. You think the defense is done? Almost? Listen. You said if this mofo is found guilty, we will see him in other court cases? You think so? Wow. You said Lorena Bobbitt was the next generation Farrah Fawcett from Burning Bed. Oh my God. Yes, everybody, welcome back. Wim Wim. All right, we don't have an update. Okay. CNN says defense argues Combs and his associates were not involved in rug dealings. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo says that there's no evidence to support the government's allegations that Sean Diddy Combs and his enterprise conspired to distribute or possess with intent to distribute a controlled substance. Agnifilo said the jury has heard no allegations that Sean Combs is selling rugs. There's no doubt that he had a personal rug use thing. Agnifilo acknowledged he obviously had a rug problem. Agnifilo said it's true that assistants picked up the rugs for Combs, but the purpose of these businesses and enterprise has nothing to do with the getting rugs. These are things that he did with this girlfriend. They did them together. There's no indication that he's selling it to Cassie or Jane. Okay, or somehow move the rugs to distribute the rugs. He added, referring to Cassie and the accuser who testified under a pseudonym in the case. Lord, here it is. In this Intercontinental video, it's more likely than not, it is Combs' phone. Here she is. I'm not going to show you him throwing her down. You've seen it. I'm not hiding it from you. Now, there is a phone. I'm going to definitely have to find a good male voice for Agnifilo's argument on that app. I really am. I'm going to have to find it because I think that'd be good. When they're reading the transcripts, they hear like a male voice of what Agnifilo could sound like. I'm here for it. No update, guys. No update. Hit the like button, please, and thank you. Appreciate it. Okay. You said, forgive me. I had to hop around to see other views. Yeah, the defense's tomatoes. Oh my God, Naldo, you missed it. We were talking about Lorena Bobbitt. Shout out to you. Okay. You said, why would he sell when he already had the money? I don't know. It's a question. Let me know. And if it sounds kind of Southern, but with the New York accent, I don't think I've ever heard. I'd have to go back to see what Agnifilo sounds like. We're gonna have to find a voice for him. I think we probably can. I mean, it's gonna have to be a male voice. Yesterday was Erica, and I thought Erica did pretty good. She actually read the messages that were in quotations, and I was a little it kind of gave podcasts. And thank God I didn't get any pushback from YouTube about it because I was a little worried that I would be. I mean, it's not an AI video, it's just a read through of stuff. And no update. Think of the rugs as part of implied consent. He gives them rugs so they would have to consent. I mean, he's doing his job, as a lawyer. That's what he's doing. He's doing his job as a lawyer. Somebody said, would someone who's innocent need 9 attorneys? I would never, personally, use that philosophy or idea to determine somebody's guilt or innocence. This is a RICO federal case. So if I'm being accused, I would probably, if I had the money, I'd not only get 9, I'd get 19. because I want to make sure that if I'm on a speedy trial, I want to make sure that I got every lawyer on everything and they're having all kinds of meetings because they're ready to defend me. So I don't think that that's even a valid argument. Somebody said on Twitter, with somebody innocent needing 9 lawyers, they got the money. They're doing what they have to do to defend themselves. Right. Yeah, famous persons gets RICO. That's right. I would have as many lawyers as possible if the government is coming after me for a RICO. I don't care how strong the case is or not. I mean, I'm not going to chance it, right? So I think we can't really get on Diddy's defense that way because it's like, he's doing. Would you prefer he have a public defender? I guess I don't know. That's what people would argue. I would get as many lawyers. If I could get 9, I'd probably get 10 more, 19. Yeah, when it comes to your freedom, there's no prize. That's why we can't even say anything wrong about the lawyer, They're doing what the lawyers are hired to do. I'm going to hire my lawyers to defend me. Absolutely. And the more the merrier. Maybe I got a 2-for-1 special. I don't know. Maybe something happened. Combs has a rug problem. This is Washington Post, but wasn't a narcotics distributor. This is what the defense says. He obviously had a rug problem, no question. Defense lawyer Mark Agnifilo said of his client during closing arguments. The jury could find Sean Combs guilty of racketeering, one of the most serious charges in the case, based on alleged rug distribution within his circle. His frequent freak-offs parties were largely fueled by rugs, but Agnifilo argued that the rugs obtained and shuttled around by members of Combs' staff were only for personal use. Prosecution said, and I remember this from yesterday's read last night, they said that one of the ingredients for a freak-off was the rugs. So even though it was for personal use, he was shuffling his staff to get the rugs. And some of the staff were getting reimbursed by Robin, TriStar, insert the craziness in that, right? So I'm going to be honest with you. I do feel like they have enough to say the distribution is valid, even if it was personal use. They still move things around to get him the rugs, if you know what I mean. So that's my thought on that. But you guys let me know what you guys think. You object? How are you objecting? No. All right. In this intercontinental video, it's more likely than not it is Combs' phone. Here she is. I'm not going to show you him throwing her down. You've seen it. I feel like I've already read this. Oh, no, I have not. Well, have I? I'm not hiding it from you. There's the phone. Oh, yes. Okay, we might have read that one. And here now, a well-known man sitting in his towel and socks. Don't forget he got the colorful socks. Why did he wear those socks? But anyways, and here now, a well-known man sitting in his towel and socks. Looks like Cassie is saying, you're being a fool. Go back to the room. Look at it. It looks to me like she says, go back to the effing room. There's nothing scary in the room. Then she didn't want to go back there, though. Let me write that word in there, too. Effing is going to be another word that I have to block. Effing. I'm going to have to block Zanny as well. Dang. He got a sock fetish. Yeah, Lindell, but did you see the video that I did last night? You got to check it out. See what he's saying. You loved his socks. Honestly, I wear colorful socks as well. He got a socks fetish. Oh my God. You're like, I don't know, but he kind of, listen, this man has killed so many things for me between Tootsie Rolls, applesauce, Heinz ketchup, socks. What? I can't do this anymore. I can't. Okay. CNN writes, this is what CNN says, okay. Freak-offs were part of swingers' lifestyle, not as trafficking, defense attorney says, okay. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo said that the S life of Sean Combs and Cassie Ventura was not just S trafficking. Okay. It's his girlfriend. I suppose you could S traffic your girlfriend if you sell her into prostitution, Agnifilo said, adding that there was no suggestion Combs was making any money off of freak-offs. If anything, he was losing it. So there's that. Okay. They are swingers. They are swingers. This is their lifestyle. Agnifilo said the evidence was overwhelming that Ventura wanted to participate in the freak-offs, but he gave the jurors a hypothetical situation in which one partner liked a particular S act and the another partner didn't, but knew the act made the partner happy. Do you still not want to do it? He asked. Where does that land on the I don't want to do it spectrum? Oh, there's a spectrum for that? Okay. Okay. So Agnifilo reiterated that this is a lifestyle choice. Okay. And was Ventura's choice also. She is ready to go out. And God bless her. She is. She's a beautiful, exy woman. And that's what she deserves to be if that's what she wants to be. That's what she wants to be. The defense attorney also knocked the government's assertion made in the prosecution's closing argument that not all of the freak-offs were consensual. How is he supposed to know? Agnifilo said. Agnifilo read a few actual explicit messages between Cassie Ventura and Combs referencing the freak-offs. There was nothing that would say to him that this was against her will. Agnifilo says, oh, there was that one message. There's that one message that resonates with me. And I forgot what it is, but it was something to the effect, I love RFOs, but I love RFOs followed by something that alluded, because it did allude to some of these FOs not being consensual. I love RFOs, but when we both want them, and I quote, that's what it was. I love RFOs, but when we both want them, which what does that mean? That there were times she didn't want them. Now, did she voice that? That's a whole different dinosaur, but that's what we have, okay? Yep. When we both want them. That's right. Thank you. I was like, ooh, it escaped me. And then it came to me as I closed my eyes. That's right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Here we go. Agnifilo says, 5 days later, he texted, I'm so sorry. She replies, LOL, I was just listening to sorry. They are obviously getting over it. Cassie writes to Sean, how do I know if the rugs are going to be bad? Or you'll drink too much. This is about the hotel. I do wonder, I'm going to be honest with you, I wonder how the jury's going to land with this stuff. What do you guys think that they're going to say? Okay, hold up. We got an update. And then go back. Oh, hold up. 5 days later, he texts, I'm so sorry. She replies, LOL, I was just listening to sorry. They're obviously getting over it. Cassie writes to Sean, how do I know if the rugs are going to be bad or you'll drink too much? This is about the hotel. Okay, we read this. Oh, I cannot wait to get the paperwork for this, y'all. I cannot wait. Oh my God. Hold up. Sylvia, you gonna make me like cry, literally. Listen, we definitely gonna do some I was talking to the family. I was like, I need like a seafood broil this weekend. We definitely gonna be doing that. I need to do that. Yes, we're gonna do that. So thank you, Sylvia. By the way, while I'm at it right here, I need to order those transcriptos right now as we're speaking. As we're speaking, let's see. While we have a little bit of a what is today's date? June 27th. Make sure this is going to be good, a good and I'm definitely going to do the translator because I thought it was very helpful and it was an easy read through. We definitely going to do that today. Thank you guys for those that have supported, for those transcripts that have been very helpful. Like, we're almost done, guys. I really have appreciated. We have a lot of videos catching up to do. I definitely know that and I own that. So I appreciate everybody. I'm going to figure it out. Now that I figured out how to put a voice, I just need to tweak the document a little bit so that it actually reads through. I am not going to have a Wild Crab King night. Bye. I feel like I walked into that. No, Belen, y'all are messy. Y'all are messy. And if I did have one, it would be consensual. Let me just say that. Okay? All right. I do have the person to do it with. Okay? Y'all better stop. Oh my God. One person. I'm a one person kind of person. Okay? That's what I gotta say. Keisha says this case was a waste of resources. There are traumatized victims and families waiting for their day in due process so they can begin their lifelong journey of healing. Some people do feel like that, and you guys are entitled to your opinion. Let me find out. I got boxes of applesauce and Astro and baby oil. You listen. That sounds like I'm gonna take a couple days off too. Hook myself up to an IV. That's right. I'm glad you needed a good laugh. I thank you. I blame the chat. Kim and Belen, you guys are messy. Y'all are messy in my chat. That's why I love you guys. Okay. And Sylvia too. Thank you, Sylvia. Maggie, thank you so much for the 4. Thank you, my love, for the $4 super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate it. Y'all are funny. Thank you. And thank you for supporting. All right, hold up. Agnifilo, Cassie told you sometimes she hits him first. They are in this together. Okay. She says there she was ard or graped. It did not happen. It is not charged. She was asked and said he ard me, but there wasn't a lot of lead up. Maybe it didn't happen. See, that's the question that I have. Why didn't the prosecution lead up more to this? Remember, Cassie said, she did say this. I mean, that this is what happened, and there's others. Do you think that they're gonna find him guilty, guys? I try my best, Chris. My chat is like I said, I we go back and forth because some of the topics is like pretty heavy. Agnifilo says, Cassie told you sometimes she hits him first. They are in this together. Okay. She says there was a grape. It did not happen. It is not charged. She was asked and said, he ard me. But there wasn't a lot of lead up. Maybe it didn't happen. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Here it is. CNN updated. Defense attorney dissects part of a video showing 2016 assault at a hotel. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo went back to the March 2016 incident at the Intercontinental Hotel in which the surveillance video shows Sean Diddy Combs' assault on Cassie Ventura. Messages leading up to the incident showed that Combs and Ventura were workshopping a freak off together. How do you workshop a freak off? Messages leading up to the incident show that Sean, Diddy Combs, and Ventura were workshopping a freak off together. Agnifilo showed the jury parts of the surveillance footage, but not the parts where Combs is being violent with Ventura. He did say he wasn't going to do that. Acknowledging those parts of the video were terrible. Agnifilo used the footage to argue that Combs was coming after Ventura to get a cell phone. He also said Ventura later went back into the room with Combs and the security officer because this room was not a scary place. We have an update. Dang. Cassie wrote to Combs. Cassie is with her current husband. Something happened. She wrote, I told myself I didn't want anything to happen, but not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. She gets a FaceTime. Boogie Bat phone is her husband. Okay, so they're referencing the FaceTime call, right? When she had been R'd. Cassie wrote to Combs because there was a message. And Combs told Cassie, like, I noticed you weren't into it. And this was like the R-ing incident. Cassie wrote to Combs. Cassie is with her current husband, Alex Fine. Something happened. She wrote, I told myself I didn't want anything to happen, but I'm not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. She gets a FaceTime. Boogie Bat phone is her husband. So I don't think Alex Fine knew about the R-ing up until the court hearing. Now, don't quote me on that, but if I remember how everything kind of happened, they took him out of the, he might have already known. They did take him out of the courtroom. At some point, there was something, and it was it the defense that was requesting that? Because they were about to mention him, and it was about to get pretty direct on what happened. And so there was a request to move him outside of the courtroom because he was there to accompany his wife, right? So there's that. Thank you, Carol Burns. Shout out to you. Yeah, just explain that grape to him, but she isn't going to trip. That's right. But is it like, do you all remember, like I said, it feels like such a long time ago because of all the information that we've gotten. But there was a point in Cassie's testimony, I think, I don't know if she didn't tell Alex Fine right away about the R-ing. That wasn't something that was said to her right away, if you know what I mean. Yeah, in the message, there was a message between Diddy and Cassie that justified this piece right here. They escorted him out that day for security. I remember that day. That's right. Man, it feels like such a long time, guys. He said, I think she did say she didn't want to tell him because she didn't want anything to happen. That's right. I believe she told him as she tried to do the running in Africa. That's right, Miss Toby. I think you're right. Something along the lines. It escapes me because it feels like such a long time ago. Okay. Combs wrote, you act like a broken-hearted angel. You need to stop living your lie. Cassie says, I don't know who that was. I was saying thank you for last night. I enjoyed it. The oldest trick. I don't know how Alex found out, but she says R. Huh? Combs wrote, you act like a broken-hearted angel. You need to stop living your lie. This is what Diddy wrote to Cassie. I was saying thank you for last night, and I enjoyed it. The oldest trick. I don't know how Alex found out, but she says R. Okay. That's what she said. She said R. Damn. Man, oh man, oh man. You cannot make this up. Let's see. See, it's gaslighting. Do we know if the prosecution will rebut? I don't know. Oh, yes, they will. That they're leaving room open for rebuttal after the defense is done. This is why they're having a long day. You're right. I remember this a knife thing. I do remember that. Thank you, Coach Lisa. I'm telling you, you guys should have been here. Maybe you guys were already here this morning, but we were getting trolled. It was so trolling. I want to get paid $1.99 again. Like, where did that guy go? He said he had more. I was really excited when he said he had more accounts because I was like, oh my God, he's gonna pay me $1.99 for every comment. I'm here for it. But he didn't come back. What happened? Yeah, AUSA will do a rebuttal for sure. He spent all his money. He had a $10 limit. I was waiting. Oh man. I said, you can call me whatever you want. Whatever you want. Song is the dough ran out. He spent his money. I don't think he can get a refund on that too. It's kind of hard to get a refund on YouTube. Just saying. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We need 250 more likes. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Miss Toby, for telling the people. Appreciate it. You know what? The kids are going to need private school their whole life. I mean, it's unfortunate that it's not that they don't have the money or resources to do it, but it's unfortunate that this is what they're saying about your dad. You know what I mean? And some of these they're not little kids. They're, well, except for some are, children, but some of them are of a mature age, if you know what I mean. So it's kind of sad to see that for them. So you can't wait for Maureen Comey, says Goldie. Okay. Coach Lee said the troll was broke. He said, I'm not going to stop. Dang it. His gift card ran out. Come on, kid. The allowance ran out. That was funny. I know they need to pay me more. They need to pay me more. That's what I got to say. Hold up. Oh, Victoria Beckenham shares that. All right, hold up. We got a little bit of a breaking news just so you guys are aware. Oh, and Tony, thank you so much for this. Did I reply? I didn't reply. Tony, if you're in the chat, thank you. I didn't see it until now. For this Cash App. Thank you, Tony. I don't know if Tony's in the chat. Agnivolo says there's no evidence of R. She has consensual S with him after. I have to defend this. It is not in the case, but it is not a charge. Excuse me. It is in the case, but it is not a charge. Cassie was asked, what kind of pain did Sean put you through? She spoke about his own personal pain, his shame. There is no evidence. I'm reading it again. There is no evidence of R. She had consensual S with him after. I have to defend this. It is in the case, but it is not a charge. Cassie was asked, what kind of pain did Sean put you through? She spoke about his own personal pain, his shame. Oh man. I guess the Beckhams, Victoria Beckham, David Beckham has been hospitalized. It's breaking news, guys. He's been hospitalized. I don't know for what. Hopefully he's okay. Okay. Update. Agnifilo says, it just said, I didn't say why. Oh, Lord, I don't want to see the video again because you gotta be careful. Look at this. All these comments. Here it is. It's beautiful, she said. He felt pain, and most painful to me was carrying around his shame. Jane says almost the same thing. I felt my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. I wanted to go along if I can be my partner's escape, she said. Oh, is that why he's hospitalized? Because he had surgery on his wrist? Okay. Gotcha. Let's see. Notification. Okay. We're waiting for an update, guys. CNN, no update. Washington Post says, oh, 4 overflow rooms were open to accommodate everyone wanting to see the Friday closing arguments. At least 80 people filled one of them, a mix of journalists, content creators, and spectators, nearly all of them with notebook and pen. Inside the room, 2 large TV streams and the trial and mirror evidence being shown in court. We could see a blown up image when Sean Combs' lawyer presented a scrapbook made from the defendant by the anonymous witness who testified as Mia. The scrapbook contained magazine clippings from the 90s and a written letter she wrote for his 45th birthday. The volume is a bit low, to say the least. Tech staff have come in multiple times trying to boost the audio. There are 4 overflow rooms total for this trial, and they're all filled. Dang. Okay. That just gives you an idea of the craziness. Just imagine what it's going to look like on Monday, guys. CNN says defense suggests something was off with the rugs Combs took before hotel incident. Oh my God. Mark. Hold on, Mark. Hold up. Defense suggests something was off with the rugs Combs took before the hotel incident. Agnifilo pointed to messages between Cassie Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs in the days following up attacking her at the Intercontinental in 2016. One of the messages mentioned that the rugs Combs took, oh my God, my nose is itchy, that day, which Agnifilo said were different rugs, were off. The rugs were bad. He suggested that could explain Combs' behavior in the surveillance video. Oh God. Where you are walking around in the middle of the day in a hotel in a towel and socks. So what gives? He says. Oh, my nose. Hold up. I gotta think. Ag-fucking-nifilo. Oh, Agnifilo. All right, Agnifilo. He said, blame it on the dude getting loose. He's blaming it on the alcohol, on the rugs. Okay. Agnifilo says, Jane says, I'm getting vulnerable with you in the hotel room. I don't want to see young Miami on a bigger yacht with you. That's not S trafficking. If you get deep into this deeper self, this is not S trafficking. It's people in love being real. I don't know about that. I don't know about people being in love. It's like a bunch of addicts. I don't know about that, but okay. And then there's a crime too, in my opinion. Okay. Jane says, I'm getting vulnerable with you in the hotel rooms. I don't want to see young Miami on a bigger yacht with you. She was mad about that. Jane Doe was mad about that. That's not S trafficking. If you get deep into this deep self, this is not S trafficking. It's people in love being real. Dang. Enter Jamie Foxx in the chat. Yeah. My head is spinning. So now we're blaming the rugs that he took for the incident. Eddie testified that he was drunk. He did testify. Well, I'll have to go back. I don't, if I remember correctly. Yeah, wait a minute. That was Christina Quorum's narrative. She told them to tell the people that it was just a drunk a drunk night that they all had. That was a narrative that they were trying to put. So I don't think he was actually drunk. I think that was a narrative that was trying to be placed there at that time. If you guys remember. I'll have to go back, but don't quote me on that. Agnivilo says, Your Honor, when were, judge says, I'm going to go to 1, if now. Agnivilo says, I'm going to turn to Jane. We can break. Okay. Until 1:45, jury leaves. I think I have an hour left. We have an hour left? I thought, well, then there's a rebuttal. Okay. Miss Comey, so I'll charge at 4 or even 5. 4 or even 5. So if it's 4, okay. Damn. Oh my God. All he needs is an hour and then we're done? Break? Girl, what? Let me know what you guys think. What do you guys think? I do wonder, Savannah, if they were able to have any kind of contact with other. You mean like, well, one question I always had, a discrepancy I see is PD was so abusive with her. Why don't we see that same pattern with Jane or other women? I see a difference. I'm gonna be very honest with you on this one, and you guys might. I go back and forth on the patterns. Okay, I can see now after hearing which, by the way, let's bring on Erica while we're at lunch, right? I can see back and forth this piece right here, okay? Where what's the word? Where it's like they're trying to connect them and make similarities, but there are some things that I can't even compare between Cassie and Jane. Does that make sense? Like there's something off about this too. That I don't think they're always comparable. Sometimes and then sometimes not. But I hear what you're saying on that. Kristen says, I don't think he was in love with any of them. I think he just to control them. Well, if you think that the closing arguments are a joke, really? Amira, shout out to you. You're completely allowed to your statement, but I'm wondering, why do you feel that? Put it in the comments. Kristen, thank you again for the $4.99. There was a question that they asked when they were going through cross with Jane. Okay. There's a question that they asked Jane. They asked Jane whether Cassie Ventura was his great love. Jane didn't answer. I think they asked that to kind of get a reaction because clearly, I'll be honest with you, I don't care how you put it. Maybe Jane thought that there was, maybe in her mind, she thought that this was her man and that maybe he led her to believe that, here and there. But I don't think Diddy was ever trying, even though he had a house for her and the rent was being paid. I don't think Diddy really was trying to shack up with anybody or be with just one single woman. Young Miami understood the assignment because I don't even think that she was, as I mean, she's not on the stand, but we're not hearing that she was going back and forth with anybody or anything like that. I think Cassie was a little bit of a different story. I do think that Cassie was in love. Diddy was in love with Cassie, but that at some point it just got off and it just wasn't that anymore. I also think that Cassie didn't understand that she wasn't the only one, because how you put Kim Porter in this situation before her death, and even what the employees are saying, kind of makes you wonder if Kim Porter was doing, and this is just a question, was she still romantically involved with Diddy even though he was with Cassie? Like, that is the thing that has not really been cleared for me, or at least there's something that tells me that there might have been more here, that he wasn't really done with Kim Porter, and he loved Kim Porter because, it's the mother of his kids. But he had a different kind of love for her. And then he had a different kind of love for Cassie. But I don't think that to compare Cassie to Jane Doe, I don't know. Jane Doe, to me, and I've said this before, and it's not to take away from anything that she's been through, because I think that she's been through a lot. But I think she went through a lot before Diddy, before 5 Dimes. If you understand a little bit of her history, she's been through a lot of the an agency girl, okay, industry girl to be exact. The only way she knows how to make a living is through set situations. And that's unfortunate. I really hope that she gets the help and support that she needs, because at the end of the day, she is a child, right? But she does, I just would hate to see her to fall into this. And it's been said before that she's been involved in other rings. Not to take away from her, it's been said that she's recruited people into rings as well. That's a whole different issue. This is why I don't even make the same comparisons to these two. I just feel like they're two different types of folks. You know what I mean? But let me know what you guys think in the comments. Let me know. This is a great question. A great, fantastic question. And, like I said, you guys are entitled to your opinions. Like, just keep it respectful and stuff like that. What do you guys think? Let me know. Now, this is the video, y'all. Erica read to us last night, and she put us to sleep last night. Some of you guys. And this was their closing arguments last night, okay? Oh my God, did I get a BJ rate? Aw, shout out to BJ. Thank you, BJ. Thank you. Alejandro, thank you so much for the super chats last night. Alejandro, I fell asleep like twice. And then I got up to turn it off at some point. I don't know. Something told me get up and turn it off. And I did. But yes, thank you. That's Price Witness TV. Thank you guys. I got my lunch here, so I'm gonna eat here and watch and hear. But let me know what you guys think. I also want to see, even Aubrey O'Day has a problem with the Jane Doe, clearly. I don't think he loves Young Miami as well. Let me see what else. What else? People are saying, is this the midday? No, it's not the midday. I'm trying to see what else we have going on here, guys. I think we're all tired of seeing Freezer Meat do interviews. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Okay. Sorry, I had somebody come in. You said that reading get me through last night. Did it make you fall asleep? I could not fall asleep with it. So I ended up turning it off. Really, Sylvia? Sylvia, I saw you in the comments. You were like, dang, what's going on? Well, this situation is, again, the closing arguments for yesterday from the prosecution. But let me know what you guys think about Erica the Reader.
Jonathan Perez about it. And you know who else knew about that video that Jonathan Perez saw? Fahim. He mentioned it to Jonathan Perez later. Of course Fahim knew.
Fahim is in the courtroom, by the way, sitting with the family, according to CNN. Yes.
He was in the inner circle. He was part of the need to know. Fahim also bought rugs. Fahim also brought rugs that the defendant needed for freak-offs. Sometimes he got it to the defendant in advance. Sometimes he got them to the defendant after. And sometimes he got them to the defendant during the freak-off when the defendant needed rugs between sessions. And at least for KK, she knew explicitly that Jane didn't want to do hotel nights. Remember this message after the defendant threatened to release Jane's S-tapes. Jane texted KK. She told KK that she was heavily rugged and doing things he asked of me the past 3 years that I'm currently recovering from. This was in December of 2023. But even after receiving that text, KK kept setting up hotel nights for the defendant. This is again an excerpt from the chart at Government Exhibit 1411. And it shows that on February 18th, 2024, 2 months after Jane texted KK, KK here is telling Brendan Paul to bring King stuff. The next week, she instructed Brendan to send Wild King stuff to Jane. And as for D-Rock, there's absolutely no doubt that he's involved in the defendant's pattern of coercion. He took away Cassie's phone, computers, cars. He brought Cassie back to the defendant after the defendant assaulted her. He took her to the plastic surgeon when the defendant split her eyebrow. He brought Cassie back to his house after the Intercontinental. He saw the Intercontinental video. He iced Cassie's black eye. Given how close D-Rock was with the defendant and how intimately involved he was in the defendant's relationship with Cassie, it would be
Yes, Erica can read everything. Now, we have to find a male voice for Agnifilo. So when we get these scripts, we're going to have to find the male voice for Agnifilo. I'm going to have to search because I would imagine how Agnifilo would talk. We have to find a guy voice. Erica's doing well but I want a guy voice for Agnifilo because I think that that's going to make a difference.
Absurd to think he didn't know what Cassie and the defendant were doing for days at a time over and over again. Of course, he knew.
And this is correct. I did have to, this is what took me so long. I had to code it and do something to make sure that I remove the bad words, the profanity. So you're going to hear this document is completely manipulated and replaced by, like, instead of, rugs, it's going to say rugs, right? Instead of the master thing, it's going to say master's degree program, but you're going to get the context of it anyways.
I expect that the defense is going to tell you these members of the defendant's inner circle couldn't have known that the defendant was trafficking because the defendant made efforts to hide what was happening in hotel rooms. But it wasn't a very well-kept secret. They knew about all the people outside the inner circle who saw random men in these hotel rooms with the defendant and his girlfriends. About 5'8", long hair, large endowment, and he had a condom on. Deontay Nash saw a stranger knocking on Puff and Cassie's door. Someone opened the door, and he went in. And Jonathan Perez saw Jane and another man engaging in activity while the defendant looked on, in the video that was on the staff iPad. If all of these people figured it out, it defies logic to think that the members of the defendant's inner circle, his most trusted lieutenants, were totally in the dark. They weren't. They knew what was happening, and
that's okay, Simply Machine. I have to stretch my voice. If I keep using that AI stuff, this is the first time I've really used it. I've only used it the last time, and it wasn't coded well. But I mean, I might have to use it, and that's okay if you unsub. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
They helped him do it. Moving on to the next count, interstate transportation for prostitution. Those are the charges in counts 3 and 5. To engage in freak-offs or hotel nights, we know now the defendant paid escorts. You heard both Cassie and Jane testify that after every freak-off or hotel night, the escorts were paid with the defendant's money, usually thousands of dollars. On top of that, the defendant caused interstate and international travel for the freak-offs and the hotel nights. The defendant himself often arranged and paid for travel for these escorts, and throughout their relationship, Jane consistently traveled at the defendant's request to meet the defendant and the escort for hotel nights. This conduct violates federal law. It forms the basis of one of the categories of racketeering activity charged in count 1, and the defendant is separately charged for this conduct in counts 3 and 5. I want to be clear, although the transportation counts also relate to the freak-offs and hotel nights, these counts are totally separate from the trafficking counts. The law at issue here simply addresses transporting people across state lines or internationally for the purposes of prostitution. In other words, this charge does not require force, fraud, or coercion. So even if all the participants enthusiastically consented here, which for the reasons that we've been talking about, we know that that's not the case, it doesn't matter. It's still a crime. To prove the defendant guilty of transporting an individual for the purpose of prostitution.
Okay, there you go. She just says it right here. Even though they consented, it's still a crime. It doesn't matter. Keep that in mind. Coco's mom just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Coco's mom, for gifting. If you guys have been blessed by Coco's mom, put some hearts or some confettis in the chat. Thank you, love. Appreciate it. I heard about this too, Rosa Vargas. Have you looked into creating an AI model of your own voice? That's kind of scary, but I heard about this. I might think about it. I just don't know if if I follow another case, clearly I'm going to have to figure something out. But I did have to do a bunch of tweaks and stuff like that. Jonathan Miles, shout out to you. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out to everybody from BJ. You guys know we love that surprise witness. He said, even where she was, I was in law school, college even. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. Welcome, everybody. Hit that like button. Get me to 1,000 likes. I would really, really appreciate it. See, Lady Scorpion got a membership. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Love it. Love it. Love it. Shout out to the gifters.
The government has to prove 2 elements. First, that the defendant knowingly transported an individual in interstate or foreign commerce. Here, it's not necessary that the defendant personally transported the individual. To meet this element, the defendant could have simply purchased or caused the purchase of tickets or accommodations. And, second, that the defendant intended that that individual would engage in an act of prostitution means engaging in activity for money. So a freak-off where a male escort is paid for is an act of prostitution. Now, keep in mind that, as I expect the judge will instruct you, the government doesn't need to prove that engaging in acts of prostitution was the defendant's sole purpose in transporting an individual across state lines. It just has to be a significant or motivating purpose. Like we talked about earlier with trafficking, you've heard about many instances when the defendant flew in escorts from across the country so that he could pay them to watch them have in front of him. Each and every one of the times he did that is a violation of this statute. I expect the judge will instruct you, though, that to find the defendant guilty, you must agree as to the particular instance where all of the elements of the crime were met. Not necessarily on the exact date or how the defendant caused the person to be transported on that occasion, but you must agree that the elements were met as to the same instance. So let's start with count 3. The defendant is charged in count 3 with interstate transportation for the purpose of prostitution related to freak-offs involving Cassie. Now, Cassie told you about escorts traveling for the purpose of freak-offs. The escorts travel was paid for by the defendant and often booked by a travel agent who worked for the defendant's company. Cassie talked about having conversations with the defendant about flying escorts in for freak-offs. She said, he would ask me what we were doing, if we're flying somebody in, who's available, and from there talk about how to get them there if they weren't in the town or if they weren't in the city. She also told you that it was at the direction of the defendant that the transportation was settled. She specifically remembered using an escort that they called Dave. This is Clayton Howard. Cassie remembered that Clayton Howard would travel from New York City.
We're going to go and watch a little bit. I want to kind of go across and see what everybody's doing. This is Court TV, and they made a comparison. How is Sean Combs' case similar to R. Kelly? Do you guys find some similarities? I feel like we did this yesterday with Banfield, who tried to compare it to Epstein, but that didn't quite land very well for a lot of us. But what about R. Kelly? Let's get into it.
Are going. Well, good afternoon to you, Julia. So on a lunch break right now here in Lower Manhattan, court is going to get back underway in about 15 minutes. So those closing arguments will resume. The prosecution is going. They started this morning about 10:15, outlining each and every charge, starting with that racketeering conspiracy, describing what elements are needed and how the evidence they put forth in this case satisfies each and every element. Right before we broke for lunch, they began talking about sex trafficking. And one of the things they discussed is how could we see women that are coming up here saying that they were willing to have sex with multiple men, and they did so because they wanted to make Sean Diddy Combs happy. How is that sex trafficking? Well, the prosecutor pointed to one specific night in June in particular, in which she said, the woman who's going by the name of Jane throughout this trial, said that she didn't want to participate in a hotel night, but she explained the evidence showed that Sean Combs beat her, he choked her, and he told her, you're not going to ruin my night, and then he made her take part in a hotel night. The prosecutor said that is sex trafficking. Why don't we go ahead and put up some information we have for you from some of the closing argument that did take place this morning. We built some full screens out because, of course, this is federal court, and so we don't have cameras inside. But some of the things that the prosecutor said during closing, he doesn't take no for an answer. And as she started the government's closing argument, she quoted Combs' former assistant, Brendan Paul, saying the defendant used power, violence, and fear to get what he wanted. We also have another full screen that we can put up for you. The assistant U.S. attorney, Christy Slavek, she recalled 2 incidents 8 years apart. She said Combs' hotel attack on Cassie Ventura in 2016, as well as his 2024 assault on Jane in her home. They're not separate stories, she said. They're chapters in the same book. The story of Sean Combs and the criminal enterprise he led, made up of his inner circle. So really compelling closing arguments so far, Julia, by the federal prosecutor. I also just want to describe the scene out here. We have seen more people. The first day of the case, we saw a lot of people. We are seeing more and more people today. They've opened up 4 overflow rooms inside that federal courthouse. At one point in time throughout the morning, each has been fully packed. So quite chaotic scene. We've also had separate groups out here giving news conferences. One is called Safe Horizon. They just did a news conference out here, and they were supporting the victims that testified in this case. The woman I spoke to, named Liz, said that she came out with her group to say, we stand with the victims who came forward for their bravery. And she said, we do not like how defense counsel has been painting the victims at all. And that's understandable because of the group that they represent. But Julia, that's what's been going on here. Again, the closing arguments are going to resume in about 15 more minutes, and we'll be in there and bring you all the details as they become available.
Here we go.
Kelly, can you give us a little information about the verdict forms? I know there were 2 competing verdict forms.
Somebody said in the chat, was it Cheeks who said that they felt like this was more Keith Raniere than anything? Let me keep playing this, y'all.
that each side had, and that racketeering one is the most convoluted, I would say, because of all of those predicate acts underneath. Can you just touch on some of the predicate acts that these jurors have to agree are part of the case, and if so, then they can find him guilty of racketeering? So, Julia, great question, because when we talk about racketeering conspiracy, it's very complicated. And even as the judge has described it, you have horizontal lines, you have vertical lines, and everything's got to tie together neatly. So there are several allegations that the prosecutor has put forth that you would need to satisfy. You need to satisfy 2 predicate acts in order to get to that racketeering conspiracy charge. So, for instance, bribery, drug trafficking. They would only need to have those 2, for instance, to then establish a guilty verdict on that racketeering conspiracy. But there are also other ones in there, the sex trafficking, as well as arson. So I know there was some confusion yesterday in regard to the streamlining of the case by the prosecutors. They got rid of the allegations of attempted arson, attempted kidnapping. They still kept arson, though, as well as kidnapping. And so they're still talking about the Kid Cudi incident in which his Porsche was torched. So again, Julia, when they're taking a look at that entire verdict form, they're going to see, well, did the elements satisfy these things, these predicate acts, these allegations under racketeering? So bribery could be one, drug trafficking could be one. Before we also broke for break, they were talking about the sex trafficking, before that the drug trafficking, and really explaining to the jurors that Sean Combs telling someone, I want some drugs, that person giving Sean Combs or someone else the drugs, and then that person giving another person the drugs for a girl to take. That's drug distribution, drug trafficking.
There you go.
Really just laying out how they have met.
This is what we talked about last time. We said, hey, Ruggs, if I go to a party and you invite me and you happen to have some, and that would be distribution. It doesn't always have to be monetary. I'm getting them from you. You're passing it up to me. I mean, there it is.
Every single element in this case that they have charged him with, according to the prosecutors. Prosecution today, defense tomorrow. Kelly Craft, thank you so much for that update. We'll be checking in with you throughout the day. And we're turning our attention now because there's been so much attention on the outcome of the Sean Diddy Combs trial, but there's also been a lot of comparisons to another high-profile trial. Even prosecutors in the Diddy courtroom made reference to music mogul R. Kelly's federal sex trafficking RICO trial from 2021. You'll recall that the I Believe I Can Fly singer was convicted by a New York jury and is now serving a 30-year sentence for that. So we have here a very special guest to discuss how these cases match up, if at all. Someone who knows exactly what it's like to defend a music star in this type of trial. We have trial attorney Thomas Farinella with us. Thomas, thank you for being here and joining us to talk about this case. You represented Robert Sylvester Kelly in his 2021 RICO trial. It was many weeks long, like this one. I was inside of that courtroom for that case, so I saw firsthand you defending your client. I want to know what your reaction was to this indictment 4 years after your client went to trial and was convicted. Diddy's attorney said this is the first time no one has ever been treated under these laws like our client has. But I wonder if you agree with that, or would you say that your client was the first to use RICO or to have RICO used against him like this?
Thank you very much for having me. It's great to be here. So with that being said, the first RICO case that was brought regarding sex and sex trafficking was obviously the NXIVM case. That was probably a test case. Robert Kelly's case, was really the first RICO case that was commenced against an individual. And Robert Kelly was actually the entire enterprise. So it was quite unique. The government had never commenced a RICO case along these lines before. And it's been quite highlighted that after the fact that, this very unique set of facts were actually tried and the government was successful. So I would say that Robert's case was really the first case. And during the trial, I often argued that if in fact this was going to be able to happen to Robert, that gives the government carte blanche to go after whomever else they wish to go after. And here we are.
Here we are indeed. I want to know what you think about whether or not this case that the prosecution is bringing against Sean Diddy Combs is stronger from a defense point, or if it's weaker, or if you think that this was an overreach in terms of the RICO used in the...
So he was a former attorney for R. Kelly? Okay. Somebody's commenting on his hair. Let me know what you guys think in the comments.
Diddy Combs case.
Well, so there's a lot of similarities. There's a couple of distinctions. In this case, the main distinction obviously is the drugs and the arson, the bribery. There was also witness intimidation in Robert's case, and then obviously the Aaliyah issues. But so in this particular case, they're very similar. But more importantly, you see, the problem is that they are essentially criminalizing normal behavior. Right? Everyday normal behavior, consenting sexual adult relationships. And I said this even during Robert's case. And so it's very difficult for the jury to delineate.
I'm pretty sure Robert R. Kelly had children. Weren't some of the victims children? I'm pretty sure. I mean, Let me know. I mean, I don't know what you guys think. You guys can have your own opinion about that one. That's what I want to know. Naldo said Agnifalo's gonna close his arguments playing R. Kelly Step in the Name of Love. Lord have mercy. Bye. Bye. You think it aligns? Okay, what about somebody said that it was more of a Nexium level. I'm pretty sure that there were children in there, but okay, all right.
So it's going to be very important for the defense to have a closing argument that keeps the jurors engaged and and allows them to pay attention to the fact that this is behavior that was consenting and adult behavior that was, and so I think it's important to highlight the differences, but it's also important to highlight the similarities.
Now, I want to dig into that, Thomas, because you say normal behavior. And though I think the defense did something a bit different than I noticed that you all did in the 2021 trial, that they accepted a lot of the problems with the case. They acquiesced to domestic violence, to him being a terrible person, to there being these situations. This violence that we are hearing about and seeing, I think is going to be hard for the jury to find that as normal. Would you say that that was one of the most challenging parts, was to normalize some of this behavior for a jury in New York?
And I, as a lawyer, I should have probably chose my words a little bit better. And when I mean normal, I mean behavior that is not illegal in terms of, it's the underlying actions. Now, the domestic assault is not normal behavior. It's unacceptable. And I think the defense came out, they conceded it, and you have to just get it out there and put it behind you. And I think they're going to have to spend some time on that in the closing, saying, we don't advocate this. We don't support this. Don't take this as some sort of a cheerleader type of thing. But the reality is, when it comes to this very unique behavior, I'll say, it is, at the end of the day, adult consenting sexual relationships that the government is trying to criminalize. And
this is what the opposing view is. I mean, if you guys, let me know if you guys agree with the lawyer. Okay, what are you guys saying? No, there are no children in this current case with Diddy. Again, that would be a whole different charge if children were involved. Just so people are aware, there are no children or other celebrities other than Cassandra Ventura, Kid Cudi that we know of. But yeah.
And the same thing happened in Robert's case. And there's so many similarities in the sense that there were witnesses in Robert's case that said that they were going to be promised certain things if they stayed with him. There was an incentive. I mean, there were incentives, and there were items purchased for these people, and there was a lifestyle. And I think Don Hughes testified, I know in Robert's case, to this the financial abuse, because they're dependent on this person, the enterprise, or the person who's at the head of this, and so financially dependent, they would be able to be financially manipulated. These things have to be addressed piece by piece. I sat in Robert's courtroom for 6 weeks. The closing argument that the government gave started at 1:53, ended at 5:30 on the first day. Then on the second day we started court, I believe it was 9 to 9:30. I'm looking at my notes. They went all the way to the lunch break. So that's another very interesting aspect in this case, is that the government had hours, much more time to make their closing argument than they did in this case, in Robert's case.
That's true. 4-hour limitation this time around, and yes, that was a lengthy closing argument. I want to ask your opinion.
Yeah. Do you guys notice? Do you guys feel like the prosecution had a longer time than? Well, I mean, the prosecution, it was all day yesterday, right? And then, yeah, it was like all day yesterday, and so then Agnifalo's saying he only needs 1 more hour, and then they're gonna do a rebuttal. Right? I do feel like they got more time.
And knowing what you know from that trial and looking at what these jurors are going to be weighing in this trial, do you think this jury is going to convict Diddy, or do you think they may acquit him?
It's going to depend on the closing argument. It's going to depend on what the jury hears. See, and the defense has, and the reason why I mentioned the length of the closing argument in Robert's case versus this case is because the defense and the government and the defense will have about the same amount of time. The jurors, after a 6-week-long jury being inside the courtroom, and we actually were doing it during COVID, so it was even more restrictive, masks and all this other stuff. 6 long weeks sitting there paying attention day in and day out. And then they had an 8-hour closing argument from the government. And I believe that our closing went maybe through the afternoon. And then the government came back with, I think, a 4-hour rebuttal the next day. So, these are very critical. This is the most critical time in the case because the jurors are tired, and they're exhausted and they're at the end of this line. So you want to make, it has to be very clear to them what it is that, from the government's perspective, that the government is saying Diddy did versus what he didn't do. And it's very important for the defense to really remind the jurors of what they were promised at the beginning, and were they given the reward that the government promised them.
Real quick, Thomas, before I know we have to let you go, and it's been illuminating to have you discuss this case, especially while we are in these closing arguments. Tell us just real quick what the status of Robert Kelly's appeal is. I know you were working on that at one point. I don't know if there has been a decision on it, but if Sean Diddy Combs is acquitted of this, do you think that impacts Robert Kelly's case, if at all?
So new counsel came in for the appeal, but nevertheless, with the Second Circuit decision is a very difficult decision that was used a lot in Diddy's case in pretrial motions and things of that nature. Now, I'm not so certain if Diddy is acquitted, it would help Robert to the extent that it will establish anything. Remember, Robert has 2 cases in 2 separate jurisdictions, and so it's a little bit more complicated. However, with that being said, if in fact he's convicted, the Second Circuit decision in Robert's case really makes it a difficult appeal.
All right, Thomas Farinella, thank you for your.
Okay. The racketeering and sex trafficking trial for Sean Diddy Combs. Today, it is the defense's turn for closing statements as they try to raise doubts about his guilt and the charges he's facing. Eyewitness News reporter Josh Einiger is live outside the courthouse with the latest. Hi, Josh.
Hey, here we go.
Well, Tanya, hi. How are you this afternoon? After weeks of listening to sordid details involving Sean Combs' sexual proclivities, this jury of 8 men and 4 women are finally hearing the defense's closing argument in this case, Combs' final chance to convince the jury of his innocence. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo told the jury this case is not about sex trafficking, but about love, going so far as to call it, quoting now, a great modern love story involving Combs and his former paramours, Cassie Ventura, and a woman known only by the.
I think that was a reach when he did that. That was weird, and it was a reach. We're going to read CNN in a little bit.
Pseudonym Jane. During 5 hours of closing arguments yesterday, prosecutors depicted the rap mogul as leading a criminal enterprise designed to manage his sex life, deploying his staff to procure drugs and cash, hire male escorts, and compel the women into performing in so-called freak-offs, slick with baby oil, high on drugs, and forced to have sex for hours. The defense team claims, however, those encounters were all consensual, and less about criminal conspiracy than about Combs' sexual preferences, which they say are legal if unusual or perhaps even deviant. Agnifilo even mocked the prosecutor's case at one point, saying, quote, "They found the baby oil. They found the Astroglide. The only crime scene is your private sex life." Now, Combs declined to testify in his own defense as he faces 5 federal counts ranging from sex trafficking to racketeering, conspiracy. If convicted, he could face a life sentence in federal prison. His defense team expected to wrap up their closing argument sometime this afternoon. We're live at federal court in Lower Manhattan. Josh Einiger, Channel 7, Eyewitness News.
Let's go to CNN real quick. Let me remove this real quick. Shout out to everybody in the chat, guys. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. We got the CNN breakdown, which I think they've been doing a pretty good job on this. Let me see if I can make myself a little bit smaller. Let's see. Okay, the jury is on a lunch break. Catch up on what the defense has said so far during its closing. Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorney Mark Agnifilo has spent this morning delivering the defense closing arguments prior to the lunch break. Agnifilo touched on several points, including disputing the testimony of Cassie Ventura, Kid Cudi, and Capricorn Clark. Here's what else he said during the break. Curative instructions. Before the jury returned, prosecutors Maureen Comey addressed the judge regarding the issues in Agnifilo's remarks so far. She said he improperly asked the jury to consider why prosecutors charge a particular racketeering predicate, stated the intercontinental video shows a misdemeanor assault, and said he improperly suggested Combs was charged with crimes like arson and kidnapping when they're actually included as predicates of the racketeering count. The judge gave the jury a curative instruction upon their return. False persona. Agnifilo characterized Mia, Combs' former assistant who testified that he actually assaulted her, put on a false persona while on the stand, saying that the bubbly persona or person in the birthday video that the jury watch is Mia's true personality. He also said that Mia's testimony about Combs SAing her was false. this was not unwanted sexual contact. Agnifilo said, adding that it was consensual. Rug dispute. There's no evidence to support the government's allegations that Combs, with his enterprise, conspired to distribute or possess with intent to distribute a controlled substance, Agnifilo said. He obviously had a rug problem, Agnifilo said, adding that while his assistants picked up rugs for him, the purpose of these businesses and enterprise has nothing to do with getting him rugs. Lifestyle choices. Agnifilo said that Combs and Ventura's life was just not trafficking. Rather, they were swingers, and that it was a lifestyle choice between the two. The evidence, Agnifilo said, was overwhelming, that Ventura wanted to participate in the FOs, or freak-offs. He went on to read aloud a few sexually explicit messages Ventura sent Combs, referencing the encounters to illustrate his point. There was nothing that would say to him this was against her will, he added. Are disputed, or grape disputed. Agnifilo told the jury, even though Combs is not charged with R and the jury doesn't have to consider it, he can't let them think that Combs R'd Ventura in 2018, as she has alleged on the stand. Agnifilo went on to challenge the timeline that Ventura presented about when exactly it happened, arguing she changed the date to hide the encounter from her now husband, who had found out about it. She lies and says that she was R'd, Agnifilo suggested. Agnifilo told the judge he expects to take another hour in his closing statements after the lunch break. Comey will then present her rebuttal argument, and the judge says he intends to charge the jury when Comey is finished. So 29 minutes ago, the jury was dismissed for lunch, and this is lunchtime. What to expect in the break? Mark Agnifilo says he has about an hour. Comey is going to take a 90-minute rebuttal. The judge said he intends to charge the jury whenever Comey finishes her rebuttal. He'll then offer the jury to stay however late they want. They will stay however late they want? Oh, my goodness. So that is what CNN reported to us. Now, let me remove this. Okay. And share with you guys. Where are we at? Intercity Press. Let's see. Here we go. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Welcome, welcome. How do you guys think Agnifilo is doing? Now, we do have a poll up there right next to the like button. If you want to hit it, I would appreciate it. Let me see what we read that, but I want to see what the streets of the YouTubes are saying. The streets of the YouTube. Okay, I gotta play. Shout out to Make It Make Sense, because he just did his little update. And again, make sure you guys are checking out Make It Make Sense. Go support him. I'm a huge fan of Make It Make Sense of Mims. This is what he had to say about this whole situation. And we're giving commentary under fair use, of course. Oh my God.
What's going on with my layout? Hold on, guys.
Let me see if I can speed him up a little bit.
I haven't. Hold on. Let me go.
Let's see right here.
You guys know I was telling you about a specific juror. Yesterday, I referred to her as Detroit. Now I'm referring to her as Aunt Bertha. Aunt Bertha is going to be a problem for the prosecution.
Why?
As Mark was delivering his remarks, a lot of it was fluff. There wasn't a lot that really... How do I want to put this? If the prosecution was all charts and graphs and text messages, Mark is a Baptist preacher giving a testimony. That's like the best I can do.
Wait, what?
This?
Wait. Okay. All right. Let's go. Shout out to Mims. I'm like, what? Okay.
Particular juror smiled, laughed when there were no jokes. I've never seen anything like this before in my life. It almost felt like she felt like Mark was talking directly to her.
Oh, wow.
I will explain tonight why I'm calling her Aunt Bertha, but You like once you get it, you'll get it. I was shocked. Again, I am sitting in the courtroom. For y'all, it was even more difficult today to get in than yesterday. If you are I talked to somebody yesterday who's very close to me who says that sometimes when I'm going live now, it's not her wig. Sometimes when I'm going live now, it makes them anxious. I can't stand here and bullshit you guys. Do I think that Mark was effective? Not to me, because I'm a very literal person and I would want to know, I want you to argue the merits, not just give me roundabouts or non-specific examples, because that's what we've been getting. But I think
I'm the same way too. I want merits to an argument. Show me receipts, show me examples. Now, I am the person that I believe that there's two sides to every story. Two things can be right about the same time, you know? So I'm willing to believe that, but I agree with Mims on this. Like, I'm kind of there too.
for at least 2 to 3 of the jurors, it's working, especially Aunt Bertha.
Oh, wow.
There was... Y'all, Mark really argued that Cassie was not a victim. And in fact, she was empowered. Me and Tisa were having like heart palpitations. Like, she's not a victim. I'll give you one more specific example of why I'm telling you guys the prosecution might have an issue with Aunt Bertha. Mark made a flippant comment about Cassie being sexy and one of the most beautiful women. Aunt Bertha stopped smiling. In the same breath, he mentioned Michael B. Jordan and said Michael B. Jordan is he's like the sexiest man alive. She started smiling again. Then there was
Wait. Aunt Bertha? Now I'm gonna have to find, everybody's gonna Google it, Aunt Bertha, even though that's not her name, but okay.
a comment made about how Cassie had told Capricorn, who am I supposed to date if, Jay-Z's now taken? Aunt Bertha started doing this. So we get back to that normal tug, like pull and tug of, is Cassie even a victim?
Oh my God.
Where are we? Where are we like right now? For the most part, when I go over this tonight, you'll see that a lot of the jurors, they're stone-faced. A lot of them are just like Pearl, not Aunt Bertha.
That's not good.
I don't know if Aunt Bertha, maybe she likes white men. Maybe Mark is her type. I have no idea, but sometimes he wasn't even cracking jokes. And she was smiling, laughing, and nodding. And technically, she can do it, but I just feel like...
Well, some of the lawyers, I will say, I mean, they're personable. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I could see where, you might feel like the jury is, the lawyer is speaking to you. That's a thing. I mean, maybe that's what it is. I don't know. And she's having a reaction to it. I'm just thinking out loud.
It's in poor taste considering yesterday you were asleep. Did Mark raise some good points? Yes. He poked, that's his job to create reasonable doubt. He poked holes in Capricorn Clark's story, specifically about the gun. I don't think the holes were that great, but I was talking to another reporter from Canada, and he said he thought that was very effective. And I'm like, but he said he had 5 reasons why he didn't have a gun and he only listed 3. How effective is he if he's not even listing the amount that he told us he was going to list? Mark did use some slang. I'll have to get into that specifically with the notes. Are people engaged? Yes, less of them are sleeping, but that kind of comes with the territory. The prosecution was more about charts, graphs, specific laws. But my girl Comey goes after Mark. So we'll see. Comey doesn't seem to play. And then, guys, there was a whole showdown in the courtroom. I guess they had some type of agreement that they were not going to object while people were doing their closing statements. So as soon as the jury left, Comey stood up and she had 3 issues that she wanted to object to while he was talking, but just couldn't do it based on the agreement. The judge said, give me a minute, came back, agreed with Comey, and we'll get into all this tonight. Shapiro stood up. Now, let me tell you what Shapiro looks like. Shapiro's about this tall. She looks like she's stressed all the time. It sounds like she has beleaguered breathing when she's talking, but she's a pit bull, and she is going to give you case law. I don't think she felt like Mark was being forceful enough with the judge, and then all of a sudden you hear her tell the judge what the judge should do, and the judge corrected her and said, no, that's not the route we're taking, because Mark was inappropriate. And he said he was inappropriate on things that we agreed to. Both defense and prosecution agreed to certain things and certain arguments that they would not use. And Mark said, F that, I'm going to do it anyway.
Wow.
At that point, I was hungry, but I was not about to move while they were arguing back and forth. And for Shapiro to get so forceful with the judge, that was...
That was interesting. We read that in Inner City Press.
It was a lot. I can't tell you guys that I'm going to be in this actual physical courtroom on Monday. This was a whole lot. If I thought people wanted to fight me before, they definitely want to fight me now.
Oh
it was a lot going on. No, the defense did not object during closing. They wanted to, but didn't, because there was an agreement between the I'm sorry, no. Defense, you mean prosecution?
That's why.
Do you mean prosecution?
I think you're right.
The prosecution wanted to object, but didn't, because they had an agreement that they would not do it during closing arguments. So as soon as the jury left, she went in. Comey was like, we're not doing this. Mark was a little timid, and then Shapiro stood up and was like telling the judge how he should go about correcting it and what he should do. And the judge was like, I'm not doing what you're telling me to do. You guys were inappropriate. I'm going to do exactly what I want to do. She felt like if the objection gets corrected before Mark finishes his closing, then it's going to look a certain way to the jurors. Basically, the judge said, I don't give a damn what it looks like to the jurors because you broke the rules. They are not playing fair, which typically comes from Brian Steele, but this was a lot. Mark, I told you guys, charm and disarm. That's his strategy, and it's working. He's been basically charming the panties off of Aunt Bertha.
Oh my God.
Now, Mark is married, so that might be the one issue, but I could see Aunt Bertha.
Oh my God.
Anyway, guys, I really do have to go. Hold on.
Wow.
I really do have to go.
Shout out to Mims. Make sure you guys check out his
Okay,
channel.
so you said after this, I'll have to go. You said who's winning the case. That's hard to determine, because even like when we were getting our stuff, Armand said that he felt like he would never pay an attorney who's going to just throw fluff out there like Mark. However, other people felt like if Mark had some valid points, or, you know, one woman acknowledged she's male identified. She agrees. We're going to get into all of the nuances tonight when I go live, but I just wanted to give you guys a little taste that tonight's going to be a doozy, because they're throwing bows. Comey and Mark is...
I'm here for it.
I was about to say Floyd, but we're not doing that. We're going to go back to Mike Tyson, and it's going to be an iron bout, basically.
Oh, I wish I was there. Oh my God, I stopped at the wrong time. Shout out to Mims.
All right, go.
Right when he was chewing, I stopped. Shout out to Mims. Okay, let's go to Inner City Press. Again, make sure you guys check out Mims' channel. Shout out to him. I cannot wait to hear what he has to say. Let me see what Inner City Press. He dropped this maybe 6 minutes ago. This is the midday update.
Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here by the Southern District of New York Courthouse. Today, Friday, June 27th. It's day 32 of the Sean Combs trial, and we're in the defense summation. About more than halfway through, and it's it's really been quite something. Mark Agnifilo, he's pretty much said that Mia was lying. He said that Capricorn Clark was lying. He's been kind of kid's gloves with Cassie, saying that they loved each other, but that she's lying as to being raped, that she actually was just trying to conceal it from her, what he called her current husband, Boogie Bat Phone, Alex. He's now going to turn to Jane after the break. They're going to resume at 1:45 today. There'll be no deliberations today, it appears, because Agnifilo says that as of 1:45, he'll have an hour at least to go. Then AUSA Comey will have a rebuttal more than an hour. And then there's a charge. We haven't seen it. It's not in the docket yet. But he's saying we might stay till after 5 o'clock. In any event, we're down to the wire because we're going to be publishing week 7 of Diddy on trial soon thereafter. It's been quite a week. This has been a full week. The week with Juneteenth was a little bit of a short week. But this week has been jam-packed. And Agnifilo, I don't know. We've been live tweeting it. So you can draw your own conclusions, whether it's beneath contempt. He was admonished not beneath contempt. He's a defense lawyer. He's got to say something. And if you're not going to say that the witnesses are lying, I was actually surprised that some of the cross-examinations were not more aggressive. But the summation is aggressive. He's saying Capricorn Clark is a liar that was in love with Sean Combs, that she lied about kidnapping, that she lied about this, that, and the other thing. Mia lied that the sex was not consensual. She says it was consensual. She cites the birthday video. Oh, he does cite, as early in the trial, we noted that Derek Ferguson, a government witness that was the CFO of Combs Companies, that he actually might have helped the defense. And it seems that it was, because Agnifilo has said, look at what Ferguson said. He was a DEI before there was DEI. Hang on. We've got some noise pollution, but that's not noise pollution, but it's an administrative area down here. Maybe we'll pause it, actually. Okay, we'll finish it up here as we stroll in Chinatown before the resumption of the trial. Week 7 book. Week 6 is up, week 7 is up, and by next week, Monday, they'll be deliberating, and the jury verdict may come before the 4th of July, but we'll be right on it. Inner City Press, we continue.
Ooh, what do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Let's hope the prosecution does a good job. And I think the defense is doing a good job for jurors who may not understand the complex of the charges in DV. I think they just, they're doing that to kind of show support to their dad. What's up with the son showing up wearing a free Diddy shirt? I think there was that one guy who was like with the Diddy team that was wearing it, right? And then there was another person. Seen people kind of come and go with those shirts. Let's see what you guys have to say. Let's see. Dropping charges means that the case is falling apart. Otherwise, why would they drop them? We've explained that yesterday already. Thank you. Let's see. What do you guys how do you guys think that this is gonna go? What do you guys think so far? Let me know. Let's see. Let's see. Objection. Remember, some jurors are starstruck, so no telling what gets to others. But these are lawyers. These jurors have been seeing Diddy daily. So there is that with that situation. I guess it's kind of like, what do you make of it? Where do you guys stand with it? How do you guys stand with it? I see Dodge is out there too. This was 8 minutes ago. Shout out to Dodge.
Hey guys, hope you're well. Have an afternoon break report on the Diddy trial. And I usually do a full report in the afternoon, and then afterwards, as the trial concludes for the...
Shout out to Dodge. By the way, if you're new to Dodge, he's a journalist. He's done a lot of court reporting. He's really good at breaking things down as well. So he's out there in the trial. He reports on cases.
Day, then you can kind of get my perspective in the live, and I'll give a rundown in that regard, but also primarily through interviewing people and getting their thoughts. Yesterday was certainly a wild day outside the trial. I had to break up a fight. If you guys saw that in the live. But I guess I'll talk about the defense's argument. And it's interesting to kind of look at what's being spoken about in the morning, because you can see the general pattern of their argument and the general gist of their defense, or the prosecuting statement of what they're trying to do. And I'll have something as close as perhaps close enough to a transcript. The transcripts usually come out the night of, or the day after. And so I'm trying to just write as quickly as I can with my hands. So, words are missed, sentences are linked together. But if you want something as close as you can get to a transcript without having to wait for it, so I suppose this will be close enough. But first we'll talk about the crux of the argument that the defense was making after a very powerful argument that the prosecutors made. So they started off, which I think is a pretty inconsequential argument, that Cassie has had a rich dating life and even dated Michael B. Jordan, obviously the very impressive actor in Sinners. She continued dating him. I have to say he has a much more impressive career arc than Diddy does. But the attorney was trying to say, the defense attorney was saying Cassie had options and that there was a genuine love and a genuine love affair and that she wanted to spend time with Diddy, and therefore a lot of this was ultimately consensual. That essentially the couple made a commitment to each other, and through that commitment, they had a mutual understanding of the lifestyle, and of course, included in that lifestyle would be the many freak-offs. Then, what's interesting, this is a good argument, but I don't think it holds a lot of water, is that the defense is saying that the prosecutors do admit that a myriad of the freak-offs were consensual, and that all of this is centered on 3 separate incidents. And the defense says, if most of those freak-offs were consensual, what's the tangible proof for proving that the 3 others weren't? What's the barometer of what's consensual? If these other freak-offs had similar circumstances and similar situations, how come they're consensual and that doesn't qualify as sex trafficking because it's consensual, versus the incidents that they're talking about? Again, I think it's a stretch, but that's the argument, is if you can interpret.
That's an interesting argument. They're saying like, well, why is this consensual versus the other one not? What makes this one S trafficking versus the other ones not being S trafficking? That's an interesting point to make. Shout out to Dodge. DJ C No Evil, thank you much for the $5. That troll needs to cash his check so he can start paying you again. LOL. Diddy going down. Well, thank you for the $5. Oh, the troll. I really was hoping that the troll would be back. I really want it because, like, listen, if you're going to troll, at least I'm getting paid $1.99. Miss Austin, thank you so much for being a member for 13 months. You're awesome, Rabbit. Thank you for your commentary on this trial. No, thank you guys again for supporting the channel. You're here and you don't have to be. Like, you guys are amazing, and you don't even know how thankful I am to, have the community that I have and have you guys be a part of it, regardless of where you land with this. Like this troll right here. Look at this one. This one. Diddy coming home, you pig. I have an account. I have many accounts. You will block all day, pig. I don't know where the hell they went. Keith said, why? Christina Corum, why do you keep blocking me? Just curious. Bradley Hill, your snipers won't get paid enough to keep up. I thought I was going to get paid. I said, look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I told you, man, you can insult me all you want as long as you pay me, my love. As long as you pay me. And then he kind of went away. So that was cute. That was adorable. Well, let's keep going.
Interpret some of these with the same ramifications of being consensual, then therefore there's reasonable doubt, and you can't really interpret, or at least there's reasonable doubt on interpreting as to whether or not there was a consensual agreement with the 3 specific happenstances. This one, again, another bit of a stretch. Video plays of the hotel.
You said they're back in court? Getting mad isn't enough. I know, at least I was paid. That's what I'm saying. I don't care if you troll me as long as you pay me. All right, I think we have an update. Shout out to Dodge. Let's get it together, guys, because we are here and we're about to get done soon. All right, 1:54 p.m. They're done. Is it really 1:54 over there? 11, 12. Yeah, it is 1. Okay, judge says, I've thought about it, and it makes more sense for me to charge the jury Monday morning. Otherwise, it will be too late. With that, let's bring out the jury. All right, guys, get it together. They're bringing out the jury. I keep thinking of words that I'm going to have to use, like ejaculate for emancipation. Some other ones. I have a list going of words when I do my Agnifilo AI. Hopefully we'll do that tonight. Keep your eyes open. If not tonight, then tomorrow morning. All right, here we go. Jurors re-enter. Welcome back. You may proceed. Okay. Agnifilo says, there was a suggestion Cassie didn't get the same amount of promotion as others as bad boys. I think Capricorn Clark is an imperfect witness, but she did say that Cassie got the lion's share. Okay, that's what she did say. Nothing on CNN. Okay. No update yet. Somebody asked in Washington Post, what is the legal threshold for providing consent? Hold up. Just want to make sure I'm not off on this. This is a great question, and I'm sorry that the answer isn't more straightforward. Coercion is really the land on which this case will be decided, and consent is part of that, but it's not the only factor. What the jury is being asked to do is determine whether DV, which Sean Diddy Combs hasn't contested, intimidation and other threats of repercussions were enough to coerce these women enough to coerce these women's participation in Combs' freak-offs. They will have to decide whether he made promises he knew he wasn't going to make good on in order to dupe these women into participating. Okay? So people are aware. Here we go. CNN has a new update. Judge says he thinks it's best to give the jury his instructions on Monday. I would agree. It's going to be a long day. The judge is back on the bench. He said he now thinks it's best to make the most sense to charge the jury on Monday. That is, give them instructions before they deliberate on Monday morning instead of later this afternoon. So then they go to a separate room. They get in there. They're given instructions in front of everybody. They go to a separate room, and then they start the deliberations. Now, let me just say, we are all going to be on pins and needles for this one. We're all going to be there. Just imagine. People have said different things about what's the outcome going to be here. You do have to wonder. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Shout out to everybody in the chat coming through. Hit the like button for me, please, and thank you while we wait. You said, oh, Rabbit, I just got out of a Zoom court, and I said on the record that dad needs to keep it cute in the chat with his daughter. No, Franny Law, am I growing on you? Am I growing on you? Did you really say that on the record? I hope you didn't get in trouble or called out. What does that mean? What does keep it cute? Oh, my God. Don't tell me, are you a GAL, a garden ad litem? I bet you. Oh my God, I could imagine that. I must be must be growing on you. You'd have been like, where did that come from? Where did that come from? Why did she say that? Keep it cute in the chat. That's my guess that you would be a garden ad litem. Okay. Oh, that just totally made my day. No, just in the major divorce. Gotcha. Shout out to everybody in the chat. You said Astros turfing is cheap. Listen, I was hoping to get a $50 or $100 super, sticker from the big person that said that he had multiple accounts, and then they went away. That was cute. That was really cute. Yeah. That's what I gotta say about that. All right, we don't have an update yet, but I mean, this will get so Agnifilo only needs 1 more hour. That's what Agnifilo says. So we got 1 more hour, and then the rebuttal. She says it's going to take her 90 minutes to do a rebuttal. So there's that. Yay, keep it cute. Oh my gosh, you guys are funny in the chat. All right. Here we go. Agnifilo. Either side played the video for the witnesses, but Cassie's videos were on her devices. She said the devices were damaged, but the expert was able to open it. I don't know what role these videos played in her life, but she didn't delete them. Okay. All right. Let me process this a little bit more. Okay. Agnifilo says either side played the videos for the witnesses, but Cassie's videos were on her devices. She said the devices were damaged. And some were damaged, by the way, just so people are aware. But the expert was able to open it because he's an expert. I don't know what role those videos or these videos played in her life, but she didn't delete them. Okay. So here's a question that I have for everybody in the chat, whichever side you land on. Why didn't Cassie delete those videos? Especially because I'm looking at, I'm trying to, just tapping in on the other side. Okay. Just a little bit. Especially if she has felt very victimized and she told Diddy, delete that, because she did tell Diddy she was worried about staff finding it, which did happen later on, years later with Jane on a different occasion, right? But I mean, if she was so worried about people finding this information or things getting leaked out, and she also had a situation that happened, I have to ask the question, and I have to ask it to the chat: why didn't Cassie delete those videos? Why keep them there? Or there were some that she thought were removed, and I know that the experts said that some of the devices were damages, but they were able to export some of the content. So I just want to know, what do you guys think? What do you make of that? Let me know. It says she said that they were damaged. She just said they were damaged. He said it. Okay. You said because she was writing a book, says Stephanie. She was writing a book, by the way. That was going to be a thing. You said evidence? Okay. You said for blackmail of a lawsuit. I mean, no, I don't think any answer is wrong, guys. I do have to kind of wonder. She is sitting here and she's with these things that, they didn't land very well with her. You said evidence. Okay. All right. I thought I'd just ask the question because it is something that I think is probably people wanting to know. Agniflo says, in the videos, the hotel rooms are beautiful. The music is great. Usher and whatnot. You were never meant to see these videos. Let's be honest. Sean Combs was never going to release these videos. He might have said it, but no way. No way. Hold up. Now, why is Usher being mentioned here? In these videos, the hotel rooms are beautiful. The music is great. So is the music Usher? Not Usher being in a hotel room. Is the music Usher? Right? The music is great. Usher and whatnot. You were never going to see these videos. Let's be honest. Sean Combs was never going to release these videos. He might have said it, but no way. No way. Okay. Usher music. Because I was like, enter the chat. Usher music. Usher music, not Usher. Canex, thank you so much for this super sticker. Thank you, love. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Appreciate it. Oh, that was really sweet of you. Thank you. Let me see. Oh, please. Of course he would. He extorted Cassie's mom. There's that too. So you do have to wonder. He did. Listen, I know we gone back and forth arguing about that, but he did say that he was going to release it. Now, Agnifilo says, my client would never. Your client is the one sitting on that table with shackles, so to speak. Okay. Cassie is eating watermelon. They are listening to music. These are beautiful nights. The two escorts, the Punisher, I call him, he got it from basketball on West 4th Street. They thought Cassie was really into them. They were naive. Wait, what? What? Why is the Punisher being mentioned? Cassie is eating watermelon. Okay. They are listening to music. These are beautiful nights. The two escorts, the Punisher, I call him, he got it from basketball on West 4th Street. They thought Cassie was really into them. They were naive. That's what it says. Okay. CNN provides an update. Combs is seen smiling and interacting with defense counsel in courtroom during break. After Sean Diddy Combs' defense presented the first part of their closing arguments today, the music mogul has been smiling and interacting with both his counsel and the family. During the break, when Jury wasn't present at times, he was smiling, he was interacting, he was talking to his counsel, he was almost pantomiming, imitating his counsel while he was speaking, said CNN anchor and chief legal analyst Laura Coates, who has been inside the courtroom today. Coates added that his daughters, who are in a row or two behind him, passed up a note through counsel and then looked back at each other and kind of gave a fist bump and smile at their father in an encouraging way during the break. 6 of Combs' 7 children are in the courtroom today, alongside with Combs' mother, Janice Combs. At one point, Coates said that she saw one of his twin daughters rubbing the back of their grandmother while defense attorney Mark Agnifilo was going through a sensitive portion of their closing arguments. Janice Combs said Coates had her head down and was almost curled over during that moment. It was, Coates said, a very human moment indeed. Okay. Combs was also seen reaching to Agnifilo's presentation while the jury was present. When the defense lawyer was describing Kid Cudi's testimony that his car was set on fire, Agnifilo said that Combs is the type of person who would instead confront Kid Cudi directly. To that, Combs nodded profusely. Okay, he needs to stop nodding because he's going to get called out again if he does. You know what they did last time? Can't be nodding to your lawyers' arguments and stuff like that because, you know, they get mad. You can roll your eyes, attorneys, but they can't look at anybody. Okay? All right, here we go. Keep going. Agnifilo says, I don't think this is the only man making homemade corn in America. I think it is a pretty popular thing these days. Okay? Jane, she wants to post things on Instagram, I guess. That's what she's into. I think she loved Combs. Okay. You guys know who the father of her child is. You know who she was with in Las Vegas. Because they do. She is comfortable with this. The government is not saying every hotel night is trafficking. They isolated September 2023 jealousy over a yacht. Oh my God. Hold up. Time out. Wait a minute. Let me go back. Okay. They talked about the Punisher. Let me reread this right here. I don't think, oh my God. I don't think this is the only man making homemade corn in America. I think it is a pretty popular thing these days. Lord have mercy. Yo, I'm going to take a poll. I'm going to see, you know what? Let me do that right now. Let me take a poll. How many of you guys in my chat, this is an anonymous poll. How many people in my chat have made homemade corn? Now, where's the corn emoji? Oh, there it is. Corn. Please go vote. I have not. I plead the fifth. I don't know. I plead the fifth. All right, the fifth. Go vote. I need to know. We're doing the confessional here in the chat. Moni's like, I'm not telling you to out yourself. I'm telling you to go vote, Moni. Why are y'all outing yourselves? Oh my God. Hold up. Let's keep reading. Oh, you guys are too much. Okay. I don't think he's not the only man making corn in America. I think it is a pretty popular thing these days. Jane, she wants to post things on Instagram, I guess. That's what she's into. I think she loves Sean Combs. You guys know who the father of her child is. I think we all do. You know who she was with in Vegas. She's comfortable with this. The government is not saying every hotel night is trafficking. They isolated September 2023. Jealousy over a yacht. Now, I know. Let me see what you guys voted. Okay, Agnifilo continues. Sometimes Jane didn't like the guy. She said one smell. Then the guy is sent back. 3187, the escort get sent packing. He's a bum, but they still pay. Wait, he's a bum? Did he really just say he's a bum? No S got paid. Paying for time. Yesterday, they just dismissed it. But that's what happened. Did he just call somebody a bum? Yo, Agnifilo is waking it up. Oh my God. All right, let me look at this damn poll because y'all are some nasty people. No, see, we got some people that haven't done it. 57% said I have not. 32% said yes. And 10% said I plead the fifth. Okay. All right, then. Y'all are funny. I cannot with you guys. See, Coochie 420, you should have been here earlier. The question of the poll is because they talked about how a lot of people have made homemade corn in America. Corn, you know what corn stands for. So that's the question. I have over 1,400 people in the chat. I want to know how many of you guys have made homemade corn. 31% said I have. 59% said I have not, and 10% said I plead the fifth, which tells me that you probably are part of that 32% that you have and you just don't want to admit to it. Okay? Listen, I don't know how people be trusting devices. Like, how are you making homemade corn and you think that shit can't get leaked? I don't trust any of these people. Okay. When I go to bed, I make sure everything is off and tapes are sealed and stuff. Because listen, I don't want people be watching us through these devices. Okay. All right. You think it's a coincidence that Siri, when you're just not even talking to her, she pops up? Or Alexa, she pops up? You think see those little Alexa boxes are there? You missed the corn. It's still, the poll is still up there. You can vote. Siri's already in a lawsuit. You don't know what she leaks. The internet is forever. I don't trust any of these devices. I am too damn paranoid. That I am. So no, there's not going to be any corn. There would be no corn, no corn flakes. Nope. No. I woke up here, Alexa. Oh no. All right. Get it together, chat. You guys are too much, man. You make me lose my thought. And I'm not even medicated, so I have to figure this out. All right. CNN has an update for us. All right, let me get my best anchor voice. Christian King Combs, son of Sean Diddy Combs, releases new music with Kanye West. Oh yeah, this is what everybody's been talking about. Christian King Combs, the 27-year-old son of Sean Diddy Combs, teamed up with Kanye West to release new music, including a song called Diddy Free. The song is part of a 7-track project that debuted Friday. The same day, Sean Combs' defense team is making their closing arguments in his trafficking and racketeering trial in New York. The chorus to Diddy Free includes the lyrics, "Ain't gonna sleep till we see Diddy free." Oh man, I can already see that playing outside of the courtroom. West made a brief appearance earlier this month at the Manhattan courthouse where Combs' trial is taking place. CNN previously reported he was collaborating with Christian Combs on the project. Damn. Are the lyrics really that? Wow. That's interesting. That's some interesting lyrics. Okay. I'm not ordinary. Shout out to Diddy Docket. Oh my God. You said, see this, what? Thank you, lovely one. You don't do these homemade videos. They will be held against you after you break up and appear somewhere else in the dark web or in the underweb. I don't know. I mean, thousands of videos, that's a little excessive. What if it was just a few under 30 seconds that were erased? Asking for a friend. Rabbit, answer your poll. Shout out to Franny Law. Listen, y'all do what you want to do with these videos, but I don't trust any of these devices at all. Honestly. In 10 years, no tape got released. That's what, you know what? That's interesting. That's something to say. I mean, has there been a Diddy tape leaked? There was an R. Kelly tape leaked. And that was interesting. I mean, you know, like that whole situation, how it got leaked. And then people started selling it in the streets. There has been no leak of Diddy tapes. There might have been threats of leaks, but nothing has ever leaked that we know of, right? Okay. Agdiflo says, Jane wanted Jane wanted it to happen. She called her guy Cabral. She liked Cabral. She wrote muy caliente. No, she didn't write that. Did she really write muy caliente? Then there was a sobriety party. Jane is angry over Gina. And then she says she regretted it, resented it, but she agreed to do it, unfortunately. Okay, let me read that again. Jane wanted it to happen. She called her guy Cabral. She liked Cabral. She wrote muy caliente. And then there's the sobriety party. Jane is angry over Gina. And then she says she regretted it, resented it, but she agreed to do it, unfortunately. What she said. Okay. What if a few are faceless? I mean, they're still I guess if they don't recognize you, then I guess there's nothing else to it, right? You know? Yeah, the golden shower started with R. Kelly. You said 50 said he saw a tape of Cassie. He said that he called Diddy and asked, was that Cassie? Diddy thanked him, and 50 asked, did Diddy really like her? Was there an interview that was done about that? But the thing about Diddy is that he was very reckless about the content that he had, because they did get a hold of a tape, at least a production company. That's what Jane said, right? And then they had to get a lawyer involved. So it wasn't like maybe Diddy didn't intentionally release something, or maybe he did. I don't know. But there was people that had access to these devices and things. Things did get put out, right? Okay, hold up. I think we have an update. Hold up. I could hear baby buddy. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 second. I have to text. She said that. She agreed to it, unfortunately. She agreed. That's it. We could be done with it. The house. Jane had the worst lawyer in the world. Ooh. Her low child support from the father, in my opinion. Mr. Combs did the right thing, paying. Oh, wait, what? How low is her child support? Hold up. So she goes to muy caliente. She says it. She resented it. She said that. She agreed to it, unfortunately. She agreed. That's it. We can be done with it. The house. Jane had the worst lawyer in the world. Her low child support from her father, in my opinion. Mr. Combs did the right thing, paying. Agnifalo for the ghost. It's damn if you do, damn if you don't. He's paying for the house for a child that's not his responsibility. You put yourself in there, Diddy. Just saying. They watch corn. Jane got him a mobile TV to watch it so he'd make less corn, she said. I'm not sure how that works. But this right here is taking me out. Jane had the worst lawyer in the world. Her low child support from the father, in my opinion. Isn't it like 5 or 4K a month or something for child support? Thank you so much, minds y'all, for the $10. I'm safe. All my corn is a VHS, and my husband doesn't know how to work the player. We be that old. Minds y'all, thank you so much for the $10. So you're safe. Your corn is on VHS tapes. You should be fine. You should be fine. Can an OnlyFans girl beat a reverse or revenge corn case? A revenge corn case? Yes. Yes, she can. Just because she's an OnlyFans model doesn't mean that she can't. She absolutely can. Revenge corn is a whole different crime. If she didn't consent for that to be released and you're holding her against her head and you had a relationship with her, yeah, she can beat that. Yeah, actually, people go to jail for that. It's a federal offense, pretty sure. So you may not see it that way, but it's true. Okay. Hold up, y'all. Agnivolo says, it's damn if you do. Okay, I think I read this. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. He's paying for the house for a child that's not his responsibility, but he put himself. Can we be real about something? You know what? The reason why we're in this situation right now, or at least Diddy is in, is because Diddy did this shit. Okay? The man has so much money, his ass could have gone to therapy for his S addiction. He could have. This right here, the fact that he had specific kinds of girls that he selected, right here, whether she had a child or not, he selected this girl, right? So this isn't like, oh, they're at, no. He put himself in this situation that he put himself in, okay? He did. So it's crazy to me that Agnifilo makes to pay for a child that's not his responsibility. Well, hell, like, that's not, okay. He agreed to it. He housed them. So I don't understand what the issue is. That's crazy. He put himself in this situation, guys, a whole fucking billionaire, and can't even figure out what to do with himself. What are we doing? There is like literally, you walked into this. Anyways, let me stop. Okay, we read this video from Freak Offs show genuine intimacy defense argues. Okay, hold up. I think we have an update. Agnifilo says the photos. Combs has a big pour of wine or pours of wine, strawberries in there, but it's big, not like a fancy restaurant. Half an hour later, something inexplicable happens. She slams his head into the counter and calls him a Pedialyte. The woman, Ali, is of age. Oh, Ali? The woman, Ali, is of age. Oh, so they're referring to why did she call him a Pedialyte is maybe out of argument or out of spite, but she was not underage. She was just a young girl. Combs has the photos. Combs has he pours a glass of wine. I'm assuming this is what he's saying here. Strawberries in there, but it's big. Not a fancy restaurant. Half an hour later, something inexplicable happens. She slams his head into the counter and calls him a Pedialyte. The woman, Ali, is of age. So it's like painting her as an aggressor to this situation. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you think it would have been smarter, but the way that he was moving, period. And I'm sure, guys, I'm sure that this was not like there were probably people around his circle that was telling him, you're moving kind of weird. Like you need to stop this little, like maybe you need to go get some help with this S addiction. I don't know. I have a lot of questions about that whole situation, but yes. And you cannot forget that he did raise Albie Shore's son. And Albie Shore was going to testify against him. Was he, though, Lindell? Because I don't know if he was. I kind of feel like it was all cap. But that's just my opinion. Maybe he did get a subpoena. Maybe the man did. But what would he have testified about? Exactly. It doesn't sound like Albie Shore was around when Cassie was there a lot. He would have been around more with Kim Porter, but they're not investigating Kim Porter's death. So what would Albie Shore have testified? Now, I'll give you that. It sounds like he was, he was very much around and a present father figure for Quincy, which is amazing. And I'm glad that he was, but okay. And he doesn't have to raise her son. But to make this part of the argument of like, yeah, but that's the woman that you picked. You picked the woman who had a child. Just like you've picked the situation that you're in currently. Nobody set this man up. He put himself in here, if that makes sense. Okay. Agnifilo says, Jane says Combs kicked her door in, but he didn't hit her. I'm not saying he should, but he didn't. Here's what we do know. A text from Jonathan Perez says they were fighting. At 10:14, he says, just normal being jealous. Okay. There's that message. PD says, don't come. All good. So they settle things. Jonathan, I remember there was a text that was sent to Courtroom about them fighting and Jonathan saying something to the effect of they're jealous and stuff like that, and this is why this is happening type of situation. Yeah, that was a thing. I would probably say Loki would be the same way. How would you know that? I mean, both ways. I don't know. And I don't know if it's like they agreed to turn on him or anything like that. Is they don't have a choice. Some of these, let's not forget, Cassie is a unindicted co-conspirator. If the government comes to me, I'm Cassie or I'm Jane Doe, and they knock on my door, and I'm a single mom and I have a child or I have kids or whatever, right? And they're telling me, listen, we've been investigating, and it looks like you might have been part of this, RICO racketeering hoopla situation. And looks like you dated this man from this year to this year. Either you testify or we're going to take you to court. Because guess what? You're an unindicted co-conspirator. So guess what? I'm turning because I got shit to lose. And I'm not going to protect a man who did what to me? Gave me a bad life? Couldn't give me a ring? That's how it is. That's how it is. And I don't know anybody else who wouldn't be in that position who would say, like, honestly, would you go down for somebody like Diddy? Your whole life, you're risking your life. You're an unindicted co-conspirator. You have to, plead immunities and stuff like that. It's a lot. Okay. Jane says Combs kicked her door in, but he didn't hit her. Okay, we read this part. Now Jane changes into another dress. I don't know. No sweats. She wore like a dress, right? She says she hides behind a wall for 2 hours. I submit it's just not possible. She's just wrong or lying. I don't know. She comes back. Combs is in the street. No violence. She was trying to change quickly for whatever reason. And she's a fitness enthusiast. The most reasonable thing that she could have found to wear was a what's the word? Was a dress. Like she ran out with the dress, Lucy, you missed it. Shout out to you, Lucy. You missed the question earlier. Yeah, they're going to have to testify. I don't think they have a choice. And nobody's disputing that. She is she's a victim, okay? Depending on where you land, I consider her to be a victim, but she is an unindicted co-conspirator, okay? And it's okay to say that. She's an unindicted co-conspirator of this situation, She can be both. That's the thing about this situation. Doesn't make her any less of a victim. Actually, a lot of trafficking situations, you find victims to be both. So yes. And on whose behalf, though? It was the government who came knocking at her door, Benjamin. Who extorted who? If anything, the government was the one that came and said, you either testify or you're going to the slammer. That's what they said. So she had to testify. She had to. I don't think she had an option, guys. Hold on. So, okay, so she changes into the dress. She calls her a liar here. Okay, it looks like she was hit twice. Doesn't look like he hauled her off, nor that he dragged her. You know what this is? She is documenting her injuries. Let's talk about Antoine. She sees him in Vegas with, who, a rapper of some prominence. Oh, put the name on it, Agnifilo. I think we all want to know who the rapper is. Oh, man. I don't think the government is considering them as victims, if you know what I mean. Pretty sure that they're not. Yeah, but that's not being discussed in Benjamin. That's not in the criminal case. I get what you're saying. There's a tell-all book, and that's extortion, my friend. That's not part of this crime. That's not even party to it. She could have written a book. She could have said, I'm going to expose him. It's neither here nor there for the criminal case. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't. Agnicola says she's watching Antoine have an S. She asks, what do you do? She says, I showed my chicken nuggets. Why? It sounds like spring break. Then the rapper goes up to her with a question about the swingers, the lifestyle, and gives them a Cabral's phone number. I need to write chicken nuggets on my list because I know that's going to come out. We're going to use for that word is going to be chicken nuggets or nuggets, but I think chicken nuggets might make it better. There we go. Okay. Thank you. Yep. There we go. We're waiting for an update, guys. Okay, I'm going to close this poll about how many people, and you guys can look at the results now. That's right. And this is a good point, too, that Measured Man said. He said that the handpick escorts became the majority, had a different story of how many of them. And I would say more so for Jane, because I have to go back. There was a escort that Cassie was comfortable with, right? Because if she was having to do these, like that would make sense, right? To go to one person that you would be comfortable with. But Jane sounded like she developed more of a connection with one where she was texting them and, you know, kind of would be okay doing things on her own. She was arranging things like without the request. So yes, there's that. Okay. Agnifilo says the story doesn't make sense. Let's say something else happened in Vegas and then it's the same. Antoine who comes to her house. Coincidence. The one who shows up at her house is Antoine. What she says makes no sense. Antoine is a corn star. He has S. Okay. And she would say, like, I miss you. I love Antoine. Or excuse me, one of the workers. There was one that she was really close to. If that makes sense. If that makes sense. Yeah, there was 27 men in between all of them. That was... Now, let me just say this. Christina Coram was making 6 figures. Okay. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, man. But yes. Okay. Hold up, y'all. I think we have an update. And I got to read CNN. Agnello says, Jane knows there was an investigation. Did she instigate this? Her story makes no sense. Why was she so persistently violent? She says, I didn't want to do it, but she let Antoine in. I submit they were trying to get past it. OS only. So by then, Jane knows there was an investigation. Did she instigate this? Her story makes no sense. Why was she so persistently violent? She got violent after the investigation. That's what he's saying. She says, I didn't want to do it. Okay. But she let Antoine in. I submit they were trying to get past it. OS only. I don't know, Agnifilo. Well, she's at Diddy's house, so you could probably go ask. That's a good question, too. Okay, hold up, guys. All right. At the end of the day, Her story has so many holes in it, Agnifilo says. You could say she prompted it. She maybe wants something in her pocket. I'm going to say something. Maybe I'll never use it. Why the unprovoked extreme violence? She doesn't explain it. Well, what made her flip? I have to go back to that. Man, it feels like a long time ago, but yeah. No update. I think he is. I think he is. They go for the head of the snake, and then they're going to go for everybody else. So, and that was the question that we had from the beginning of this trial. But the way that it works is that if Diddy is in charge, they go for him, then they're going to go for everybody else. I think Christina Coram is going to be one of them, especially if you watched the video yesterday. It's going to be Christina Coram. Fahim was named as a co-conspirator. D-Rock is definitely on that list. Roger Bond. I didn't really hear a lot of mention of Roger Bond. Who was the other one? Rube and Uncle Polly. Those were the other ones. So I think that they have to go for him first, and then they go for everybody else, if that makes sense. Because that was the question that I had too for the longest time, and then a lawyer explained it to me. I think she's next, especially because the government has not been very shy. They haven't said allegedly the co-conspirator. And this is why Diddy's defense team has been very quick to kind of try to clear the people. See, if they could clear the people of like, that's not this is not that. This is merely a man, a billionaire with a lot of money. And this is what they've been doing that. And then they say as well with the other people, right? If they can clear the team, they can clear Diddy, because then there would be no enterprise, right? So yeah, that's a big one. But at least that's what it's been said. They're gonna go after them. And the lady who was getting paid 6 figures, Lord, she was not broke. And it sounds like she was living at 1-star island too, or 2-star island. And that's the other thing. Do they, Lindell? If this man is found innocent, if the case is lost, they have no snake to go after. What happens to the other people that they'll investigate? That's what I want to know. Her tell-all book goes to Cassie's motive, especially sending it to Diddy with an ultimatum. Even if that was the case, Terrell, and like I said, I don't dispute that. I honestly feel like had Diddy settled this quickly and quietly, and if it didn't hit the media the way that it did, we would have no RICO. That was Diddy's, thing. For me, if listen, if I was Cassie, I'd definitely go for money. I'm being honest with you, especially if I went through what I went through with this man. Nobody's going to make me feel any type of way about going after Diddy. If I was Cassie and all of this happened to me. Now, it's unfortunate that this is where we're at right now, or is it? Or is it? That's the question. Okay. And let me just tell you, it was not only the book, and then the CNN video got leaked, the shorter version, right? Now that we know more information. To me, that CNN video is horrible. No matter how you look at it, I mean, that was the only thing that was captured. It makes you wonder what other things happened that weren't captured. It spoke a lot, and Diddy knew that was it. Once that CNN video, it started everything for Diddy. It definitely did. I'm saying, like, we could say a lot. We could say, well, they were trying to do this to this man. Guys, Diddy brought this onto himself in so many ways. In so many ways. Yes, she did. Hold up, y'all. Let's see. Do we have an update? At the end of the day, her story doesn't make... Okay, we read this part. You guys are here because you have lived full lives. You were chosen. He's speaking to the jury. And they chose only 2 of the escorts, the Punisher and Daniel Phillip. Okay? They could have given other immunities. Neither of the two admit being prostitutes. They're witnesses. Why did they choose? That is a question that I think it's an excellent question, no matter where you land on this argument. Why do they choose to give, first of all, immunity to the, why do they choose these two witnesses, right? To the Punisher and Daniel Phillip. Well, Daniel Phillip is breaking the law. Actually, they both are they're literally in the stand admitting to prostitution in different areas. I don't think the Punisher traveled, but Daniel Phillip did. Something like that, whichever one, but they had other ones. Why these two specific witnesses? Why these two? Why didn't they get other witnesses? There's some people that went on YouTube and gave interviews. Why not them? And also, can you really trust the people that went on YouTube and said anything? Because their faces are out there. There's 27 faces out there. Ask yourselves that question. I have the same question. Why did they pick these two to take the stand? The Punisher traveled. Okay, I think it was the Punisher that traveled. Two are in prison for unaliving. I remember one that was in prison for unaliving, right? It's a lot of questions, my friends. One is out now. Okay. No, but like, why not? Thank you, Bobby. I appreciate you. Why did they choose these ones? They couldn't get anybody else? I do have questions about that. It makes you wonder, guys. Let me know what you think in the comments. Okay. Accuser was motivated by wanting nice things and trips, defense attorney says. This is what CNN is reporting now. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo said Jane, who dated Combs from 2021 to 2024 and used a pseudonym to testify against him in trial, was motivated by nice things and trips she posted on social media. Okay. Focused on what I'm getting out of it that the world can see, says Agnifilo. Agnifilo reiterated the argument that he made out about Combs' sexual relationships with Cassie Ventura, who dated Combs from 2007 to 2018. Okay. The government said they're not saying every single hotel night was trafficking. Well, then, which ones were? And how Sean Combs supposed to know the difference? Agnifilo said. Agnifilo said Jane was used to moving in circles with celebrities like Combs. Oh, and that is very true. Okay, we've said this more than once. It says it right here on CNN. Agnifilo said Jane was used to moving in celebrity circles like Combs. He reminded the jury that they learned who her child's father is and what rapper she was with in Las Vegas in January 2024. They know that. The jury does. She's comfortable being in that sort of atmosphere. Combs' accuser agreed to nights with him at times, regardless of regret after the facts defense argue. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilo read aloud part of the testimony from Jane, one of Sean Diddy Combs' accusers, who went by the pseudonym in that case, where she said she unfortunately agreed to a night at a hotel with Combs. She referred to as a sobriety party when Teeny Garagos, another lawyer for the defense, had pushed her at that time on whether she regretted it. Jane says she resented Combs for it. I believe resent and regret and lie in the same feelings she previously tested. She regrets that she made a choice that maybe years later she would have made a different choice, or maybe she wouldn't. Maybe she regrets it, Agnifilo says, but he argues that doesn't mean she didn't willfully or willingly participate at that time. She's agreeing to it. He sees her agreeing to it, the attorney said. She regrets it. She resents him for it. That's all coming later. Okay. It's Agnifilo argument. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. That was a CNN update. Okay. And no update from Inner City Press. Ooh-wee. No, who is it? I know there's a new lawsuit with Diddy. Who's the lawyer? Is it Tyrone Blackburn? Lord have mercy. Tyrone Blackburn got too much stuff on his table. Like, what's going on? Who is it? You said, I'm really in two minds about this. I don't like Diddy. I think he's bad, but I also feel like the charges are too strong based on the evidence. Reyes, Sunshine, you're not the only one who feels like that. Busby again? Why? Why are people, can I just ask, like, why are people going to these attorneys? I'm sorry, like, what? Like, there's no other attorneys that can handle this? Go to Douglas Windor. At least he has a rep to do it. I mean, they have to accept the case, okay? They don't just be taking everybody's case. Why? Franny Law, what do you think about Busby? Tell me, Franny Law. I'm curious about your thoughts on Busby. Let me know. Agnifilo says, if you get paid when you didn't have S, you are getting paid for your time. In Sean Combs' mind, this is legal. It would be different if a witness said, I went and had S, and there was a negotiation for it with Sean Combs. Okay, hold up. That was a mouthful. If you get paid when you didn't have S, you are getting paid for your time. Oh, that was for the escorts. In Sean Combs' mind, this is legal. It would be different if a witness said, I went and I had S and there was a negotiation for it with Sean. Well, that's his mind, but that still doesn't make it legal, Agnifilo. Okay. In my mind, I like to, take a little edible, and in my mind, I think it's, it's federally, it should be okay, but it's not federally, right? Like, it just isn't. So in my mind, I don't know why it's so restricted. And I really do mean that. I don't know why the flower is so restricted the way that it is, because I'm all for the flower. Especially when you have ADHD, it does wonders. But okay, whatever. Pro bono? Hold up. Busby's trash. He's the gullible lawyer. I think he just doesn't do his work. That's all. Because lawyers should be able to accept cases that they see have some merit. If you know what I mean. No worries, Terrell. You're entitled to your opinion. Shout out to you, Terrell. I appreciate you. Yeah. Like negotiations probably happened before the escorts even got there, and normally they would receive more than they expected. So that was never an issue, right, Abraham? Abraham, check out my video from last night. I did an audio AI. You have to check it out. I think you'll be proud of me. I think you will. Soul Power Tarot says, and transporting them over state lines in his mind is legal. Everything is his high and ego mind is legal, and he is above the law, right? Soul Power Tarot. I was like, huh? What? You said, okay, Freddie Law says, I don't like that he was not admitted in the Southern District and he filed there anyways. Oh, Busby. He knew better. I don't like that he has a plane. Good lawyers should be living a modest life, not flashy. Thank you, Franny Law. Thank you. Shout out to you, Franny Law. I think any officers of the court. I mean, if you make good money, that's like, I don't ever shame anybody for making the good money, but I think that guy comes from money. This is why I don't think that he is like there's and he's had some cases. There was one Supreme Court person in Texas, judge, excuse me, who he was really good friends with, and and I think he got accused of essaying a woman, and he never spoke out against it. So it's weird to me to see him represent victims, right, of this kind of magnitude, but your judgy friend who was allocating cases to you and assigning them to you, and he DUI, Busby had to deal with his own DUI, by the way, but his friend, he never denounced him publicly. I find that to be interesting. Anyways, Agnifilo says, I assume in every cornflake movie, Prawn. The actors get paid to have S, and yet it's legal. So he thinks it is legal. Okay, let's talk racketeering. I told you, Diddy would have been better off opening up a prawn video business. I gotta make sure I use the word pawn instead of prawn. Make sure I put porn, because that's a word that I gotta prawn. Okay, I gotta replace words. That's another word. Okay. All right, whatever. Sorry, that took me out a bit. Agnifilo. Only Sean Combs is charged here. No one testified. I was part of a racketeering enterprise. This is the greatest divide between the evidence in this trial and what the prosecutors are saying. There is a gapping lack of evidence. Okay. There is a gapping lack of evidence. That's what he just said. What do you guys think? See if we have an update. I'm a former bar press. Okay, I have some nice shoes, but you should not be too flashy. Keep it cute. That's right, Franny. Keep it. I think you need to keep it cute. That's the thing. That's going to be our word on this channel. Keep it cute, man. Keep it cute. And if you can't, then keep it mute. Figure it out. Okay, only Sean Combs is charged here. We've talked about this. No one testified. I was part of a racketeering enterprise. This is the greatest divide between the evidence in this trial and what the prosecutors are saying. This is a gapping lack of evidence. That's what he said. That's what he said, my friends. Okay, we're waiting for an update, guys. All right, hold up. What does CNN say? No update on CNN. They're saying the same stuff. No update. Gaping or gapping? Is it gaping? Gapping? What did I? Oh, wait. Is there a letter that's missing? Gapping? Let me see. Now I'm going to gaping. Thank you. Why did I make that up? I feel like I knew that. Gaping. My bad. My sorry, y'all. Keep it cute. Keep it cute. Y'all, I'm tired now. We're at the stretch. Gaping. Thank you, Jenny. Not knowing you committed a crime is not a defense. That's right. Well, it's almost like they're trying to rationalize like his decision making. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to rationalize this. It's like, it's like I'm a bartender and I'm asking to come a bartend. Is that illegal? That's right. Like, thank you. Like it's like I said, it's almost like they're trying to rationalize the lack of knowledge. It's like, it's a thing that you do. You're making a movie. It's just like, I don't know, kind of a weird way to address it. Doesn't really make it okay. Will the jury have the case today, or will we have to make through jury instructions first? So, Casey, jury instructions are going to happen on Monday. They're expected to deliver. Defense is expected to finish here pretty soon. Then there's a rebuttal, and then that's it. I don't know. Is there a rebuttal of the rebuttal? I think there's a rebuttal of the rebuttal, right? Like after the let's see, prosecution, rebuttal. Can they rebuttal too after that? Or do they just call it quits? I thought there was a rebuttal of the rebuttal. Anyways. No legal expert here. Okay, we have an update. They didn't charge racketeering. They charged racketeering conspiracy. They need a co-conspirator, and they just don't have one. Oh. They claimed KK. The evidence at this trial shows KK is a helpful person. Kerry Morgan called KK and D-Rock. Okay. Yeah. You said, yep. Not at closing? There's not a rebuttal of the rebuttal? I always thought there was a rebuttal of the rebuttal. I'm just saying. After the rebuttal, that's right. You said rebuttal of the rebuttals? Yes, it depends on the strategy of the defense. Oh, damn. Okay, I'm a legal expert. Defense does not get a rebuttal. So Tony B, so as soon as prosecution does a rebuttal, then that's it. That's done. They're done. Then that's when they go to the next phase of this, right? See, I'm thinking there's rebuttals of rebuttals. I don't know, man. Such a word game. Prosecutor gets the last word, right? Thank you, Tony B. I appreciate your legal expertise. Thank you. Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm making up my own things here. Is there a rebuttal of the rebuttals? I don't know. No update. No sir buttle at closing. Okay. Y'all are funny. Only the prosecution gets a rebuttal. Thank you, Abraham. Franny Law. Thank you for the $10. Franny Law says, transcripts and popcorns. Big heart to you. Judge Rabbit, the great work. Keep it cute or keep it mute. I'm buying that merch from you. Thank you. We need to make, I'm so behind. Like Kim, who has always encouraged me to make, she sent me some designs on merch. I'm so behind on that forever because I can never decide what I want. Thank you, Franny Law, for the $10. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Keep it cute or keep it mute. Now, don't get in trouble for saying that on the record. The father needs to keep it cute with the child. I don't know how that went over, but shout out to you. Agnifilo says, they are not co-conspirators. If John Gotti were kicking in your door, would you call Sammy the Bull Gravano? Oh, they mentioned them and they've been... Bring in the chat. The mafia. All right, hold up. Agnifilo, if they are co-conspirators, if John Gotti were kicking in your door, would you call Sammy the Bull Gravano? No, he is a co-conspirator. There is only one trial. KK is not a co-conspirator. KK is a very nice person. Damn it. That's it. Oh my God, you cannot make this up. Did they really say KK's a nice person? That's it. Oh my God. Listen, John Wayne Gacy got brought in. Beyonce got brought in. John Gotti, Sammy the Bull Gravano, and KK's a nice person. Case is closed. We are done. Somebody pull in the People's Court music. Oh my God. Oh my God. So wild. I mean, at least he's not talking about what he thought. Like, wasn't he going to make mention about how we're so worried about this and not the bombing over there and all? Anyways, yeah. What on earth? All these people, I swear. I know. What does Sammy the Bull have to do with this? What does John Gotti have to do? John Gotti's no longer here. I think Sammy the Bull's the one that's done commentary lately. But even Sammy the Bull has said that this isn't even, he didn't think this was Rico. It was a different kind of Rico. My mind is blown on this one. He literally put this out here. I don't know what to say. And I'm wondering if that little juror is buying this as well. You said, hey, Agnifilo better show a little respect to that vowel at the end of his name. Gravano. That's right. Gravano. What is it's literally for those that are coming in, let me tell you what's going on. So Agnifilo's up there arguing. The last tweet right here is he's saying that they basically making an argument about how KK is not a co-conspirator and neither are all these other people. They're not co-conspirators. If John Gotti, he's giving like, I guess, an analogy or a comparison or something. If John Gotti were kicking in your door, would you call Sammy the Bull Gravano? He says no. He is a co-conspirator, saying that that's what Sammy the Bull is. There is only one trial. KK is not a co-conspirator. KK is a nice person. That's his argument. This is wow. Okay. Here we go. We got another one. Agnifilo says, there is no evidence that anyone is a co-conspirator. The firearms are not charged. Homeland Security cannot say where the guns were. Suge Knight's story, it's not charged. Don Richard, remember her? Miss Westmoreland did the cross, not charged. She had a Perry Mason moment with Don Richard. She did. That was interesting. So he's at his last part of this argument. He's at the last part. Okay? He is. There you go. Prosecutor should just say that Diddy ain't no Nino Brown. Andale, andale. There you go. Diddy is not a Nino Brown. There you go. I object, Your Honor. That was interesting. Let me just say that much, y'all. It's interesting. Sammy the Bull is going to do an interview on this. You know this. This is going to be interesting. KK's part of La Familia. There you go. This is going to be intense and interesting. I'll say that much. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Damn. Oh, man. Are we almost done? We're almost done. I think so. Both men did say during their testimony that they received money from Combs and Ventura after having S. Okay, so these were the male prostitutes from the freak offs. Now he's doing his job. I just think he's a hilarious person to make that. I would just imagine not laughing when I'm hearing this go down. Like, it would be very difficult not to laugh. Be like, what do these people have anything to do with this? But okay, whatever. You said Diddy didn't do any fast physical jobs. Hold up, y'all. I'm texting my sitter. See how everything is going. Okay. All right, guys. Guys, I do have to call it a day because the sitter's calling me. So I got to go tend to the child. Guys. Thank you so much for supporting today. I have put in the monies for the transcripts for today. Clearly, I don't know if we'll get them tonight. If we don't get them tonight, then I'll probably do a video tomorrow. And I want to do it exactly how I did with the read. With maybe a male person. I'm going to look for a voice that I feel like might fit Agnifilo. But shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I'm tired. I got to go tend to baby bunny because she's calling me. So I got to go. But thank you. And thank you if you donated a Cash App or any of that. I really appreciate it. You guys don't even know. Thank you guys. You guys are amazing. And all your support. We're almost there. Oh, and I'm redirecting you to BJ's live right now. So you don't have to click. You just have to wait. I think it'll take you there. All right. I will see you guys. Bye, guys. Bye-bye.